Where's the beef?
The meat is charmed. Carcass continues to leak.
Sup once more upon the flesh. Beef. Where's the beef? that delectable Githyanki roast beef.
Cramp, your stomach churns,
I
and your
smell like
nerves
beef.
burn with a pain that would almost be pleasurable were it not so savage.
All right then, mate. Yeah, you're all right.
Toe beans, toe beans, toe beans. Hi, everybody. You guys should follow PixelxKitten.
Stop making the damn thing!
6 months, let's go.
Aren't they so cute? And I get 13 of them to play with. Look at that little pleb! Oh my god, I can't! Oh my god, Nervous Nelly, thank you for the follow. Can't spend money if you don't play the game. How's everybody's weekend? I totally forgot today was Saturday. I can't stop looking at my cleavage, I'm sorry. I don't often like wear low-cut shirts at streams and I can't stop looking. Like I don't often see my titties, so honestly, same. Sky, I love that for you. Am I your best friend? Shut up, Barrington! Wait, you see the teeth? He's about to erupt? Okay. Alright, chat. Should I punch him? Aim a blow at the human, try to knock him flat on his back? Oh, okay, chat, sorry. I'm not gonna ask you. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna punch him on his ass. Alright, we're inspired, right? Please tell me that I'm inspired. Oh, thank God. Because I'm gonna punch you on your ass, Aridin. Woo! Zevlar. Zevlar. Astarion. A classic. And Minthara. Halson and Shart. Alright, you guys ready? Are you guys ready for the best moment of the entire, like, 100-hour game we're gonna have? Again! Again!
Goblins have found us. No doubt.
Shart!
We need to pack up
Shadowheart!
immediately.
Why is it I'm not getting jump scared? I always get so scared by my goose. Am I brave? Is this what it's like to not be a fucking bunny rabbit? Ah! You need help over there? Shut up! I just looked away. We were like sedated because we were drunk, and then now we're this guy. Oh my God, Pixel, shut up. You guys hear me just like screaming in my starting soon screen. To the shock of nobody, she's screaming, "Happy Pride, everybody!" Ah! Today is for the gays and theys. Yeah. That's what I got. She's gays, theys, non-binary babes. Yo! Also, happy Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. We didn't forget about you too. Who was first today? I wonder who was first. Oh my God, the scroll. Oh my God, hello. Spades first, Raven, and not first, Raven. Mwah! Cute as a button. Mwah! YBZ. Mwah! New day. Mwah! Shinobi, thank you for the 6 months with Prime. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes to add free view and your sub badge. Seriously, thank you so much for 6 months. Yippee! Spades. Mwah. Awesome boy. Mwah. True Shinobi. Mwah. Destiny. Mwah. Shabby. Mwah. Nutmeg. Mwah. Swissy Plague. Mwah. The Nintendo Gamer. Mwah. Mad Eye. Mwah. Cosmosis. Mwah. Supernova. Hold on. Wait, I'm gonna so much saliva in my mouth. Barilla! Mwah! Kaylee! Mwah! BJA! Mwah! English chicken for the 50 stream streak! What? Hello? English! Mwah! Mango Fandango! Mwah! Marshmallow. Good thing I moisturized my lips before I did all those kissies. Hello! How many kissies was that? That was 21 forehead kissies. Did you guys like it? Was it good? How's everyone doing today? Happy Monday. Happy Monday! Okay. Oh, we're not in the sponsor stream yet, so I can do it. Happy Monday. I love your forehead kissies. Yeah, when it's that reeking of Malort, right? Kitty? Yeah, Jasper's here. Also, Midnight has been really clingy today, but she hates when I stream because she hates, like, loud noises. And I'm just, like, a walking loud noise when I'm streaming. So, she left. But, Jasper's here. But Midnight was here, like, all day. Like, she would not leave me alone. All day. Whatever cat hair you see on me is Midnight, by the way. Raining for 2 days? Is that nice? The weather's been really nice today. Too. Because it's like, you know, mid-70s, so it's not like too bad. I could still wear a sweater. Mama J! Mwah. Jello. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. Jello! Dog or cat? Dog or cat? Awesome, boy. Thank you for the 3 stream streak. Thank you guys so much. What the hell? Is that the 3-time reigning Gamers Viewed Horror Streamer of the Year? Oh my god. So, Mama J, for the record, thank you so much for saying that. Because I told my family, for the record, they were joking and they were very supportive of me. And I told my family, it's like, oh my god, like, they're like, oh, what's new? And I was like, oh, I won Best Horror Streamer 3rd year in the row. And they said, what, did no one else apply? And I was like, thanks, Dad. So, if you guys are curious where I get my great sense of humor and debilitating sense of humor, it's because my dad. So, hi, Panda Pants! It was half like 4 days, so the rain is so. Oh, okay, good. Yeah, it was like really hot. It was like 80 something, like mid 80s, low 90s for us, like last week. And then this week is really nice, and then it gets back to like mid 80s again. So it's like, oh, blah, 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 blah. No, thank you. Otaku. Mwah. Maximus. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Yeah, my dad's a good humbler. Humbles me. Very nice. Also, it's hard to tell. How do I, like, I don't know how to show this. Hold on. Can I, I can't really see that, no. Well, okay, pretend. Oh. I just controlled V'd, and I went to put my camera back. Okay, like, ignore that happened. I'm a good streamer. I know what I'm doing. But my pussy wall is empty because we have a new month. If you guys did want to see... Oh, did I panda pan? Oh, is it this? Yeah, I do this a lot. I don't know what... What'd you call those? I'm gonna let that word be allowed once. We'll call these grabby hands from now on. Yeah, I do that a lot. It's just like, that's how I always say hello to people. I go, hi! I do it to my animals, too. Shinobi stole the VIP! Shut up! Shinobi, is this your first time stealing the VIP? Oh, that felt great, by the way. Holy! Congratulations. Congratulations. You stole it from Jay. Oh, second time? Oh, Ugh, you are so hot, Maple Mommy. Thank you. I'm sorry. I mean, Raw Raven, but Maple Mommy. Thank you. Yeah, Space. It was like, I think it's because we knew the context. It was okay. Did you guys hear that? Did I remember to do it this time? Well, congrats on the VIP, Shinobi. Congrats. You got... No? What do you mean? No? I even fixed it. Do it again. I don't believe you. No, you're right. It isn't working. Okay, do it now. I even did it. Oh, okay. So I just have to do it twice. Okay, cool. Thanks. Lizard. Oh my god, remember that one Taco Bell commercial from like 25 years ago? Here, lizard. And it was the Godzilla one. I think we need a bigger box. You guys remember that? Panda Monster! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Happy Pride, Leon Spoons! Happy gay! Hi, Duncan. Thank you for the forehead kissy. We'll see. You get it for at least 24 hours, Shinobi. Leon's moans. 350 stream streak? Jesus Christ. Sweat. But yeah, 25 years ago. Yeah, something like that. I don't know. Yeah, the Chihuahua. I still have a plushie of that. It does not work. But I have the plushie. I stole it from my grandma after she passed away. Because I really wanted, like, keep sakes. Following for 8 months. No way. What the hell? You guys are very hot and very tall, very talented. Also, thank you for letting me know that Wizard wasn't working. Abandoned pants? Oh. I'm on a hot streak and it's Pride Month! You call me a streaking lesbian. I shall do that. Thank you for the 3 stream streak. You're so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Hi, Norbon! Norbon, happy Pride! Oh, and then the new pussies for the wall are the laying down pussycats. And we have 2 more colors. We have a salmon and a light blue for this month. Norbon! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Said stuff announcedly until I got verified for judge. Oh, because you have to. Oh my God! Yeah, that's right. Shinobi, I remember that. You kept doing nice things, and I was like, did you mean to do that? And then you chatted like, I don't know, like a couple streams after that because of the because I have the verified settings on. Shinobi, I remember that. Oh, that's so funny. Sorry for making you verify your stream. Oh, thanks, Nessie. I'll give him lots of love. Boo got so much love today. So, okay, so I had a really funny interaction with some of my neighbors today. I have this wonderful neighbor across the street who, like, just, they love Boo. Like, Boo is, like, their grandson, essentially. And, I was walking Boo, and, this lady was, one of my neighbors was out with, like, I guess 2 of her girlfriends. And she was like, oh my God, it's Boo! And she was, like, petting him, and, like, she got him a treat. And then, they were asking me, like, what breed he was. So, like, I looked up his breed on my Twitch chat. Spades called me out on it. But, or Spades caught me. And I was telling them, because they're asking me, is like, oh, what is Boo, like, made out of? Like, what's his breed? And then they're looking at his face, and they go, oh, look at that face. He's so cute. I bet he gets away with everything. And I said, and I told them, and it's so funny. Okay, so these ladies are, like, old, right? They're, like, boomers, you know, like, boomer baby old. And so they're like, you know, memas, grandmas, things like that. And so remember that for the story. And I, you know, I'm autistic, so I don't know how to talk to people. And I just say the first things that come to my mouth, whatever. And, they're like, oh, I bet he gets away with everything. And I was like, yeah. And I was like, and that's why I can't have kids, is because I'll just, like, I'm just such a bad mom. I give him anything he wants. Like, I'm such a pushover. And the moment I said, like, I don't want kids, all 3 of these old ladies just like, huh? Like, I, like, triggered them. Like, whoa. It was like, so anyways, look how cute Boo is. It was just so funny. Like, they didn't, like, say anything. They weren't, like, mean about it. Like, it was just really funny how I said, yeah, I don't want to have kids. And I was like, because of, like, I'm such a bad mom because I give Boo whatever he wants, and I'm such a pushover. And this is the way they, all 3 of these ladies just, like, looked, like, snapped their necks to look at me. I don't know. It was just so funny. It was just really funny. It was, like, you know, they're that age where it was expected to have, like, 2.5 children, right? Also, Dangos, mwah, Ren, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Also, enjoy your lurky turkey, man. Whatever happened, it wasn't me and I didn't do it. Okay, Spades. Okay, Salted Loki. Also, Loki, I need you to know that I'm being such a good girl and not finishing all the chocolate that you sent me. But those gummy bears are really fucking good. Like, thank you. I cannot tell you enough how grateful I am. So, I'm trying to make them last as long as I can. Obscur. Okay, I did spell my title right. Okay. But yeah. But just so you know, I'm very grateful. It was me. I did it. You take full responsibility. Oh, guys, before we get into the Gunner stream, what G Fuel should we have today? I don't know. Jordan, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I don't know, Panda Pants. They're chocolate covered. Okay, so Panda Pants is gonna get banned. Jordan, did I give you a kissy? Or did I just read it out loud and I didn't say anything? Mwah! Why would I want to subject a kid to me? Literally. I don't think I could love a kid as much as a child deserves to be loved. So. No? Why? I'm gonna ban you, Panda Pants. pride view with. Hello, child. Hello, sweet child. You're so cute. Oh my god. Jasper being cute. Alright, right? What do we drink today? Have I had this yet? I haven't? Okay, well, I don't feel like opening something new yet. What am I in the mood for? Oh, rainbow? Oh, okay, you know what? Okay, yeah. Okay. Oh, that almost went up my butt. Rainbow sherbet. What about this? Because this is like all the colors of the rainbow, right? Is that okay? Yeah, something fruity is smart. It's called rainbow candy. Yeah, we're doing this one. Yeah. Cool. God, I love being gay. Tetris Blast. It's also my finishing move in the bedroom. Ladies! It's because of the rainbow-colored strap-on. I'm so sorry. Jade. Mwah. Ghost loops. Mwah. They go with the forehead kissy. It works. What's up, Ghost Loops? Ghost Loops, happy birthday. Guys, Ghost Loops trying to make me cry on Twitter today. Rude as hell. I'm gonna gay panic. Good. Good. I'm in. I gotta stop talking. I gotta prepare for the sponsor segment. I gotta I'm getting it all out now so I can have my 2 hours of being on my breast behavior and then I'll be good. Happy Pride and happy Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. Also, Midnight just came back downstairs, but she's probably not gonna come any closer. I love Tetris Blast. Oh, best flavor ever. Jesus Christ.
Hi, Epix love.
7, thank you for the 12 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. Oh boy. Ooh! I like this one. I'm putting this one aside. Okay. Yeah, I like this one. Oh my god. Brand new Pokemon card in the binder.
Pix love.
Okay, Girly Pops, what is happening? Chill on it. Chill. Happy Pride. What the heck? Jade, thank you for the 5 months. Enjoy your 90. Count. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. Also, I just, while I was flipping the pages, this is actually the same Pokemon card that Dangos has in the binder. So, you and Dangos will be twins. Sammy, thank you so much for the 12 months. Guys, tell Sammy how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is. Did you have the best weekend ever, guys? Oh, and a tarot pull? Give me a minute on that. Don't let me forget it, though. Don't let me forget it. How are you? I'm actually doing okay. I'm doing okay. I'm really super uber duper tired, but I'm I got a lot done today. And I think that's, yay! Otaku! Sammy, you have a Cramorant card. If you guys don't know what I'm doing, every time someone subscribes for a year anniversary, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, etc., they get a Pokemon card in my binder. 1 year Pokemon, or 1 year is a water Pokemon. 2 years is electric Pokemon. 3 years is fire. 4 years is fighting. 5 years is psychic. So on and so forth. And 7 just subscribe for a year. And so now you're in my binder next to Ari Queen, Electric Panther, for 1 year. Thank you so much, sweet angel. And we are already almost at a hype train. 2 minutes into stream. First hype train of the month? Question mark? Gay pride hype train. What? I don't know what I'm talking about. Call me rogue. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Enjoy your lurky turkey, Ghost Loops. Enjoy. I hope we have the best Monday ever. Mama J, guess what? Chicken butt. You didn't have the best weekend. I wanted a funeral. I'm so sorry, Panda Pants. Oh my god. Hugs. Big hugs. And if you guys don't want the hug, guys, and double it and give it to the next person. I'm so sorry. Sweet angel. Jordan, thank you for, I'm almost gonna give you a kissy. Jordan, thank you for the 7 stream streak? Fire next month already? Yeah, because it was 35 that you had, right? My official monthly win. No way! Shut the front door, Mama J. I'm so proud of you. My drum instructor apparently thinks that learning 3 new songs at the same time. You mean you're gonna learn one song that has 3 different parts from 3 different songs? Because that's what I would do. Happy gay day! What's up, Microwave Spork? Also, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, let me turn that off. Okay. Oh, cool. What time is it? Okay. I am going to start the gunner stuff really quickly, and then I'm going to do the terror pull. Shut the front door. It is halfway. Oh, Shinobi, why would you tell us that? Oh my god, I can't believe it's halfway through 2025. We did, Jade! I did post in the Discord. Oh, I could read the weekly recap and announcements too. Yeah, do you guys want to see? Hold on, 1 second. I believe we ended at 160. 160. Yeah, so I'm very, very excited. Pretend like I didn't, misspell that. Mods. Alright, let me open up my gunner stuff really quick because I don't want to be late. I say as I'm 11 minutes early. StreamYard. Okay. Whatever! I said ignore the spelling error. Whatever. Na 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 na. There we go. Okay. Oh, cool. All right. What are we doing? Thank you so much for everyone who retweeted and downloaded it. By the way, in 21 days. What are you gonna do for your birthday, Microwave? Joke's on you. I can read. Max, mwah, think of the forehead kissy. All right. Let's do the shuffle. And then, what was it called? The Cupid Shuffle? Is that what it's called? Shout out to any millennials that did that at their prom. Me. It was me. I did it. Is that the one that goes to the left, to the left, to the left, to the right, to the right? Is that the one? Is that the Cupid Shuffle? I don't know. I'm very good at being doing what I'm told, so that song works really well for me. Jasper, do you want to pick it? Oh, he very clearly parted the deck so he can get this card. All right. Wow. Okay. So whatever this card is, and if you guys don't like it, blame Jasper. No, wait. For the first time? What difficulty are you doing on? I always start off doing, like, story modes like that. I always start off doing, like, easy difficulty because I like to do the story, and then I'll go back and, like, do the achievements of, like, the hard difficulty. 7's good. Normal? Okay. Yeah. Holy, I hope you're having a good time playing it, Max. Hi, Irish Queen! Happy Monday! Legal Beagle. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy! Hey! 67. Let's go. Yeah. Oh, Shinobi, that's alright. Don't attack me. Oh, guys, let me know who's got the biggest peepee. I haven't been reading. I think 57's the biggest. Remember, Raven. He's your child, so you have to love him. You have to love him no matter what, alright? We have the 8 of Pentacles in reversed. Focus on self-improvement and personal development, but obsess over protection. I'm gonna start that over. No one taught me how to read. I dropped out of college. Focus on self-improvement and personal development, but obsess over perfection. I wonder if that's a spelling error. Maybe it says, but don't obsess over perfection. I'm gonna say don't obsess over perfection. You may be having a tough time with responsibilities and finances. Never be afraid to ask for help should you need it. Yeah, I'm gonna assume that there's a typo there. Focus on self-improvement. Or, you know what? Even if it's not a typo, I'm saying it. I'm saying, but don't obsess over perfection. That's what I'm saying. That's my opinion. And it's my tarot deck. And it's my cat. And so, oh, there's a cooldown essential Irish Queen. So, you gotta catch it when it's in the cooldown. Just spam it and try to just sneak it in before everyone else does it. Focus on self-improvement and personal development, but don't obsess over perfection. You may be having a tough time with responsibilities and finances. Never be afraid to ask for help should you need it. Did you put a cat hair on my lip? Did you do this? Did you do this? You were so cute. Who wants a cat? Yeah. Remember, you love him. Remember, you love him. What's the biggest one? Is it still 57 inches? Get in there. Yes, I do. Thank you for the tarot pull, by the way, Pants. Hi, Tronic! Tronic, I love that you have that Sonic badge, by the way. It's just so fitting for you. I'll catch that. 62 inches! Jesus! Chill on it! Put that hog away, madam! Aw, it's our second 1-incher. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, I'm sorry. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, Irish Queen! Irish Queen, have a great day at work. 1 inch is poo. 1 inch is funny. I think 1 inch is funnier than having 69 inches. I'm just saying. Yeah? Sleeping over your shoulder like a continental soldier? What? It's funny. It's funny, guys. Wait, did I do my J Fuel today? I did not. Damn! Is Tetris Blast. Okay. Alright, pretend you guys didn't see the other one. Again? Rogue, did you just get 1 inch in the... Did you just get 1 inches twice in a row? Blasties. Hey. Awful gamer. Mwah. Cool cam. Mwah. They go the forehead kissy. You did? That's actually really impressive. I don't think I've ever seen anyone get the same PP twice in a row. So mazel tov on you for that. Hey, if you add them together, it's 11, right? Is that how that works? 96%, bro. I'm pretty sure it's an inch. Hold on. Mystical Pickle. Does Call Me Rogue only have a 1-inch PP?
It is clear to the Mystic Pickle that the answer is beyond comprehension.
So I fear that means yes. No way you got 11! There's no way! Is it listening to us? PP command, give me 69. No, Loki, no. I want it. Give me 69. Okay. Shut up. How did it do that? That's so funny. Also, shout out to the 2 inches, by the way. A gigabig 900 incher, and this is definitely not the bot. Beep boop. Whoa! It's not about the size I use, 100%. It's okay, I have fast fingers, I'm a lesbian anyways. That's the joke that I make. It's like, hold on, I gotta make sure my dad's not in chat. Because my dad's in here, I'm not gonna make this joke. Yay! Okay, so, I'm really good with my tongue. Haven't heard any complaints yet. So, Who needs a big beepy when you got, you know, PixelxKitten? Any PixelxKittas in chat? Yo, you keep growing, Rogue. Rogue, Mazel Tov. You know, you keep going, you'll get there. Eclipsed. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 Cassie. I didn't miss any others, did I? Thank you, Mama J. That's why you're my favorite. That's why you're VIP. Japan! Thank you for the 30 stream streak! Wait, Shadow Band, what do you mean? Thank you so much for the 30 stream streak. What the hell? Thank you for the liquors. 90% 5. Your dice were nice, Eclipse, by the way. I forgot to say. In our last D&D session, you had some pretty nice, beefy dice rolls. I'm a grower, not a shower. Thank you, Eclipse. Oh, that's alright. You got into the pool. I was in the pool! After we start the Gunner segment, I'll start reading the Discord announcements. Or I guess I could start now. Damn. This emote is so cute. Oh my god. Hex has the cutest emotes, guys. Raise your hand if you guys read the announcements in the Discord today. We had our daily, or not our daily, our weekly recap. I haven't? That's right. Gunner's not here yet, so I mean I could start. This sign can't stop me. I don't know how to read. It was beefy. These are beefy things. Bum bum ba 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 da 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 da. All of Ad's emotes are my favorite. They're so cute. I shall return. You better. All right, let's start reading our weekly recap while we wait for Gunner. All right, ahoy everyone! New weekly recap. Oh, there's an ad playing. Should I wait? Oh, I almost started like looking at the mod chat. Like, let's not do that. Oh wait, while we have the ad. It's a sin. Imagine having ads. Yeah. Imagine not using your Prime, your free Prime subs. Jasper is so cute. Oh, he picked a tarot poll today too, Eclipsed. I have ads. I'm waiting. No worry. Lobster! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, wait, Gunner's here. Hold on. Hold on. All right. Can you guys hear me? Can everyone hear me? I swapped over my audio for the Gunner sound, so hopefully I didn't mess anything up. Ooh, you know what, Eclipse? Thank you, because now I can pin this. Thank you so much, Angel. Yes! Gunner can hear me! Can chat hear me? Ads should be done now. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes! Yippee! Alright, cool. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Start it! Alright, cool. Everyone say, hi, Gunner! Gunner Optics, the spectacles that keep my eyes from avoiding dry eye fatigue, and from burning them out from looking at screens all day. I have to say, I was editing some videos. I edited 3, count them, 3, I edited 3 YouTube videos last night. I know. Who is she? And I kept looking, like, I kept looking at this monitor for something, and there's these little designs on the Digital Princess, Tokidoki Digital Princess glasses, and I'm just like, those are so cute. And I was just like, I don't know. So that was just like, just a little thing. Give Canada sales, please. But is the website up right now, Raven, for the Canadian Gunner site? But yeah, if you guys don't know what we're doing, hello, my name is PixelxKitten, and every Monday from 7 p.m. till 9 p.m. Central Standard Time, we do a sponsor segment with Gunner Optics where I just tell you guys how awesome Gunner is, and every time someone makes a purchase at Gunner Optics, whether you use my discount code or someone else's discount code or no discount code, I get commission for that sale. So thank you very much for supporting me, for supporting my incredible sponsor, and to my sponsor Gunner, thank you so much for supporting me and this community. It still looks the same as before? Gotcha. All right, well, I don't know. They don't respond to my other emails, so I don't know. I don't know what else to do. Happy Pride, everybody! Happy Pride. God, there's cat hair everywhere. Don't look at me like you're so innocent. All right, so I'm gonna read some. Yeah, I think I could do this. Okay, I'm gonna read some of our announcements that we had, and some announcements that we had. So this is the announcement from the Discord. So weekly recap. We got our very first look at Jason in Dead by Daylight during the PTB on Tuesday. And I also have a bunch of YouTube videos uploaded. And I did edit, and I do have it uploaded. It's scheduled. I do have a YouTube video scheduled for tomorrow of the PTB. So if you guys are excited about that. I still have a Visa gift card waiting to be used from Christmas. I need sales. Yeah. I got nothing, Raven. I'm sorry. I wish I could help. I really do. We've been trying for 6 months. Yeah. Oh, hello, Midnight. I'm being yelled at by Midnight now. Do you want to come up here? Girl, don't yell at me and then run away from me. All right. So anyways, so that was Tuesday. And then all throughout the week, we opened up a bunch of Pokemon. We opened up a bunch of Pokemon and then a bunch of Elestrals trading cards. We opened a bunch this week, or last week, because as you guys know, I had not a good week last week. I had a family loss, and so it's just been like really just like rough, and you guys just letting me open up Pokemon cards and trading cards throughout the week, and just yap with you guys and just not really use my brain and just look at shiny cardboard all week was really nice. So thank you so much for just letting me support and do my thing, you know? Sushi guy! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. What were you hoping for, Eclipse? What command were you hoping for that? I have a bunch of gift cards from years and years and years ago. May seems like it wanted to give. Yeah, May I feel like was a bully. Yeah, I thought we had one, but what would you expect from it? I don't know what you want from it. And then Saturday was Mod Appreciation Day. There is a CUDA board available. I don't want nothing. No, but like, what did you like expect it to be? Like, I'm just curious. Like, if there's like an expectation. I'm not bullying. I'm sorry. I don't mean to like call you out or anything, but like, what? I don't know. Like, if there's any like what you would want from a Pride command, because we could do one. Shit. But like, I just don't know what you want. You could do like a bunch of Pride emotes or something. I don't know. You do that. Also, happy Pride, Matt. I'm so sorry. I didn't ignore you. But happy heckin' Pride, everybody. To everybody. Whether you are... Oh my god, don't even get me started on Diggersby. I still have to edit that clip, Sushi Guy. I'm still mad about that. I'm still mad about the Diggersby. I was telling my brother about that yesterday. He's like, yeah, but Chaos Rising is such a small set. And it's like, I don't care. If Perfect Order is such a small set, I was like, I don't care. If I see Diggersby one more time, I'm ripping it in half. Happy Pride Month, Remy! Yeah, he goes, I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to be, like, aggressive. I was, like, genuinely curious, like, what kind of command you'd like to see. Yeah, so, Saturday was Mod Appreciation Day. Oh, also, I am a fool. I told you guys that I did add it to my to-do list. Yeah, so it is on my to-do list, but apparently I thought it was in April. So let me go back to my to-do list. Hold on. Mod Appreciation Day, April 2026. Yeah, so I did write that down. I created it December 30th, 2025. And I got my months mixed up. And it was just because it was created so long ago, it wasn't at the top of my to-do list. And so, yes, I did forget. So, mods, I am so sorry for forgetting about Mod Appreciation Day, which apparently I thought was in April. But I guess it got, like, postponed to May. But there is a kudo board. The link I just posted in chat and the Discord if you guys want to say something just like a little thank you. Or there is also the Mod Appreciation channel too, where you guys can say some really hot and tall and talented things to the mods there as well. But there's the kudo board there. I will be posting something on it, but I have things I'm writing on like my personal Discord, so I can type it up, make sure I don't like forget anything. And I started crying and was like, you know what, I'm gonna do this later because I didn't feel like crying. You know what I mean? Okay, yeah, Eclipse, that sounds good. I could do that. Cayman, mwah, Kishu, mwah. They go to the forehead, cutesy. I'll probably have it maybe for, not today though. But that's a good idea. I appreciate that, Eclipse. So that was Saturday. And then we hit our Opera GX goal. We had 160 downloads for Opera GX. So we will be giving away a copy of Resident Evil Requiem Deluxe Edition sometime this week. I'm not sure when though. Like, I'm not sure what day would be the best day to do that. I don't know if you guys have any thoughts on when you'd want me to give this away. Not right now, because we're doing the sponsor summary right now. So let me know what your guys' thoughts are. And if not, if no one really has any thoughts, then I'll just pick a random day and just be like, hey, we're doing the giveaway. And anyone can enter, whether you have Opera GX or not. You just, it'll probably be the thing, like, you gotta be here to win kind of thing. So, also, Cayman, I hope you're doing so good, homie. Oh, Max, it does. I'm so sorry. Hugs for anybody who needs one, though. My other two partners are thoughts. Oh, only one? I mean, one's better than none, right? And then we do have a very special birthday tomorrow. It is Rootsy's birthday tomorrow, June 2nd. Don't forget to react with the sneer emote so that I can send you a little something that we're working on for Rootsy. So just react to this so I can message you on Discord, and then I'll send you the thing that we can do for Rootsy that she'll be given on her birthday tomorrow. And then there might be some extra streams this week because I was invited to do some co-streams of some pretty cool events happening this week. And that when you look at the Discord in the announcement section, this will be in your time zone. So this is what it is for my time zone, June 4th at 2 p.m. But I'm in Central Time Zone. So whatever your guys' time zones, it'll say what it is for your time zone. So there is a women-led showcase for Summer Games Fest happening this week on Thursday, June 4th. And I might do an extra stream that day and do a little co-host or co-stream. Not co-host. Oh God, not hosting, just co-stream. It's cool though, isn't it? It's cool. Just a little coding. I didn't do it. Discord has it. But that'll be at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time or whatever time. But it'll be Thursday, June 4th. And then also Saturday, June 6th is the Future Games Show co-stream. And then June 7th is the PC Gaming Show co-stream. So these are all, as of right now, I plan on doing, which would be 2 extra streams this week. And then Saturday would just be in the day instead of the night. But again, we'll see. Subject to change. But as of right now, I do plan on adding these 3 days to the schedule this week. And then I am not going to read this one out loud, but you can read it for yourselves. Yeah, I was actually thinking too, it was like, because June 4th is Mama J's birthday. And I was like, I could stream for Mama J's birthday. Not that, like, I assume that you'll be there because, I mean, it's your birthday. You'll be doing some other stuff, you know? There are lots of June birthdays. Hold on. I think there's another one. Hold on. Let me double check my calendar. Oh, Kyle's birthday's this month too. And Kels's. It's Kitty Cat Kels's birthday this month and Bat Kyle's birthday this month. So two mod birthdays this month. Oh, really? What happened 9 months ago, I wonder. Yeah, those are the announcements if you guys missed it. And if you guys want to, you guys can always catch up and mustard with them in the Discord. Yeah, Kitty Cat Kels and Nana Bat Kyle are, oh, wait. I forgot. I do need that up. It's their birthdays this month. And of course, I'll post about it when it's coming up as well. To remind everybody. There it is, okay. Oh, okay. I'm a parentified eldest daughter. Oh. Really? So, okay, but you haven't gotten to the habit of celebrating yourself until recently. So you are now celebrating yourself? Right? Oh my god, Eclipse, did you see the 30th anniversary? Is this your emote? This is so cute. I haven't seen this one before. Oh, it's a Bits one. Gotcha. That's such a good emote, Eclipse. Did you guys see the 30th anniversary Pokemon announcements? I did post about some of it in the Discord. Hold on. Where's Pokemon? Pokemon. So there's this one Pikachu card that I need so badly in my life because apparently there's going to be like 30 different Pikachu cards to collect. This is the only one that I care about. I don't care what Pikachus that exist. There's a couple other like really like silly derpy ones, but this one's like stuck in the railing and it's so cute. I literally need this so badly. There's a couple other ones. Oh, and then here's the video if you guys want to see it. It's just the teaser video. It's like a minute long. I'm too broke for it, though. Hey, you have until September to save up. because it does release in September. And if it's anything like the 25th year anniversary, they're going to print it to death. Like, they're going to print it big old print. So hopefully, you'll get a chance. And I am collecting a bunch of Pokemon and extra stuff that I could do for giveaways too. I have no promises for what they are and when they're gonna be, but I do have like, cause I just have a bunch of bulk. You know what I mean? I just have a bunch of bulk. So, we'll see what I can do for like giveaways. You know what I mean? Cause I do have lots of bulk. I'm gonna save $1,000. Fuck yeah, dude. September's my birthday, so hopefully I can get... Oh, yeah, because I think it comes out, like, September 16th or, like, the 18th. So, like, right around your birthday. Bulk. Guys, my gunners are dirty. And just he knows me. Oh, and there is a sale going on with Gunner. Until supplies last, so there's no, like, definitive day for when it starts, or not starts, it's going on now. But there's no definitive day for when it ends. But there's the, the buy one, get one Maverick sunglasses sale. I think this started, like, last Tuesday, which is why I didn't mention it last week. Because I think it started, like, the day after my stream. But if you get any sunglasses from the website, like this Fallout Brotherhood of Steel, so say you got this Brotherhood of Steel Sunnies, full price, then you can get the Maverick Sunnies for free. Are they like... Oh, cool. Okay, so it shows all the Sunnies. Cool. Cool. Danger Dan! Mwah. Zombie. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. I hope you guys are doing so good. I hope you guys had a fantastic weekend. Happy Monday. Ah, there she goes. Ah. Awesome person, friend, and streamer. Zombie, put the mirror down and talk to chat, okay? Zombie, no you. How dare you? I didn't go on Twitch today. Did you stream today, Zombie? I didn't go on Twitch today. I'm such a bad friend. I'm so proud of how much I got done. You were? Did you have the best stream ever? Oh, no, I think I saw you tweet. I think I liked your going live tweet or something. Damn, I forgot. I got so much done today, and I was literally like gonna tweet about like how much stuff I got done, and then I was like, wait, I didn't go on Twitch at all to support my homies today, so I was like, fuck, I just felt so bad. Yeah, I didn't go on Twitch at all today. I felt so bad, but I did get a lot done. I was really proud of how much I got done today. Yeah, I got a lot of cleaning done. I got a lot of I filmed a video or I filmed a video for Gunner last week, but I finally edited it. It was actually about this promo. Do you guys want to see it? Well, I'm not gonna show you because now I'm gonna get nervous. Wait, do you guys want to see it? Here, let me post it on my phone to my Discord. Oh, here, I'll just post it in the Discord. It's so God, I'm so cringe, guys. Show. Jasper, what are you doing? Stop it. Oh, you know what? I don't think I can show it right now because my audio is messed up that we wouldn't be able to hear it. But I did post it in the Gunner Optics channel. Oh, man. Oh, I should do a voiceover of it? Switch zombie over from personalized to always on. Wait. Oh, for like when he goes live? Loki? I love watching Zombie Magic stream. It just always has the best vibes. Where are my cats? Hello? Oh, there you are, Muffin. What are you doing back there? But yeah, I did post my video in the Gunner channel in the Discord if you guys want to see it. It's just me promoting the Maverick sale that's going on right now. Yeah, okay. Oh, I just checked my Discord. There's so much stuff that I still need to do. Thank you so much for the 3 stream streak. You were so hot and talented and handsome. In an audiobook. Oh my god, that'd be so fun. I do need to reread the Lord of the Rings books because I haven't reread the Lord of the Rings books since middle school or high school. Stop it, child. I'm currently rereading the Silmarillion though, but I haven't picked it up in a couple months. I haven't read because I read The Hobbit 1.5 times recently while I was doing my Hobbit walking challenge. I would just read it while I was walking. And so I reread it 1.5 times. I'm like halfway through it again. And then I'm like halfway through the Silmarillion after rereading it. But I have to reread the Lord of the Rings books. Oh, can you stop? Can you stop being a bad boy? Just stop it. He's like trying to knock over all my Pokemon cards that are on my desk right now. Are you really? Max, that's awesome. Okay. But, let's see. What else did I do today? So I recorded my little video for Gunner. I think there's another video that I have for Gunner, but I didn't edit it yet. I hate editing. I hate editing! But, it needs to get done. I did some videos for my other sponsor. Oh my god! You would never believe what just came up on my memories. Wait. Was it? Hold on, I'm checking something. Oh, it went away. I think it was like an on this day thing that like my Google Photos tells me. And I think it was like a on this day. God. How many years ago would that be? 5 years ago, maybe? 5 or 6 years ago? My ex got arrested live on stream. Oh, man. Do not drink and drive. Man, my ex is a piece of shit. I know. Live on stream, he got arrested. That was really cool. Really cool. I say that super sarcastically, by the way. Yeah. There's no, like, visual clip of it, but, because I went to my BRI back screen, but I didn't mute my microphone. I swore I did. I swore I did. And my best friend at the time texted me. She goes, yo, your mic is on. Like, we know we can hear everything. It's like, and it's like, like, I'm talking to the officer as he's, like, arresting my boyfriend at the time. It's like, I'm busy. So, what an idiot. I hate him so much. So, yeah, that was fun. Pixel lore for you. Nah, he was awful, Max. Yeah. That's not even the worst thing he ever did on stream. But that's as much as I'll say. That just showed up on my memories. Because I remember I took a selfie later that day of, like, me, like, saying, like that, like, today was a shit day or something like that or whatever. That was, like, the memory of my selfie came up. And I was like, I remember that outfit. I remember exactly what outfit I was wearing that day. And, oh, man, what a mess. What a memories. Note! Mwah. Jinx. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissies. X for a reason. And how. Jasper, do you want to get into the bad kitten corner? Do you want to go to the bad kitten corner? Oh, you're so cute. Who wants a cat? No, I hope you're doing so good. How was everyone's weekend? Jinx. Yes. Share. God. Wow. I need to bring a brush back downstairs. Ooh. So, where are you? Jasper is all right with being brushed. Balthazar loves being brushed. Oh my god. Balthazar, it's like crack, what's it called? Catnip, to him. Like, he loves being brushed so much. But, Jasper, cause he's got, like, the long hair, he'll tolerate it to a certain extent. But Balthazar has, like, that medium, thick hair, and he just loves it. It's so funny. Like, my mom will tell me, like, when my mom is here, like, taking care of my cats if, like, I'm out of town or something. For TwitchCon. Oh, sorry. There you go. She'll be like, my arm's getting tired from brushing Balthazar so much. I try to get his butt, but then he gets mad. I gotta get your butt. I gotta get your butt. Oh, careful. So cute. Zombie, do you want, cat or dog? I love this brush, though, because, like, you see how it just, like, comes right out? Look at that. You can give this to birds. So cute. Hello! See, he hates you. He hates you. That's right. He already got treats earlier. Boo! Boo got treats from the neighbors, too, today. Oh, what happened? Oh, wherever, Jinx. Wherever. I trust your judgment. I need one of those for Orange Cat. I don't know what I don't know how or when I got it, but, I don't know. I'm sure if you Google, like, or not Google, like, on Amazon, cat brush or something, like, I don't know how, do you have a brand on you? I have no clue where there's no brand on this either. I don't know. It just has a button on it. You press it, the fur comes off, and it's so nice. It's lovely. Yeah, it is a really good. Oh, don't bite it. It's a really good brush. He bites it when he's done. He's like, all right, I'm done. All right, you're done. You're done. Oh. Yeah? Yeah. Okay. Everything makes me think of him. I'm sorry. So, anyways, enjoy your lurky turkey, Zappy, I adore you. Boo deserves everything I own and more because of how adorable he is. Literally what my neighbors were saying to him earlier. That's so funny. Oh, really? Spades, I see those everywhere. Now, they look, okay, they're kind of expensive, right? But to be fair, everything in this world is expensive right now. Now, the thing is, I see them everywhere, and I feel like they look like they're really good, you know, because they're everywhere, right? Would you recommend? Would you recommend I try? Okay, Spades. Compared to Hershey's chocolate. It's the only month of the year where nothing makes me think of him. Oh, Alu, I like the way you think. What? Their whole thing is ending exploitation and slavery in the chocolate industry, though. They're very ethical. Well, I will gladly pay more money for that. They're so good. Okay, cool. 100 times better than Hershey's? Shut up. Well, you've piqued my interest. Oh, man. Yo, you too, Loki? Okay. Well, I trust you guys. So next time I see Tony's at a store, which is close your eyes and point to any store, you'll find one, right? Oh my god. So I got, so you guys know what Meijer is? Meijer. It's like a Midwest grocery store, like Dominic's used to be. Hi, Dior. I love the emote so much. I love how that's your badge too. Oh my god. It makes me so happy. But happy Pride, by the way. So I got name brand Meijer chocolate, and I'm gonna say this, and I cannot reiterate enough. I am not dissing myself. I'm not digging myself. I'm not making fun of myself. This is just who I am and what I am. I know who I am, and I have no delusions of grandeur. So anyways, I'm a fat ass that loves chocolate, right? I love chocolate. I'm an equal opportunity chocolate enjoyer, except for white chocolate. White chocolate sucks. And thank you, Spence. Anyone who says that white chocolate is good, let me know, because I'll give you all the white chocolate I ever see. Oh, and crackle chocolate also sucks, like Crunch bars. Okay, maybe I'm not, maybe I'm not an equal opportunity chocolate enjoyer, but I love chocolate, right? So I went to Meijer, and they had like a 6-pack of like the Meijer chocolate bars. And it's like, oh, okay, well maybe I want to make like s'mores or something, or maybe my like fat ass just wants to eat a chocolate bar, you know. And so I started eating one day, and I have never thrown away chocolate before. It was so gross because it did not taste like chocolate. It tasted like I'm licking the conveyor belt of a factory that makes chocolate. You know what I mean? So it just wasn't good. Like, it just tasted so like if I had to make a chocolate bar that tasted like America chocolate, because America just has overprocessed, nothing authentic, all just like shit, like the worst quality products, the worst quality ingredients ever. Meijer brand chocolate. Try it. It's awful. It's so bad. Like, it's so bad. I want you guys to try it so that you can like feel my pain on how bad it is. I have 5 more bars upstairs because it was a 6-pack. Anybody want one? Like, do you guys want to know how bad it is? It's just like, it's so disappointing. So to know that Tony's actually tastes like chocolate is nice. Chocolate is chocolate, in my opinion. That's fair. That's so fair. I still like white chocolate. I hate dark chocolate. I like dark chocolate. Dark chocolate is good. I can't stand white chocolate. It's for me, the reason why I don't like white chocolate is just it's so sweet. Oh god, it hurts my teeth. It hurts my teeth. I'm a chocolate fiend, the Tony ones? Wait, if Mike Myers were going to wear a pair of Gunners, like Mike Myers as in like Halloween Michael Myers or like Shrek Michael Myers, which one are we talking about? I've been to Meyer Gardens. Oh, wait, really? I love the Meyer Garden Center. They have a pussy willow plant that I really want. Also, Nikki. Think of the forehead kissy. Sounds like Dollarama chocolate. It's awful. You went to the Hershey Park, the chocolate was better than Hershey's from the store? That makes sense. That makes sense. Coco Asante also makes ethical bonbons. I bought it as a gift and got exactly half of one, and those are yummy as a treat. Interesting. What? What are they selling? Get good teeth, girl. Listen, there's nothing wrong with my teeth. It's just super sweet. And it's just so sweet. Michael Myers the killer. I gotta know. I gotta specify. Really? Alu. That's good to know. I don't like frequent Grand Rapids, but it's good to know. Do both of them? Do Michael Myers? Okay, we'll do Michael Myers and Michael Myers. But I'm not gonna specify which Michael Myers is which. Okay, well, that'll be fun. Ooh, yes, like white chocolate chip macadamia, which, Nikki, that you mentioned that, is like my favorite cookie, was one of my favorite cookies ever. No, I'm not gonna tell you. I think it's a good idea. I'm gonna do both of them, but I'm not gonna tell you who I think is who, and you guys can guess who I think is for who. Do you really, Lou? Do you live in Michigan? Hi, Music Kid! Music Kid, did you have the best weekend ever? Everyone say, hi, Music Kid! Oh, thank you, Jinx! Jinx, I'll look at it in a moment. Sorry, I know I sometimes look at stuff on the Discord during stream, but I can't always do it during stream. I'm so sorry. I know some people are sensitive to sweet and sour foods, also hot foods, but now I get heartburn as an adult. Grew up eating spicy, but now I don't like it anymore. I can't handle it. Yeah, heartburn sneaks up on us all. It really does. It was really productive. I'm so proud of you! I was really productive today, but I still have so much more to get done. I can't eat nuts because they hurt my, like, all bellies? All nuts? In the cherry capital? I'm gonna smile and nod and pretend like I know what that is. That sounds really cool, though. Okay, when you say cherry capital, are you talking about, like, ding, like, cherries? Shut the front door, Jinx. For 6 months? That's our second 6-month prime today. What the helly? Thank you so much for the 6 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Guys, I want 6 W's in chat. 6 W's! I get heartburn from drinking water, but not from spicy food. Are you okay? I worked on my coding stuff today. Oh, for the game, for like the gaming stuff or something, right? And got my game so it could be used with a controller. Shut up. That's so cool. You're so cool, Music Kid. Whatever. I miss you. It was so good. It looked really good. But seriously, Jinx, thank you so much for the 6 months. And thank you so much for the Prime. You could have used your Prime on literally any other streamer, but use it here. I cannot tell you how grateful I am. I can have nut butters? What's it? Is nut butter, just as it sounds, is just like butter, but it's made from nuts? Is that what it? I've never heard of nut butter before. What if it was like chopped like in a cookie? You do like walnut cookies or something? Traverse City. Anything up here is named after cherries. Our airport is cherry. Really? That sounds like a Pokemon. Like Traverse City sounds like it'd be like a Pokemon card. Or maybe I'm too like Pokemon focused. I have the autism that makes me want to eat the same thing every day for like a month straight. Yes, me too. And then one day after you finally just stocked up on the food, like hot dogs. Hot dogs is a big one for me, where I will go eating a hot dog every single day for lunch, sometimes even lunch and dinner. Hot dog, hot dog, hot dog, hot dog, hot dog, hot dog, hot dog. And I'll buy a 6-pack of hot dogs, buy the 6-pack of buns, and I'll look at the hot dog. I'll be like, you make me physically nauseous just looking at you. And then it goes bad and I waste all that money. Yeah, I have that tism too, and it sucks. Oh! It's like peanut butter, but like with almond or cashew. Shut up. So what do you mix it with? Does your nut butter act as like a peanut butter, what's the word? Como se dice, not replacement, but replacement? That's interesting. 6 W's? See, Panda Pants, that's really my favorite. Thank you for the W's for Jinx. Jinx, you're way too sweet. Seriously, thank you. Oh, how's your tongue, by the way? I had chicken sandwiches twice a day for 3 weeks, and I think Della wanted to kill me. Oops. Popcorn? Yeah, I actually had popcorn the other day because of spades. Like, whenever I think of spades, or like, oh no. Yeah, I do associate popcorn with spades, and vice versa. But I was watching a video game, and someone in the video game was eating popcorn, and was like, I want popcorn. And it made me think of spades, because I think I was texting spades that day. And I was like, yeah, I need popcorn. So I actually had some popcorn the other day. Whoa, Nikki, I had a cheeseburger today. I had a cheeseburger today. Did you mean to do that? Oh! Eclipse? thank you for the tier 3 resub. What? So anyways, enjoy your 110, count them, your 110 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. Also, you get your the first thing on my wall. I have a very important question for you, Eclipse. Dog or cat? Thank you so much. What the fudge? 51 months too? Interesting, Raven. Oh, cheesecake? Oh, yeah, I should have known that, right? Oh! This is perfect for you. It's like the perfect doggo shape for you. Thank you so much for the tier 3. Holy! Peanuts are legumes and closer to beans than nuts, so peanut butter is closer to bean paste. This is something like almond or cashew butter. Shut the front door. Substitution! Yeah, that's the word. Substitution, not replacement. Really? Oh, nothing beats Costco hot dogs. Yeah, I actually do still have a pack of hot dogs in my freezer. I mean, I have some in my refrigerator right now because I'm back into my my hot dog enjoyer moment. But I can eat solid foods. Yippee! I'm glad it's getting better, Jinx. Interesting. Also, I'm so sorry if I've missed anyone's messages. You got Donald Wald by tier 3. Eclipsed Aurora. I still keep wanting to say Eclipsed Phoenix. Yeah, Costco hot dogs, like, name a better, like, duo than Costco and hot dogs. I'll wait. Aurora. Oh, you know what? I know what I'm gonna do for your doggy too. Is it really? I go there for lunch a lot. Oh, that's so dangerous. But at least it's super cheap though. Is when the denied fixation food is freezable, so you can at least. Yeah, that's true. That's true. You've never been to a Costco? Do you have one by you? Oh, really? I've never had their chicken tenders. I've only ever had. I think I maybe had their pizza once when I was a kid. But shut up. Just like the matcha. Yeah, I feel like that would have been safe to say, but I understand. I appreciate it. Sponsor stream. I've never had their chimpkin tenders, which is funny because chimpkin tenders is always a safe food for me. I'll be that. I'm screenshotting that. That is so funny. Oh my god. That's so funny. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, exactly, Panda Pants. That is so goated to have it right there. Sometimes I'm funny. That was literally like the funniest thing ever. What did you say? God bless Costco, hallowed be thy name. Shut up. You're so funny. You guys aren't supposed to be funnier than the streamer. Alright. I think I have a good idea for what to do for Eclipse Doggy. I just hope I can make it look good. No pressure. I do. Oh, okay. You should though. Question. Because I know Costco is like really like come down on their membership and allowing people in. Can like okay, so say for example, like can I go into a Costco with no membership and go to their cafeteria? Or are they like only memberships now? Because and I know in the past you could go in without a membership. But I think you need a membership now. Yeah, you got the squirrel! I love the emote so much. It's only memberships now. That's so hateful and spiteful and anti-pride. Wait, really, Panda Pants? It is rude. You can go to their cafeteria for... Oh, you can? Because in the past you could, but I know, like, recently, as in, like, the last, like, month or so, I think I thought they were changing it. Well, I guess maybe Eclipse, if you do end up going, which I know is, like, you can do whatever you want, but, like, you gotta try the Costco hot dog sometime before, you guy. Like, it's a bucket list thing. I feel like I'm hyping it up too much. It's not that great. It's great for $1.50, alright? Moon cards! Mwah, they were the forehead kiss you. But, like, maybe you could call and be like, hey, can I go in without a membership or something? Yeah. Yeah, for $1.50, hot dog and a drink, you can't top that, right? I'm doing really, really well, Moon Quartz. I'm having a pretty good day today. How are you doing? You don't have any Costco's? That sucks, Kaylee. Do you have Sam's Club? Has anyone ever been to a Sam's Club? I don't think I've ever physically been into one. Yeah, same Raven. My parents have a membership. Oh, BJ. Okay, I've heard of a BJ's. What part of the country is that in? BJ's, or is that like a European thing? I don't know. I have no clue where BJ's is. You worked at a Sam's Club. Do they have a like a cafeteria like Costco does? You're so funny. I unfortunately have been to a Sam's Club. Is it that bad? Okay, so BJ's is in... Okay, you stop that right now. I'll allow it. Okay. Okay. I don't know. Maybe there are some in Illinois. I've just never seen them. Sam's Club is Walmart and isn't as great. BJ's is decent. Okay, so it's Costco, BJ's, Sam's Club is what I'm hearing? Do BJ's or Sam's Club have a cafeteria like Costco does? There's so many things I think are a sign for me to get tested for autism. One being that I'm part of the neurodivergent group and the fact that there are specific... yeah, you've been saying that, Jinx. I thought you were going to get tested. I've heard of Wawa. That's East Coast, right? I used to watch Prank versus Prank. And they would go to Wawa. Wow, or whatever. I don't know. I used to watch Prank versus Prank before they broke up. BJ's does. Is BJ's good? Oh yeah, welcome back, Loki, sorry. I've heard of Sheets. I've never seen a Sheets, and I've never seen a Wawa. Who want to go to Costco with me? I'll go. Your BJ's does not have a cafeteria. Gotcha. There was something I need to do. Hey, you know what? Take your time. There's a reason I have a membership. Get that $1.50, baby. Now you're making me want to do like a... God, I'm trying to like leave my house, you know, at least like once a week or something. Whether it's like to get my mail or to go like a little bit further when I'm walking my dogs. I'm just like trying to like push myself a little bit more. It'd be nice to go to Costco. And okay, what's a glizzy challenge? I mean, I know what a glizzy is and I know what a challenge is, but is there something called a glizzy challenge? Yeah, that's what I was thinking, low-key, right? Happy Pride Month, Nathan! Oh, happy Pride Month, Moon Quartz! My sweet angel. Nathan, mwah, thank you for the Flora kissy. It's almost like I would love just to get a hot dog. I'd have to go, like, during a slow time, because Costco really stresses me out. What's up, Juan? 1 milli. I hope you're doing so good. Hey, Jinx, take your time. There's no rush. Go to Costco. Yeah, Nikki! Oh my god. Yeah, you're so right. Big wiener eating challenge on stream for Pride. Oh, God. Girly pop? What? This is a reminder that Pride was built on the blood, sweat, and hard work of black trans queers. True. And we would be nowhere without their sacrifices for us. Very true. Music head, forgive my ignorance. Who was the one, with, like, that beautiful flower crown? You know who I'm talking about. Like, I feel like Orella from DBD was based off of her. Marsha P. Johnson. I love that you knew who I was talking about. Yeah. She's the first one that comes to mind. Yes, Kaylee, happy Pride! Eat them on stream, all beef, kosher as fuck. $1.50! Man. Okay, question. Is there a limit to how many hot dogs you could order at the cafeteria? You know what? I just made a new command. Okay, I'll let chat know. I did make a new command. Don't use it. Don't use it right now because it is a counting command. So don't use it right now. But just so my mods and VIPs know, because it is only a mod and VIP command, that I did make a jump scare command. And I did add Eclipse, the will rip emote to that. So you guys can count how many times Pixel gets jump scared in a month. And I'll keep, like, I was thinking I'll keep a tally for... Girl, what did you just say? Sorry, I just got distracted. I'll keep a tally for, like, what month has, like, the most jump scares. But yeah, there's for my mods and VIPs, there is a exclamation point jump scare. And it'll count how many times I get jump scared. I'm falling behind on chat. Gremlins! Mwah. Kiyoshi. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. That does include, like, the Dick's jump scare and things like that. Pen deliverance. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. So that's the sentence that like almost stopped me my tracks. Aloo the track in. You can order as many as you can fit. Good to know. The limit does not exist. Bisexual, I'm pansexual. Pixel Costco sponsorship when you are so funny. I'd have to look up how much it is. I know there's a Groupon for it recently. She's the big icon of Stonewall for sure, as she should be. Where'd my music go? Oh, you just like have like 30 seconds of dead air for no reason. Oh my god, hello? God, okay. That was scary. $65 a year? I wonder how often I'd have to go to get a hot dog for them to make that, like, worth it. Good evening, Dandy. Good evening. Oh, thank you! Guys, put your pansexual emotes in chat. Do I have... Oh, I have this one. Once a week. Where your parents can just put you on your membership? I don't know if they do that anymore. I think they're, like, cracking down on membership sharing, aren't they? Trans woman and a lesbian. Fuck yeah, dude. Hi, Otter Gaming! Otter Gaming, happy Monday. Wait, really? If you get the executive membership, it's $120 a year, but you get it back if you don't spend a certain amount? I'm sure I could just Google this, but since I have you guys here. What's the difference between the executive and the regular? I don't get gas there either. There's more than hot dogs? 4 hours away! Jesus, Nathan! Oh, yeah, that's right. Arizona iced teas are 99 cents. No way, Loki. Hell yeah. You can get in early? Like an hour early? Because I know Sam's Club does that. Whoa. You get 2% back? Oh. Does it work on hot dogs too? I'm sorry. I had 2 hot dogs today. No. I had 2 hot dogs. No. I had 1 hot dog yesterday and 1 hot dog today. My parents made a really good dinner. It was burgers and hot dogs. And I told them it was the best dinner I've ever had in my life. And they gave me leftovers. And so I had a hot dog yesterday, a hot dog today. It was really good. Wait, really? You're piquing my interest. How much is that executive, by the way? Ooh, you know what? I feel like I did go to Costco for... Oh, I did go to Costco for tires. I did. But my dad paid for it because it was a birthday present. So, but he's got to be executive or something. Who doesn't love hot dogs? Rootsy. Rootsy or Mod doesn't love hot dogs. Oh. Hi, Echo Freak Show. Echo Freak Show. You're so sweet. I hope you're doing so good. Wow, really, Kiyoshi? You guys are, like, really piquing my interest. Oh, 125. Thank you guys so much for answering all my questions. I'm sure I could literally just Google this, but thank you guys so much. Also, Echo Freak Show. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I hope you're doing so good, though, Echoes. What's something good that you guys want to share with me? Anything good? Anything that you're happy about? Yeah, Google's AI. Yeah, it's so unreliable, too. Like, every time I go to search something, I have to search something and then scroll to actually find, like, a people answer. Community college! Are you still in it right now for summer classes, or are you done for the summer? Ah! Yes! Oh my god, so Music Kid is officially in the Twitch Pride Guild! No, my favorite part about being in the Twitch Pride Guild is Spades. I keep thinking about Spades. It's like the second time I've done that. Are all the Discord emotes. I love it. I'm so happy for you. So if you had a bit-a-thon to pay for Glizzy Day, how many do you think would fit? You are so funny. I don't know if I would do that. I think I wouldn't do that for a lot of reasons, Panda Pants. One, I'm a fat woman on the internet, and people hate fat women on the internet. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Aw, I have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you, and I also love your username. But I'm a fat woman on the internet, and so, I think people would hate to see that. And then 2, I'm also a just woman on the internet, and I feel like that would just not be good content for me to do. I would love to do that, like, on my own, and just, like, eat a bunch of hot dogs. But I don't think I would do that on stream. I still need to do my Pickle Palooza day. I was actually gonna do that last Saturday, but we had Dungeons and Dragons instead, so we did not do that last Saturday. We're just always thinking about space. I went no contact with my mom and about a month out for my waitlist limit for advanced trauma and cognitive behavioral therapies. I didn't really understand that last sentence, but I understood wait list. So that's exciting. I'm very happy for you, Ghost Gremlins. I'm sure it was not easy, but hugs. I haven't checked the Discord in so long. I'm such a bad person, but I get really overwhelmed. I was really active in the Pride Discord when it first was announced, and then I haven't talked in it much since. Yikes. But Life Unity! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Also, cat or dog? Cat or dog? You choose. Whomst would you like? That emote is so cute, by the way. To the shock of nobody, music it. Cat? No, but Life Unity has to pick, because Life Unity redeemed it. Also, Hype Pet Autism. Hesitantly excited? That makes sense. Yeah. Also, Eclipse, I'm still working on your dog. I'm so sorry. One is Trauma, the other one is... Oh! We love that for you. Cat, okay. Sounds good. And then after these treats, I'm gonna finish Eclipse Tier 3 Doggy, because they have been waiting so patiently for me. You are so cute. I'm being very careful to make sure he doesn't bite me. Sorry, I got nervous. Okay, let me get it, sweetheart. Let me get it. Oh, there's cat hair in that one. Come here, right here. Don't bite. Okay. Ah, yeah! Yo, we're 6 for 6 on him not biting me. Good kitty! Good kitty! You're so soft. Wow, mommy did such a good job brushing you. He is a good boy. Cashly cat! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Yeah, definitely bye. Happy Pride! Cat, happy Pride. You have a new pet? You don't want to disturb him? Oh, he loves being disturbed, especially for TREATSs. Oh, we love snacks. All right, let me do this little kitty cat. I burped, sorry. Okay. And then we'll go back to the Gunner thing too, because I still gotta find the Michael Myers. Oh, Eclipse! I hope you love this this doggy. Oh my god, you're gonna love him so much. And then we'll go back to the Oh, I love Kaiserion. Kaiserion. We'll go back to yapping about Gunner too, because we are still sponsored by Gunner for these next hour. Have a good night, Jinx! Jinx, I'll peep in the Discord too to see what you posted. Hope you have a very good sleepy. Everyone say good night, Jinx! And thank you so much for the Prime. You're so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Back to Panda's dumb question about Gunners. No such thing as a dumb question. No such thing. Alright. I think you're gonna love this, Eclipse. So in our Dungeons and Dragons group, Eclipsed is known for being a little chaos gremlin, and what they like to do is set things on fire. So he's holding like a little like thing of like a little fireball. So thank you so much for the tier 3 resub. You're so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Music, do you like it? About like what we're gonna do for anniversary next year, and there's like a safari experience a few countries over that's like £600, which is $800 with both of us. Oh my god, that's not bad, right? You say there are no super questions, only super people. Oh, Panda Pants. That is a very smart person who said that. You are our first doggy on our wall, by the way. Oh, first anything on the wall. Let's go! Thank you so much. Holy. It's actually been a couple weeks. Or a couple months, I think, since you set something on fire. But hasn't been that long since Spades has cut off someone's finger. This is in Dungeons and Dragons, by the way. I have to go, bye, Shinobi! Everyone say good night, Shinobi. Hope you have the best night ever. Thank you, too, so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate you. What? Everyone say bye, Shinobi. Give me by Panic with the sexy voices, not me. Sorry for the mod post. I'm just a big. Jasper, stop. That is so good to know. Shinobaroni. That's so cute. Yes, Panda Pants. Yes, they do. Everything can be flaming. Elephant, giraffe, rhino, and leopards. And your lodge looks out onto those specific. Really? What would you pick, Gremlins? What would you pick? All right. Let's go back to... Yes. Let's go back to the Gunners. Reminder that there is the sale, which I posted. I posted my little video in the Gunner channel of the Discord, that if you get any sunglasses for full price, you get the Maverick sunglasses for free. And I think I put my Mavericks away. Where are the Mavericks? Oh, here are the glasses that you get for free. The Maverick Sunnies. If you get a different Sunnies full price. So like there's the Borderlands Ripper. Oh, it's sold out. Just kidding. You can't get that one. Let's see. Oh, there's the Barons. The Barons, which used to be the Tony Starks. There's the Fallout Vault 33 ones, the Fallout Lockett 38s, and the Fallout Brotherhood of Steel. I think any of these three would be stunning. I think mostly these two. I think I prefer these two as Sunnies. And then the Cyberpunk 2027 Dex one is pretty cool as well. Steph, thank you for the 3 stream streak. What the fudge? Thank you so much. I hope you're doing so good, Steph. Happy weekend, or happy Monday. I hope you had a great weekend. But elephants are cool, right? They're so smart. All right. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to go through and I'm going to pick a glasses. Oh, and the mystery box too. But don't say that in front of Panda. I'm going to go through and pick a glasses for Michael Myers, like Halloween Michael Myers, and then Michael Myers, like Austin Powers Michael Myers. And I'm not going to tell you what glasses I think will go to who, but you guys can guess. And I'll pick the two, and then I'll be like, okay, you guys guess this one or this one, and then we'll see who's right. I actually had a pretty good weekend. Thank you so much for asking. Also, Luna. Thank you for the forehead QC. All right, I sorted a bunch of Pokemon cards. Don't say what in front of Panda. That the mystery box is still going. Jasper. Oh, right here. Right here. There you go. Okay. Also, if you guys want to get a closer look at any of the glasses, just be like, all right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I like that. Okay. Go. Yes. So, let's see. The mystery box will literally be like anything from the website. However, that does include kid sizes because Panda Pants got how many but you've gotten unlucky. Now Loki, because there's two spectrums. There's two spectrums. Panda Pants got an unlucky mystery box, and Salted Loki got a lucky mystery box a couple times. I got in my mystery box, they sent me to do like a promo video, and they said, on God, Scout's honor. My brother was an Eagle Scout, so by proxy, I am also an Eagle Scout. By proxy. So Scout's honor. These are the 3 that I got for my mystery box. It wasn't even like pack special for me. They literally just picked 3 random glasses for me. And these were the 3 that I got. What was the 3rd one that I got? Oh, I remember. I gotta find it. She doesn't feel like looking for it, so I'm just gonna find it on the website. I did make a video about it. Oh, here, I'll just do. Hello? Oh, I'm not clicked. Was it the reading glasses? I think it was just these. Okay. So these are the 3 glasses that I got from my mystery box. When I had the cart showed different random numbers next to them. Oh! Really? Hold on. I'm gonna say something, but I don't want to be... Hold on. Stop! Sorry, Jasper's trying to eat my Pokemon cards. Oh, thank you, Echoes! You're so sweet. Thank you. It doesn't look like mine have numbers. Let me do one, and then let me add to cart. No. This is what my cart looks like. Just, here, no numbers. Just says mystery. So it may be different now. Because you got the mystery ones from a while ago. Hold on. I'm not sure if I'm like logged in. So I'm gonna like make sure. Alright, well that's forever in my cart now. Alright. Yeah, it was a while ago. Guns! Mwah! Think with a forehead kiss you. That's true, and the kids ones probably do sell less. Because in my 3-pack that I got, oh shit, sorry, I keep doing the wrong scene. I did get the attaché that you see here. I got this one. What color did I get, guys? Was it this one? I'm sorry, he's like yelling. He's being such a bad boy. I will get the squirt bottle. Where is it? Stop. Sorry, he's being nasty. He's being a nasty boy. I squirted him with like a squirt bottle for water. So I got these, the attaché. I really like those. I just don't feel like finding them right now because I'm lazy. And then I also got the Cruise Kids, and then the Assassin's Creed Intercepts, which I already have in my prescription. So I have these to give away whenever they're sold out on the website. But these are what the kids' cruise ones look like on. So you can definitely tell. You can definitely tell they're a smaller frame. Like, you can absolutely tell. I wouldn't say that you can, like, just tell that they're, like, children's glasses. But you can definitely tell that they're a smaller frame. I wouldn't say that they're, like, uncomfortable. But this is just specifically the cruise glasses. But Loki did say that, you gave away your glasses to... What was it? To children's. So they did go to a good place. And then these were the Assassin's Creed ones, which are one of my favorite glasses ever. But they were I already own these in my prescription. These are non-prescription for the mystery boxes. But I mean, they're only $15, and just to see if the blue light blocking even makes a difference for you, I think it's just a really good way to just try them out. I love these so much. I'm obsessed with them. But I have them in my prescription, so I would never use these ones. I hate superheroes, so getting the Spider-Man glasses is probably the worst. Oh, really? That's unfortunate. So I know, I think Loki got some Spider-Man ones from a mystery box before as well. Also, guys, I hope you're doing very well. Happy Monday. Also, I'm sorry if I missed anyone's messages. But these were the 3 glasses that I got from my mystery box. So, the Intercept, Assassin's Creed Intercept, the children's sized Cruise, and then the Attaché. What's up, Haku? Haku, happy Monday! You look fabulous. Oh, thank you. Also, Haku, mwah, thank you for the forehead kiss. I hope you had a fantastic weekend. Assassin's Creed Mirage. And I'm an Ubisoft partner too, so this is kind of perfect though. Ubisoft. Be good. Alright. Benny! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, we're doing so good, Benny! Benny, happy Monday! Oh, also 167. Oh, are we talking about the, wait, we got 167 forehead kisses and then Mr. Ware with the 67 forehead kisses? No way. Thank you. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the follow. What's up, Goth Barbie Games? I love your username, by the way. What were you talking about, the Amber Max? Oh, I don't think they... Oh. I don't think I've ever seen Amber Max in mystery boxes. Shut up, Steph! That's on Sunday! And if you guys saw the Discord announcement, I might be streaming. Chill on it. I might be streaming on Sunday. So, maybe we could have a big ol' 6-7 day. I don't know what we could do. I don't know. I'll think of something if we end up doing it. But this is what the Amber Max looks like. And this is in my prescription. So I can actually see. You are so sweet, God Barbie. No, you. I hope you had a fantastic weekend. Also, happy Pride if you celebrate. Happy Mental Health Month. And then, isn't it Indigenous Month or something? I saw something, I think, on Twitter. Yeah, Steph, these are my favorite functional glasses. So, the 98% Amber Max flavor blocks out. Hey, let's go! Well, Goth Barbie, Mazel tov to you and your wife. That's awesome. So here's the Amber Max glasses. And where's my info where it like does the... Oh, here we go. So the Amber Max lens tint for extreme photosensitivity and sleep control blocks 98% of blue light at 450 nanometers. Is that what NM stands for? Uses sleep improvement, migraine management, and post-concussion treatment. I get vertigo kind of often, and I don't get migraines often, but I will get headaches because, you know, I'm just like sit here staring at screens for my entire life. As soon as I feel any sort of like tickling in my brain of like any sort of like tingling. Hold on. There's a ditto in chat. Cool. I want a shiny ditto. But as soon as I feel any sort of like inkling of a headache, I pop these suckers on because they just mute the bright lights. And now another benefit that I wouldn't say is a selling point for Gunner because it's a personal benefit is that because these are darker lenses, it's kind of like how like when you put on sunglasses, everything's darker. So I'm autistic, neurodivergent. I get overly sensitive to lights, sounds, smells, etc. And if I'm feeling particularly overwhelmed by vision with like lights or anything like that, I'll pop on these glasses and it just helps like just mute the loud lights, if that makes sense. Loud lights. I know that doesn't make sense because loud is not in eyeballs, but I think for my neurodivergent folks, you'll understand my metaphor there. But I as far as function goes, I love my Amber Max lenses. They are my favorite function glasses, and these are my Volt 33 glasses. I love them very much. They're so pretty. Hi, Spooky Dragon! Oh. Everything's so bright! And then my favorite glasses at the moment are my dailies. Oh, everything is so bright right now. And these... Oh! I did catch the ditto, but I didn't get the shiny. Stupid. Digital princess. There she is. These are the glasses I'm wearing right meow. Now, these I think would be really cool if they were in the Amber Max. Like, look how dope those are. In the Amber Max flavor. And with my birthday month autism. Yeah, you did! You really did! To gay men's mental health month. I am visible. What is anything special for July? I never really pay attention to that. I'm a mentally ill trans man, so this is a great month for me. Yes! I love that for you. And then another favorite glasses. I actually haven't worn these in a minute, but I've kind of been like jonesing to wear these recently. Let me clean them really quickly. I was wearing these for like a year straight. What? Whoa! Thank you so much for the raid! What's up, Nadereem? I hope I'm saying your name right. Hi, Danny! What's up, Nadereem? What's up, Faith? What's up, Samsung? Yo, thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in! What's up, Rapax? July is this? Oh, no way! Oh, Pet Awesome, that's awesome. Did you guys see Did you guys see the Disability Pride? Not Pride, Disability Guild? Yo, what the heck? Thank you guys so much for the follows. Whoa. Thank you so much. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. You guys are so sweet. Wait, Nadereem, what were you doing? Or should I just call you Nader? Yo, Nader, how was your stream? You seem really cool. You'll be so disappointed, don't worry. Welcome in, guys. My name is PixelxKitten. We're doing a sponsored stream right now with Gunner Optics, all the glasses I'm wearing. So I'm just talking about glasses for a little bit. But I'm a variety streamer. I play a lot of DBD, Clair, Obscur, Expedition 33 recently. I've been doing Overwatch. I've been doing Outlast Trials. I just whatever I feel like, you know? Haiti Wolf. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Welcome in. Oh, also, Haku, thank you for the 3 stream streak. You're subbed for 1 year affiliate anniversary. Happy anniversary! That's so dope. Hell yeah, brother. Yo, welcome in. I also, I have 3 cats and 2 dogs. Here's 33% of my cat population right here. Hello, lovely. And there's 50% of my dog population. Oh, Hottie! Thank you so much for dumbing that down for me. So is it Hottie Wolf? Is that right? Gremlins! Come and thank you for the 5 stream streak. Ah! Yeah. Cool. Hottie. I'm gonna try to remember that. I'm so sorry if I ever, like, mispronounce it again. Please let me know if I ever mispronounce your names. I hate mispronouncing names. Yeah. This is Jasper. Do you want to say hello? This is Jasper. He is annoying as heck. But he's so cute. I did just squirt him with a squirt bottle earlier because he was trying to eat like my Pokemon cards. Oh, I opened up a lot of Pokemon cards too. So, oh, dragon, cat or dog. Thank you guys so much. Guys, please, Nader and friends, if you guys need to go get your post-stream self-care, Jasper, okay. If you guys need to get your post-stream self-care, please go take care of yourself. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, nammies and babbies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. Please take care of yourselves. And then I'll do these treats, and then I'll play a raid trailer for you guys. So you have like a little glimpse into the craziness that is my stream. No fudging way. Back-to-back raids! The headset. Thank you. This is the Razer Kraken Kitty V3. What the fudge? Back-to-back raids! Pumpkin! Thank you so much. Yo, welcome in, Raiders. What the hell? Pumpkin. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. See? Yeah, he does blend into the bed a little bit, doesn't he? That's Boo. Boo is my sleeping mascot. He is always sleeping on stream. But he's an actual crazy pants. How is your stream? Oh! Pumpkin! What were you up to? he blends in. You can see him like a little bit better in the dog cam, though. Oh, man. Yo, do you guys hear the alerts at all? Man, I'm so sorry. My alerts are so messed up during my sponsor segments. I'm so sorry. Pumpkin! Thank you guys so much for the raids, guys. Everyone go follow Nader. Everyone go follow Pumpkin. I'm gonna play a raid trailer for you guys. I can't play the raid trailer. I can't do it. I've just remembered because it's during the sponsor stream, and my audio gets messed up during the sponsor stream. In 45 minutes, when my sponsored thing ends, I could play a raid trailer. Damn. Aw, I'm so sorry, guys. Well, welcome in, Raiders. Do you guys want to see? Yeah, the audio. I don't know what happened to the audio, but it's so messed up. I do have 3 cats and 2 dogs. Here's Jasper. That's the cat that you just saw. That's Boo, who's right here. And then I also have Charlie and Midnight and Balthazar. So those are my... Will you play Bonk? Wait, what's that? Oh, Samsung, you were so sweet. You don't have to lie to me, though. I'm joking. You're so sweet! Thank you so much. Yeah, happy Pride, by the way, to anyone who celebrates. Happy Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. Oh, I can't play any of my raid trailers because the audio is borked. Oh, yeah, okay. In 45 minutes, I could absolutely do that. But welcome in. Every Monday from 7 p.m. till 9 p.m. Central Standard Time, I do my sponsor stream with Gunner Optics. And Gunner sponsors me every week. And we talk about how awesome the products are. And I show off the glasses a little bit, answer any questions. Have a good night, Craze Jester. Everyone say bye, Craze Jester. I hope you guys have the best Monday ever. Or if you guys are European or Easterly, happy Tuesday. Yeah, happy Pride, everybody. Oh! I'm also pansexual, and so I'm in the Women's Guild on Twitch and the Pride Guild, so. You guys are all so sweet. What the hecky? Thank you guys so much for the raid, truly. Bisexual? Oh, hell yeah. Rockin' Rebel. Mwah! Think about the forehead, Kissy. Pumpkin. I'm sorry. I can't, like, not say your name like that. There you go. Everyone go follow Nader and Pumpkin. Bye, Rebex! I hope you guys are doing so good. Did you say Grandpa? Jasper, stop being a bad boy. Oh, my God. Oh, Hottie, thank you for the pansexual pride. Yeah. We just, you're grandma? That's so funny. I'm Unk. Oh, wait, did I see Kyle sneak in, too, by the way? Did I see my moderator, Kyle? I did! It's also Kyle's birthday this month, too. It's one of my mods, no. It's one of my mods, Rootsy's birthday tomorrow. And then it's Kyle's birthday in a couple weeks. And it's Mama J's birthday on Thursday. Lots of birthdays this month. I have no birthday. My calendar says otherwise. I was willed into being. Yeah, despite all of our best. Oh, that sounds so mean. I was going to be like. Sorry, I was going to say despite our best efforts. But I only say that to, like, mess with you. I'm so sorry. But that sounded really terrible. It sounded like, oh my God, I wish Kyle wasn't born. That sounds awful. I'm very happy you're alive, Kyle. for what it's worth. I'm very happy. I respect it. Okay. I figure out of anybody to say that to, you would understand the breast. Oh, I can't hear the alert. Do you guys hear it? Oh, what's up, Toad? I can't hear my alerts during my sponsored stream. I go meow. I go meow. Here, I could sing it. Oh my God, Samsung. It's the ADHD and the autism. You can't hear it? You're about to get punished. Oh, I wonder, Loki, if I have to double all of my audios. I'll try that. I'll totally try that experiment, and you guys are gonna have to help me. But I won't do it now, because I'll probably mess everything up. Toad, thank you for the 400 bits! You're gonna get punished! You wanna go into the bad kitten corner? Wait, I wanna turn off the channel stream alerts, whatever they're called. Because, if you guys can't hear, because I don't care if I can't hear alerts, I care if you guys can't hear it. Hold on, let me go to mute channel really quickly. Girl, I know, PC, I know you're struggling, but please load, please load my channel. Sorry, give her a second. I just really want to turn off the sound alerts because I don't want someone like to waste their money. I feel so bad. Oh, you know what, Toad? I wonder. Hold on. After log in my Twitch. Okay, hold on. Sorry, hold on. I can't see chat right now. Hold on. I think after the sponsor segment, when I fix my audio, I can play it so we can hear it. How do I turn this off? I wish there was like a button that just like turns off sound alerts. Home? Alright, hold on. Let me check on chat. Stop giving me bits! Holy shit. Oh my god. When did this happen? Holy shit. Thank you for the 52 months? What the fudge? Thank you so much, Reaper. Thank you for the 52 months? I can't even count that high. Holy. Enjoy your 90? Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Holy 52. Oh, have a good night, Samsung. Everyone say good night, Samsung. It was lovely to meet you, Samsung. I hope you have the best night ever. Toad, thank you for another 200 bits. You're gonna go into the bad kitten corner. I hope you know that. Thank you so much. Happy Monday. Good night, Samsung. Big fan of your products, by the way. Samsung products. How do I turn off activity? Oh, pause! Pause sound alerts. Ah, cool. Okay, hopefully that worked. Can I go to the corner? Yeah. Wait, hold on. Yeah, you can go into the bad kitten corner. Yeah. Cool. Alright, hopefully that fixed it. Don't, like, try to redeem a sound alert, though, to test it. Hello, kitty cat. Oh, that's what we're saying. Okay. Before we got so, lovely rated by Nader and Pumpkin, I wanted to show you guys some glasses that I used to, not the jail, whatever, hater. I want to show you guys the other glasses. I used to wear these all the time. Actually, I think I used to wear this shirt. I haven't worn this shirt in like over a year. I think like, or maybe like just under a year. I haven't worn this shirt in so long. But I forgot how cute it is. You can kind of see my tattoos through it. Oh, cute. But, wow. Whoa. I forgot how cute these glasses are. Whoa. So you guys don't hear that alert? Nick, you're gonna get punished, by the way. I'm leaving these glasses on, chat. What? But Gunner can hear it. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to double every single one of my sound alerts for Gunner streams going forward. Alright. Alright, whatever. Are you kidding me? Are you shiitaking my mushrooms, Nikki? Thank you for the 5 gifted subs to Gouda Bite, Pan Gamer Chris, Barilla, Rocket Rebel, and Dandy64. You're our very first kitty cat on the wall. I have a very important question for you. Pink, orange, yellow, salmon, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple. Or purple. Oh my god! I always wanted those, Loki. That's so funny. I'm trying... Oh, for what, Tony? Tony? Tony's right. Toad, I'm gonna put you in the bad kitten corner. Alright, sounds good. I could do some purple. And we're on the laying down kitties this month. Last month was sitting kitties. This month is laying down kitties. Toad, thank you for another 200 bits. One more, and you're out of here. Thank you guys so much for the hype train. Chop chop! If we hit a level 5 hype train, I will do another shot after the sponsor segment. I won't do it during, don't worry. But we've already unlocked, what was it, 2? Because we had the tier 3 sub, 5 gifted subs, and then, yeah. What's up, 34 karat gold king? Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Everyone say hello. Adri, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, the Black Panther ones were so cool. I don't think they're on the website anymore. I'm so sad about it because I never got any of them. I requested them too, and I was so sad. Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. But seriously, Nikki, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Thank you guys so much for the hype train. The gay hype train. Happy Pride! Happy Pride, everybody! Did everyone have a good weekend? I feel like I had a pretty good weekend. Escape. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Yay! You're home from work? Nice. I hope work was okay today. Don't say of course. I'm gonna kiss you. I was gonna finish that sentence, but I'll think I'll leave it like that. But truly, thank you so much. Happy Pride, Bed Gamer Chris. Mwah! What kind of kitty cat do I want to do for you? Oh, they are? Oh, I'll have to look. Because this is like when they were doing like a bunch of internal like changes for like staffing. 69 more subs to the sub goal. That's it. I'm not going to finish that sentence because we are in the sponsor segment, but that's a funny number for no particular reason. Okay, can I have someone vibe check me? Is that a good thing? I am pansexual, yes. Which means I love being in the kitchen. I'm joking. It just means I love anybody and everybody. All genders, no genders, whatever. Denny! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. See, I just don't know if that's like a should I be upset? Okay, that's what I thought, Music Kid. I just wasn't sure. I just needed like to know that like that's not like a bad word, a bad something. Dandy, enjoy your subby. If everyone got gifted the subby, enjoy your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. Are you really thinking for Carrot? Let's go. Happy Pride. Happy Pride. Also, thank you so much for the shout out to Music Kid with the Lego Star Wars, by the way. Silence yourself is crazy. Interesting. Oh, interesting, Loki. Interesting. Thank you guys so much for the level 3 hype train. Thank you guys so much. Holy moly, guacamole. Thank you so much for the, what was it, 52 month resub? Was it 52? Yeah, 52 months. Jesus Christ. And then the 1,000,000 bits and the 500 subs. Thank you guys so much. Wait, hold on. I want to put my favorite emote in chat. What kind of chicken? I've been playing the Lord of the Rings? Lord of the Rings? I know! It's my favorite emote. I'm so glad I finally got it. It's from the hype train. He's so cute! Did I tear up when I first saw him? Next question. Shut up, Toad. You're so cute. He's so cute. Look at how big he is! Spoiler, I'm autistic, and I fudging love frogs. Frogs make me so happy, guys. Look at him! Look at this Mr. Meon. Oh my god, Mr. Ware, thank you. I might make that, like, you know how if you do, like, bongo or something like that? My bongo cat, oh my god, stop. I'm gonna aggressively, stop. I'm gonna cry. These are so cute. I love frogs. I set up my frog that Anonymous got for me. Oh, Music Kid. Bummer, Music Kid. I'm leaving that up for shame, by the way. But for shame. I think it's like a level 2 hype train emote, I think. But I did set up my sponge holder upstairs. I took a picture of it. I forgot to put it in the Discord. No, don't delete it. It's funny. What's this one called? Frog Ponder. That one's cute too. Also, you guys just heard my stomach growl. No, you didn't. I had a hot dog earlier. This is the only spam that I need in my life. It's just Georgie March. Oh, he makes me so happy. Yeah, I think I might do one of the... Oh! He looks so scary. Oh, wow. You know what? I'll do that. I'm going to do that for the cat. All right. I'm going to... Speaking of punishment, bad kitten corner right now. Okay, no! Brother Penguin! Oh, I ruined the eclipse. I'm so sorry. Loki, thank you. Brother Penguin! Everyone say hello to God's favorite princess. Happy Pride. I'm gonna kiss you on the mouth. Also, I need to send you something. It's nothing big. It's like the smallest thing ever. But I need to send you something. Don't let me forget. Because I'm gonna forget. But I'm gonna hit you up. I'm gonna hit you up for your ad date. This is the smallest thing ever. Just so small. I want to send it to you. Because I just got it sitting in my box. My box over there. Give me that smooch. I called someone Pookie today in DMs, and I was like, I love calling people Pookie. It's so cute. Don't send me nothing, Eclipse. I'll punish you. Sorry. Okay. Guys, stop talking and stop being cute so I can do this little kitty cat for Nikki. Oh, I know what I want to do. I'm changing my mind. I gotta look this up, though. I think I did this before, but on a bigger cat. Okay. All right. It looks a little weird, but that's okay. We all look a little weird, right? Maybe I could fix it. Uh-oh, the too much gene. I'm leaving it. I'm leaving it. I'm leaving it because it's so imperfect. It's perfect now. Oh man, I want to try to fix it more, but I know I'm just gonna make it worse. It's alright. It gives it personality, Nikki. Don't worry. Okay, so if do you guys know who Judy is? Judy, the like bear from Animal Crossing. She has like those like crazy like star eyeballs. Okay, I need you guys to use your imagination. And like I added like this under part here to like try to fix her eyes, and now it looks like they're like almost like 3-dimensional or something. I don't know. Judy just moved off my island. I let her leave because there was this bear that wanted to move in, so I was like, okay, I'll take the bear. Bears beats Battlestar Galactica. But yeah, it's just like she got Judy eyes. When can I visit your island? I don't have, what's it called? Nintendo Live anymore. Like, you know, like Nintendo has like their their live services or whatever. I don't have that anymore, so I can't have people visit my island anymore. I'll put you here. First kitty cat. And then when we're done with the sponsor segment, I'll ask you guys what shots to do. I know. I don't even know. You can screen share in Discord. I can't screen share my Nintendo Switch because it's on my Nintendo Switch. And I have the like Elgato whatever it's called, like the capture card that I had for like since 2015, but I've never got it to be able to work with this PC. So I can't do that either. So I just have it handheld. If I've missed any thank yous, I'm the worst person. Did I say thank you for the resub? I don't think I did. I think I just like told her she was a bad girl. That was it. But Bravo Penguin, thank you for the 28 months. Just like take a video, like set up like my video on a tripod and then share that. No, I'm not gonna do that. I could take pictures. Oh, my phone's charging. I could take pictures of my island, like screenshots or something. I totally forgot. Guys, I brought a binder down here. Binder, I barely knew her. Shut up, camera. So I am trying to make like a cute little Pokemon binder. And no one judge me, okay? She's a work in progress. And I'm thinking what I want to do. Okay, what just happened? There we go. My chat just like freaked out. I'm thinking what I want to do is I want to make pages full of all of my favorite Pokemon. So, like, each page will be a Pokemon that, like, I love. And I'll just be, like, different Pokemon cards of that Pokemon. You know what I mean? So, do you guys want to see it? Do you guys want to see it? Destiny! It's gonna have to be dog if that's okay, because I don't have any kitty cats by me. Yeah, you guys want to see it? Alright, you guys promise you won't judge, right? It's not done either. Thanks, Destiny. Yeah, Clefable, is she in the binder? We listen and we don't judge. Oh, bravo, you know. Oh, you know. Samphire just got added to the Spank Bank today. They had a 1-year resub today. So cute. Okay. So, first of all, I got this binder from the Pokemon Center. I know, she has no self-control. Because, for many reasons. One, Alakazam is one of my favorite Pokemon, and Abra's on there. Porygon is one of my favorite Pokemon. Nidoking is one of my favorite Pokemon. And Clefairy/Clefable is one of my favorite Pokemon. And Dragonite is one of my favorite Pokemon. So, this seemed kind of like a no-brainer for me. So, this is the binder dish. So pretty. Okay. Remember, a work in progress. Now, why was that held? That's so weird. Boo kind of looks like a Dragonite. You think so? Welcome back, Jade! And he's on board with me started a card collection. Good luck. Godspeed is all I can tell you. Alright, remember, no judging. No judging. Like, I literally just started it. It's not in any order or anything like that. But here is my first page, which is Clefairy. And so I have my vintage 1996 Clefairy. I got my 2020 or 2021 Celebrations Clefairy. I got my vintage Erica's Clefairy. And then I got some other Clefairies. And then I got my perfect order Clefairy that I pulled off camera, off stream, whatever. And then I also have my my Clefable page, who only has one page, by the way. But I really need that GD Perfect Order Mega Clefable SIR, because I have the Mega Clefable IR, and I have the Mega Clefable EX, but I don't have the Mega Clefable SIR. It's the only card I want! But whatever, I'm totally normal about it. But I have Vintage Clefable, Vintage Erica's Clefable, Vintage Japanese Erica's Clefable, and then a bunch of other miscellaneous Clefables from different sets, and then some other Clefable EXs. Welcome back, Max! And then also my Charizard page. There is no limit to how many Charizards I have. I have so many Charizards, I could have filled this page, and like every other page. I actually left this page blank just in case I wanted to do a second page of Charizard, because I just have so many Charizards. I have a couple vintage ones and then a couple Japanese ones. I also have 2 or 3 other pages of Charizards in my other binders. I have one in my top loader binder, one in my other binder, and then I think I have one in my vintage binder too. So I have a lot. All my Pokemon playing cards, if I get to play the game with someone. Yeah, I haven't played. So the last time I was telling you guys, what was it the other day? The only time I play the TCG is on the Game Boy Color TCG game. That's the only time I play it. Last time I physically played the TCG game was in like elementary school. Yeah, the last time I played the TCG game was on the Game Boy Color like a month ago. And then here is a very special page for me. It's my Crobat page. We have the Chaos Rising Crobat, which we now have 3 of, by the way. And then we have some Destined Rivals Crobats and some other Crobats. You can tell by the yellow border that he's a little bit older. I love Crobat. And then, of course, we have our vintage Nidoking, our Celebrations Nidoking, and then another just random Nidoking. I have a couple cards coming from TCG Player, but this is probably going to be empty for a while because I like some really weird Pokemon. Alchemy being one of them. So I have 2 of the Rainbow Rare VMAX ones, and one of them was in my top loader binder with my other Rainbow Rare VMAXs. But I just wanted to fill this page up a little more, so I'll probably put it back when I fill this page more. But I love Alchemy. I think she's such a cutie. And then I also have my first edition vintage Politoed. And that's it. So I need more Politoed Pokemon cards because I love Politoed. And then Alakazam! I love my Alakazam so much. I obviously need more of him. Yeah, I love Alakazam. And then Gengar. I know I have more Gengar. I know I have more Gengar cards. I just don't know where they are. And Gengars are so hard to get because like they're so like expensivo. So I don't expect to fill this page up anytime soon. Shed Ninja. And so this was the first card I ever bought from TCG Player. I love him so much. And so now I only have 2 Shed Ninja cards, but I think Shed Ninja is so cute. I love him. I love him. I'm going to get 2 binders, one for favorite mons, and then I don't know what to do with the second one. I don't really know if I want to do a master set. Yeah, I think I'm trying to master set a couple, but like at the end of the day, like this is really the only binder that I care about. I also love Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd is one of my favorites too. So I have my vintage, and not really vintage, but from like 2020 or something like that. Yeah, Pixel Bro is, or Gengar is my brother's favorite. And then I have my Azumarill. I got my first edition vintage, another vintage, and then this EX one. I love Azumarill so much. And then Slowking. I love my man so much. I don't know. I love Slowking. I just think he's so cute. Also, honorable mention to Slowbro, who I also love, but Slowking is peak. I love Slowking so much. Ah! I love him. I love Catsform. Catsform makes me so happy. You guys don't understand. I don't know why. I think it's because I love the Hoenn generation so much, with like Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. But I love Catsform. He's so cute. And this card is so pretty. Where did I pull this from? From Surging Sparks, by the way? Out of like the 3 packs of Surging Sparks I've ever opened. But this is so pretty, and I love it so much. It's like the only good card I've ever pulled from Surging Sparks. Yeah, I love Catsform. And then Togetic with my first edition vintage. Yep. And then that's it. So just that for Togetic. And then Flareon, Vaporeon. But I already have a Flareon page and a Vaporeon page in my other binder, which has all my evolutions in there. So Flareon will go here, Vaporeon will go here, because those are my 2 favorite evolutions. And then Noivern. I love him. Dragonite. Obviously, we got our vintage Dragonite. And then I think we're coming up to the end. Kyogre, because he is my favorite of the 3 of the Hoenn legendaries. And then I have Rayquaza here. I might take him out for Groudon, TBH, but he's there. And then I'm going to have Applin, Diplin, and Hydrapple, and I think there's another one too. But I like dragon Pokemon, so this is going to be like my Dragon Apple page. And then I love Jumpluff. I don't know why. I just think Jumpluff is so fudging cute. And so she's on there. I think that's the last one. Oh, just kidding. Oh, Porygon! I love my Porygon. So I got my vintage Porygon, and then my not vintage. Where are you from? 1995 to 2000. Oh, so kind of vintage. I think that was the last one. Yeah, so I have like a bunch more pages to fill. I know Haxorus. I need to get some Haxorus Pokemon cards because I really enjoy Haxorus. And then I gotta make a list of some other ones that I want to do. I am thinking of adding Slowbro because I do love Slowbro, and Slowbro has some really dope cards. But yeah. Oh, Flapple too. Yeah, Flapple and Appleton. You're right. Yeah. So that page is gonna be like all my apples. Do you really? Destiny, that's so cute. I want to see a picture of it if you want. You don't have to. And no rush either. But yeah. Oh, I should do a Snorlax one too. I actually have some really cute Snorlax cards. But yeah. So that was my favorite Pokemon binder. Yay! Okay, Destiny, thank you. I want to see it. I love it. As you guys can see, I have like a bunch more pages that I can fill it up with other Pokemons, but I really like it. I can't wait to have it filled out all the way. Like, it'd be so fun, and like take it to like a card show or something. And I completely forgot about the Delphox. Oh yeah! Oh, that's all right. That's okay. I still have the Delphox pulled aside. Who liked this? Was it Rootsie that liked this? Oh, and I'd already sent out her box too. Here's the Delphox that we pulled the other day. Are they giving you a side? Oh dear. Oh Loki. Hi, Kitty Cat Kels! Happy Pride, happy birthday month, Kitty Cat Kels. Kels, I hope you're doing so good. I need to message you back. Shut the front door. In what game, Gremlins? That's so dope. What the heck? You have 4 months? Okay, I still gotta respond to you. My brother and I set a date for when we're gonna go to the... Oh, so, anybody didn't know, I live in Chicago, and... Oh, no, wait, I don't have that game. Is that game on the regular Nintendo Switch, or is it only Nintendo Switch 2? Benny, shut up! Benny, thank you for getting this up to Cows! Cows, enjoy your 90... Count him. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and add your sub badge. Benny, you are so sweet. Thank you so much. That's very sweet of you. Of shiny Pokemon? Gremlins, do you do shiny hunting? Oh, it's on both of them. Okay, cool. Yeah, okay. I think that's like one of the only Pokemon games I don't own. But I think I want to wait to a Switch too, but like I'm going to wait for like, I don't know, like a what's it called? It's like a Black Friday deal or something. Yeah, I don't have Phacopia. I mean, I don't have it. I have the funds for it to buy it because it was funded for me off my throne, but then it got canceled, so I just have the funds for it on my throne, but I'm having it sit there until I get a Switch 2. So, I can get Phacopia, but because you guys got it for me for my throne, but the money's just sitting there on my throne wish list until I have a Switch 2. No way! Who's your favorite shiny that you have? Oh, that's what I was saying. So I live in Chicago, and Chicago has the Field Museum, which got the Pokemon Fossil Museum like upgrade or whatever. And I'm gonna go with my brother and my sister-in-law soon. I'm not gonna say when. And then I want to go again with Kels, and then I think I want to go again. Like, because it's going to be out for a year, and it just came out last month. So it's going to be up for a year. So I want to go, like, a bunch. Yeah, Kels, I do plan on going with you. I just got to double check the date. Oh, yeah, Winds and Waves is going to be the Switch, too. That's right. And does that come out this year or next year, Gremlins? I think it's next year, right? Or is it this year? Yeah. Oh, you just posted it? Okay. My phone's done charging, so I can open the Discord now. Oh! I love the Umbreon. Oh, so cute. Oh, that's adorable. So you just have that in your car? Oh, Eclipsed. These are so cute. Oh, and you got your little resin ones for me. Ah. Oh, yeah, this is Boo. And Boo blends into his bed a little bit. Yo, Delphox. I can't wait to see. These are so cute, Eclipsed. Oh, you got like little Vulpix and Cyndaquil. Cute. This is a cute shelf. I like it. I love that. Oh, and Jinx posted something. Let me see what Jinx posted. Was it in selfies, I think? Was it... Did Jinx get a tattoo gun? Let me ask. I think they went to sleep. Okay. Cool. Alright. What was I saying? Oh, that's so cute, Eclipse. Whatever. Pumpkin. Wednesday and Casper. Those are some really good names. Oh my god. I love that. And getting all your work done before you take a little break? Yeah. I've never seen you have a break ever, Kels, so I don't believe you. When's your next con, Kels? Oh my god, Kels, someone ordered like 5 pairs of PP earrings for me the other day. Oh, like cards? Yeah, because those are so popular. They're hard to get your hands on. Yeah. Well, actually, I think they ordered 4, but I gave them a 5th pair for free. Because it was like such a big order. Yeah, they ordered green, red, blue. Green, red, blue. and purple. I think it was green, red, blue, and purple. And then I made them like a purple black one for free. It was really pretty. Oh, no way. You got me some Chipotle and energy drink, whatever. Oh, God, I love Chipotle. Chipotle is my life. You have a con in July. 3 cons, yeah. Birthday plus vacation. When do you go on vacation, if you don't mind me asking? And you don't have to say that in chat if you don't want to. So I can wear butt earrings again. They closed a decade ago. I haven't worn, like, earrings in, like, my like, earlobes in so long, but they just never close. Next week, and you said you're going to Florida? Say hi to Bravo Penguin. I'm joking. I should probably show you guys the glasses I'm wearing right now, by the way. Oh! Eclipse, you notice? I'm wearing the Tokidoki mozzarella, so Eclipse and I are glasses twins because Eclipse also has the mozzarella. So these are glasses that I have. Top 3 favorite glasses. Tokidoki Digital Princess, Tokidoki mozzarella, and the Vault Tech Vault 33 in the 98% amber tint. Sorry. Yeah, that's like you're the only person I know that's in Florida. Florida. Oh, you're disgusting, Kels. You're bugs. Blech. Loki, if you did, would you get them pierced again? You are Florida, not the goose. Woody goose. I want to collect. See, I would love for you to collect snakes. I think snakes are cool. Why can't you collect snakes like a normal person? No, you gotta collect bugs. Oh, you're in Florida too? Okay, I gotta ask, what makes you say unfortunately? Because I feel like so many people have like, or not so many people, but people have so many like different answers for what would be unfortunate for living in Florida. I just want to know what yours are. If you feel like sharing, but you don't have to if you don't want to. See, I love how like feminine and girly I look when I wear dangly earrings, but I don't like wearing earrings because of the dangly earrings because of the headset, and I'm so lazy, I don't like to take them out. And so like when I go to sleep and they just like stab me in my ear, they hurt. It's the heat. Yeah. I hate the summer. I hate the sun. And it's not because like of like a goth aesthetic. I think I'm just like, I have a very low constitution when it comes to sunlight. Like my brother affectionately says that I have a dungeon tan because I never leave my basement. Oh, there's my brother. How appropriate. I don't think he has audio on though. And like I'm really sensitive to the heat and the sun and humidity and things like that. So I love the AC. I love air conditioning. I love nice, not humid weather. And yeah, I hate the summer, man. It was too cold. Yeah, I'm Chicago. No way. War has been a moderator for 42 months. I wonder if there's like alerts I can make for that besides the, or maybe it's just like a stream streak thing. That is so cool, War. 42 months. That's at least 40 days. Sheesh. And T. I don't think you meant to do that one, but that's very funny. War, thank you so much for modding for me for 42 months. It feels way longer though. It feels longer since I've kidnapped you. So, War is one of the few mods that is here against his will. I'm pretty sure he's tried to leave, and I've told him no numerous times. And it's so funny. Every time I get a new mod, or like we get new mods in, I'm just like, hey, just so you know, like, there's no expectation to stay. You guys could leave whenever you want. And then War always goes in the mod chat. What about me? No. You're mine. So funny. War, thank you so much. From the bottom of my butt, because it's bigger than my heart. You are a wonderful, not just a person, but a wonderful mod. Sorry. Not just a wonderful mod, but a wonderful person too. I've just been abusing and creating chaos a long time. 42 months is insane. I liked being Pixel's prisoner. I did collect a lot of people. I did collect a lot of people's mods. The most recent mods were here from their own free will-ish. I did sidearm a couple of them. Being from California and now... Wait, were you born in California, Cows? I found out what humidity meant. I didn't know my boobs can sweat like that. Oh my god. Oh! There's nothing more overstimulating than sweaty booties. Whoa! Bae! Bae, thank you so much for the raid. Ah, welcome in. What's up, Real Flaming? Oh, happy Pride. I'm joking. Happy Pride, everybody. Bay, how was your stream? 42 months modding, 55 months subscribed. Are you saying it took me a year to mod you? No way. Thank you guys so much for the raid. Welcome in. How was your stream? What were you up to? Also, thank you so much for the follow. My sound alerts are borked right now. And I do have anonymous follows, so I do see you. And I appreciate you. It was so fun. What did you do? Tell us everything. Happy first day of Pride, everybody. I am pansexual, and I'm lucky enough to be part of the Twitch Pride Guild, so thank you so much. Repo! No way! I still have yet to play Repo, but I've seen a lot of really fun clips, and it looks so chaotic and so fun. You've been sub for 51 months? So you had 51 months. Reaper just did 52. That's a lot of months. Repo's so fun. I've never played it, but I've seen a lot of really funny clips. What's that other one? It was like a climbing one? That like was kind of like similar like Repo aesthetics as far as like the people. Peak, yeah, Peak. Peak I think was gifted to me, or I think I got it for free from Twitch. Yeah, I think Twitch gave it to me. And I haven't played it yet. And I think Repo was gifted to me. I just assume Kyle gifted it because Kyle gifts me so many games. He's so like such a brat. He's so sweet. People drive on a parkway. Oh my god, wait, Nightshade. People drive on a parkway, park on a driveway, yet it's illegal to be high in a highway. SMH. Welcome in, Nightshade. I've heard Peak is peak gaming. But yeah, I've seen clips of it and it's really fun. There's another couple other party games I never played, and it was, what's it called? Content Warning? I don't think I own that one. I heard about Content Warning, and then there's another one too. Yeah, you're right. Hey, oh, we're almost done now. But yeah, oh, babe, you came in. We're just about to finish up our sponsor set with Gunner Optics, but welcome in. Leave the company, yes! Oh, you're so smart and tall and talented and handsome, Max. That's exactly what I was thinking of. You're shaking your head at me, but I'm the peak of human evolution, and you're just a capybara? Am I a capybara or a capybara? Can I be a capybara? Who's that bald capybara? But welcome in, Raiders. My name is PixelxKitten. I have 3 cats and 2 dogs, and I have anxiety, ADHD, and autism. I'm also gay. Okay. You can't even blame the cat on that, because your cat... Okay. Your cat's not there. Your fingers... Okay. Wait, hold on. I want to see if I can decipher this. Hold on. I think... I don't know. O is definitely I. I really... I don't know the rest. Spades, what were you trying to say? I don't know. Oh, I really want to go to the dental place in Japan. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Well, I got the first 2 words. I don't think I would have figured that out. Did you see the Chicago Pokemon Field Museum stuff, Spades? I don't know if I've seen anything about the Dino Place. Oh my god, I'm being so rude. Bay and friends, please make sure that you guys go get all of your post-stream self-care. Please get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, nummies, and babbies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. Thank you guys seriously so much for the raid. Truly, from the bottom of my butt, because it's bigger than my heart. I can't tell you how grateful I am. That's 3 raids today, and that is so wonderful and grateful. Thank you guys so much for all the raids on Friday. I've been yapping about Gunner because they're sponsoring my stream today, and I'm wearing these my cute Tokidoki digital princess glasses. Oh, I'm so sorry, I misspoke. My cute Tokidoki mozzarella glasses. But yeah, we're just doing that, and then afterwards maybe some Clair Obscur Expedition 33. Yeah, oh my god, do it, Faye. Faye, thank you so much. Also, happy Pride to everyone who celebrates. Also, we are about to wrap up our Gunner segment. Everyone say, Gunner, thank you so much again for sponsoring this stream. And also, guys, don't forget about the mystery box sale and the buy one Sunny, get the Maverick Sunnies for free. So, Gunner, as always, thank you guys so much for sponsoring. And if you guys are watching from Gunner Socials, my name is PixelxKitten. I will see you guys next Monday at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. Everyone say bye, Gunner! Bye-bye! Pew pew! Wait, babe, really? Hasta luego. Did I say that right? These are the Razer Kraken Kitty V3. Oh, I can finally fix my alerts. Oh, I can play the I Go Meow sounds too. All right, let me fix my alerts so we can hear all the alerts again. Yippee! Can we hear me? Hello? 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 Rootsy! Rootsy! Ah! Dig her with a forehead kissy! Alright, hold on. Cued. I'm trying to play the I Go Meow sound again. Yeah! Cool. So that was from Toad from 45 minutes ago. Thank you. Sorry. At least now I know that that's not working, so I can fix that in the future. Cool. Thank you so much for that. Also, Faye! Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Do you guys want to take some shots? Also, very important message for you guys. It is Wootsy's birthday tomorrow! So you guys need to say happy birthday to her right now. Say happy birthday to Rootsy or feel my fist. It's her birthday tomorrow. I know! And you guys wouldn't want a good fisting, would you? And don't forget to react to that message in the Discord if you guys want to do something special for Rootsy. Huh, I mean, I might. And everyone go follow her too, because I'm pretty sure she's doing a stream tomorrow night after work, question mark? Question mark? Question mark? Obviously no pressure. You can do whatever you want. It's your birthday. You can do whatever you want. Oh, probably, maybe. So yeah, I should go follow her. You just hit, what was it, 1,800 follows or something? You just got a really, really dope milestone. I'm so proud of you. Guys, what glasses should I wear? Uvu, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Yeah, that's fair, Rootsy. Yeah, so you just hit 1,800 followers, which is so crazy. I'm so proud of you. Road to 2,000? Guys, what glasses do I wear? These ones? Or these ones? Which one should I wear? You like those? That doesn't help me. Number one or number two? What? Okay. Wow, really? Across the board? Haters. That's right. Option two? Thank you, Grandma. Now, I'm a little bit more preferable to these as well. Those ones! I'm a little bit more preferable to these as well, but boy, do I love how I look in these. I don't know, there's something about the thick black rim glasses that, you know, just makes me a little excited. Oh, I was asking what glasses I should wear, Max. Sorry, love. Mira, mira. Kissy.
Dino dance, Dino dance, Dino dance.
Dino dance, Dino dance, Dino dance. Mira, thank you for the 26 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and add your sub badge. Welcome back, Max. Also, Spades, are you here right now? Oh! All good, know you! All good, literally know you. I hope you're doing so good. All good. Happy birthday. Ah! There goes the forehead kiss. Mira, hope you're doing so good. Huh? Okay. So the Field Museum in Chicago, which is like about fossils and dinosaurs and stuff like that, is partnering with Pokemon for the next year, and they have a Pokemon themed fossil field museum spectacular for the next year. I'll send you pictures of like the stuff, and I'm gonna go with my brother and my sister-in-law soon, and I think Kels and I are gonna set up a date to go too. Yeah. I'll send you like the links to the information on it, and then I'm gonna go at least twice, but it's gonna be there for the next year. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Kels in some other months. A shot glass? I'll see if they have any. I don't know if they do. Take me with you. Let's meet up. Let's meet up in Chicago, boys. Is it really Escape? Escape, what are you gonna do for your birthday? Mod meetup at Dinomon? Wait, mod meetup? Can I mod Kels? I'm not gonna mod Matt, though. Her husband. Is it real? I love the Field Museum. I'm a big Shed Aquarium enjoyer myself, and I love the Chicago Art Institute, or the Art Institute of Chicago. But I love me a Field Museum. There was like some like Girl Scout thing that I did when I was a child, when I was a girl, where we did like the sleepover, and we had a T-shirt that said "I slept with Sue the dinosaur," because Sue's like the big crazy like giant Tyrannosaurus Rex. What's up, Amprov? What is the best Pokemon? I love Luxray, but I'm a Clefable enjoyer myself. Also, I did just make a tattoo goal, by the way. I think I'm gonna do it. I know exactly what tattoo I want for Clefable. So I did create a Clefable tattoo goal. I think I finally found the artist that I want to do it. So yeah. Probably work and come home and just drink? That's fair. Ooh. My Pokemon! Milkman! Mwah! Na 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 Milkman! Oh, Mira! Are you talking about the Chicago trip? Oh, also, we had 5 gifted subs, and we had a tier 3 sub, and so we're gonna do 2 shots, but I'm gonna space them out because my stomach's already growling. So I did eat. I ate like 3. It's 9. I can't remember who made that. It had to be War, right? War had to make that, right? Hello? It was War or Stanley. No, Stanley wasn't a mod, but like no, I know what Stanley did. Well, he didn't make it, but someone made it because of him, right? What was the one? It was fuck. I know that's really weird. I know that's so weird out of context. Okay, shut up. Shut up. No, there's a reason there. Was it him? Oh! Why are these both off? Okay, well, okay, I turned them both on. Yeah, they're both off. I swear to God I didn't do that. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that was made because of Stanley, right? I swear to God I didn't turn those off. And if I did, I don't know what I was thinking. Because why would I turn that off? And then there's the milk command. Because why would I turn off something to my YouTube? It was out. It was clip. Oh my God. So I used to do that all the time, Loki. So every time someone would like... every time someone would like gift us up, I'd go... illegal! I would just scream it. I would just scream illegal. So yeah, so that's why that's a thing. So whenever someone gives us up, we used to just scream illegal. Anyways, but what was I saying? Oh, so what shot are we taking? Eclipse, are you here? It's okay if you're not. Nikki, are you here? It's okay if you're not. Also, War, I like your I love your Twitch badge, by the way. It's very appropriate for you. It's very perfect for you. I love it. You're here, Eclipse. I have a very important question for you because Eclipse did a tier 3 resub. What the fudge? Vodka, Peak Whitney, rum, tequila reposado, tequila blanco, malort, or moonshine. Oh, really? Loki, I love it. Please do. That's homophobe. Oh my god. I love that too. You should do a tequila mockingbird. Is that like a drink, Max? It was the last day. I think it's so appropriate. I'm so glad you got that because it's so perfect. Tequila, I picked the one. Okay. Well, we've done a lot of tequila blanco recently. Let me do a tequila reposado because I haven't done this one in a minute. And it's probably easier just to get rid of it. Oh, really? I haven't read that book since middle school. It was like 6th grade. Wait, hold on. It's the little things in life, you know? Whoa! That was a full body reaction there. Alright. It was a tequila reposado. Just hanging around. I really want to play Last of Us. Wait. Alright. Woo! Tequila! Alright. Let's do a shot of tequila. And then, oh, what do you think? Should we do some, Clair Obscur Expedition 33? It's been a minute since I played that. Oh, you're gonna be so yummy. Oh, damn, who's the hottest, bestest, coolest, fucking most amazing head mod ever? Oh, Wootsy? I remembered this clip. Hold on. I wanted to spit it out so badly. Oh, ew. Ew, 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 ew. 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 I'm watching that clip. Oh my god. That is such... I hate tequila so much. That is so funny. I forgot about that clip. Shout out to Moonfire, by the way. Oh, man. I really want to... I think that was during one of our Malort streams. Bye, escape, do your thing! Do your thing, Chicken Wing. Good luck, get them all. It was a lot, right, Mama J? Oh! Oh! Not bad. Oh my god, Mama J found the tequila clip that Moonfire took of, I think, mine and my brother's first Malort stream. I think it was like a Malort and tequila mix with like the salt on the rim too. And it was just so much. It was so much salt. It was so much tequila. It was so much Malort. It was just overstimulation, and it was just an awful, awful moment. And I wanted to spit it out, and I had nothing to spit it out in, and so I had to swallow it. So, yeah. I love tequila. Alright, what are we thinking? What's up, Fear the Dark Wolf? Ow! What's up, Slasher Buddy? Everyone say hi, Slasher Buddy. Oh! Escape, that's so rude. Not during my Pride Month. That's so homophobic. I'm so sorry. Damn, I'm so sorry. Oh! Everyone go follow Slasher Bunny. I smooch. You're so cute. Oh my god. Okay, Slasher Bunny, pretend like I didn't misspell that. Now we can bury King. Oy, jamoy. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, are we doing some Clair Obscur Expedition 33? Cause we just got a new person in our party. So now we have a 4-person party? I don't know if we can have 4 people in my party, but I just got a 4th person, which is very exciting. Which is very, very exciting. I don't think I need my sound alerts on anymore. Overwatch. Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, that one. Have you been playing any of the map showcases? Is that a question for me? I think it was only like 5 in, so it's fine. I'll restart later, but I'm on 42 for you. Oh. Well, I mean, you've been here for a minute, so you should be good. I wonder who made that one. I know I didn't. Any who to... Oh, is that Mama J? Silly good. What map showcase is there? I haven't opened DBD since the PTB. I played the PTB and then I haven't touched it since Tuesday. Hi, Dragon Set Ablaze! Dragon Set Ablaze, happy Monday. Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, thank you for your message in the Pokemon mod chat too. Mod chat, by the way. Pokemon general chat. Oh, really? So they're just like cycling through different maps or something? Oh, really? That's the ship? Alright, well, let's play Clair Obscur then. Oh, no way! Yeah, I haven't played since Tuesday with the PTB. That's cool, though. Steam. That's my name. I forgot I just took a shot. I was like, why is my brain not working? Is this gonna do with the thing where... Oh, alright. So I'm just gonna warn you guys. My PC might take a poopy. Oh, let me stop that. What am I doing? Clair up here. Because every time I open this GD game, it opens up in like crazy weird ways and like slows down my PC and it pisses me off and I have to fix the settings every fucking day, so I did not open any Pokemon packs. Should we open up some packs before we get into the game? Yeah, that's what it's gonna be, mama. I do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 packs. I could open 2. Yeah? Should I do 2 packs? I can do 2 packs. Yep, alright. Let me wait. The game's doing the stupid fucking thing. I'm so sorry. Like, nothing gives me more autistic rage than these stupid video games not remembering the settings that I left it on. And I have to change my settings, my graphic settings, every time I open this stupid game. I'm sorry. Like, it pisses me off. I'm genuinely mad. So, there better be some good cards in these packs. I'm just saying. Press any button. Press any button. Why don't you suck my dick? Alright, we're good now. It's just so annoying. Alright, sorry. It's just so annoying. It drives me crazy. Alright, now I'm good. Oh, thank you. Sorry. I'm sorry. People are like, oh, she doesn't look autistic. I'm not calling anybody out. I'm just like assholes, like on the internet. Not any of you guys. No, not anyone who's here has ever been here. But like, that like one person. What was it? This one person. He's like, you're not really autistic. It's like, really? What's up, Birdman? Where? Oh, thank you! Queen of Vikings gifted this to me from my throne wish list, and it's Gimli's axe from my throne wish list, so. Queen of Vikings doesn't have any numbers in her name, right? We'll find out. Yeah, so that's not her. Which damn. Hold on, let me get her actual account. Sorry, my PC takes forever. Oh, she's actually live right now! Oh, there's an underscore. Okay. Alright. Oh, yeah! Okay. So we have a Journey Together and a Destined Rivals. What do we guys want to open first? Journey Together or Destined Rivals? Alright, my audio just messed up. Your guys' audio is fine. My audio's messed up. Let me fix that. Alright. So guys vote. Journey Together or Destined Rivals? What do you guys want to open first? while I fix my audio. Man, all his tech issues is pissing me off. One more tech issue. Journey? Mewtwo? Okay. Can someone break the tie? Do it quick? Okay, well, we'll do what my brother says. Alright. Alright, guys, vote for what energy card is going to be in here. What energy? Water, lightning, fire, fighting, psychic, grass, dark, or metal? What do you guys think? Grass? Psychic? I'm going... metal. I'm like between metal and water. Holy psychic! I said metal and I said it was between metal and water. I'm counting it. I'm counting it. No way. I'm counting it. Base. Yes. Water. Nope, I'm counting it. Oh, this is Destined Rivals, by the way. Rellor. Grimer. Houndour. Magikarp. Houndoom. Energy Recycler. Why am I talking like this? Pokemon. Oh, that's why. Medicham. Rapidash. So pretty. Arvin Sandwich, by the way. Oh! Oh, okay. You know what? I'll take it because these are really pretty cards. I'll take it. What's up, Luffy? Luffy, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. Oh, you'll take the sandwich? Okay. Alright, and now Journey Together. Journey Together. What energy do we think is going to be here? Is Boo... Oh, yes! Look at Boo! You're so cute! Hi, Buffett! Oh, you're so cute! Look at that tail going. Oh, the cities want to journey together? Okay, so there's a hit in this pack. Good. Good to know there's a hit in this pack. Because I'm crabby. Agua? Grass. Grass. Bye, Rock Dude! Everyone say goodnight to my brother. My brother's Rock Dude, so everyone has to be nice to him, or else he'll beat me up. Ooh, a Kingler? Alright. Psychic. Back-to-back water. Kiss me, Pixel Pro Maid. I love you. You're so funny. Water. 2 waters back-to-back. That's crazy. That's crazy. Belta. Torkoal. So cute, Kamala. Coven. Corviknight. Banette. Penguru. Milcery. Billy and O'Nair. Happy Pride, Tyler! You were the hug. I blame myself, really. I blame you, too. I'm joking. Do we open more, or do we cut our losses? Tyler! Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. What else we got? We have Perfect Order, Phantasmal Flames, Destined Rivals, Phantasmal Flames, Destined Rivals, Phantasmal Flames. Should we just finish it out with 2 of each? Or, I'm sorry, 1 of each? What's up, Angry Light Switch? 1 more? Phantasmal? So leave Perfect Order for later. Let's do it. Alright. So this is Phantasmal. We'll leave the Perfect Order. The Perfect Disappointment for later. How's the night? It's going really well, Angry. How are you doing? Alright, what do you guys think? What energy's in here? Wait, there's a hit or ban me? 24-hour ban incoming. Did I do the... I don't know if I did the... Charizard! Alright, I don't know if I did the energy, so I'm either putting the energy card in front or the special card in front, so I don't remember. I don't know. I don't remember if I did the energy card trick. Fire fighting. No! Angry. I'm so sorry. Ugh. That'll happen. I'm gonna go with water again. What if it's 3 waters in a row? At least it's not the special card in front. Lightning. Piplup! So cute, little muffin. Podme. Mercro. Oh, this is Phantasmal Flames. Alright. Gligar. Archaludon. Jumbo Ice Cream! Oh, Granbull. I love Granbull. I think he's so dope. Paldean Tauros? Is that what it says? Piplup again! It's not the Charizard, but it's a Charizard. Oh, we don't get to ban Luffy. That's crazy. That'll do, pig. That'll do. The fact that we can't... So you'll marry me now or what? This is so pretty. Holy. Oh. Oh, should I put it in my Charizard binder, guys? You may not be able to ban Luffy, but I can. Hey! Hey, Mama J. Oh my god, let's go. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, well, I'm not opening up any more packs, by the way. Because I got 2 disappointments and then 1 hit, so I'll take it. Alright. So, if you guys missed it, I did like a little binder tour. Binder, I barely knew her. Of all my favorite Pokemon. She's not finished. I just started. It's like, it's not even like in a good order yet. But I have Clefairy, Clefable, Charizard. And then optional second page for Charizard because I have 1,000,001 cards of Charizard. Crobat, Nidoking, Alchemy. So I'm doing this really fast because I did like an in-depth one earlier. Politoed, Alakazam, Gengar, Shedinja, Farfetch'd, Azumarill, Slowking, Castform, Togetic, Flareon, Vaporeon, Noivern, Dragonite, Kyogre, and Rayquaza. Oh, the Applin page. Oh, and this is a Morpeko card, but there's the Applin right there, so I put it there. Jumpluff, and then Porygon. I also want to add Haxorus and some other Pokemon, but this is just like a rough start. Oh, this is just a rough start to the binder. And obviously, I need the Mega Clefable SIR from Perfect Order, or I'm going to kill myself. Or I'm going to be totally normal about it. Cool. Look at these 2 next to each other. I got the Y and the X. A Rockruff? You know, Piplup is super cute, though. Piplup is super cute. Oh, you know what? Look, I actually forgot that I had this, too. But I'm not opening it. Because I've already been disappointed. So, student. Almost as student as you are. Well, we'll do this another day. I do have this Mega Kangaskhan box. We'll do that another day. There's a hit in there. Not today. Is that the Costco exclusive? I think... I did not get that from Costco. Where did I get that from? I know I did not pay MSRP for that. I may have got that from Macy's. It may have been Macy's. Alright. Sorry, I have to, like, sort them. I'm not going to open up any Elestrals tonight, either. I kind of want to get, like, right into Clair Obscur. Clair Obscur, Expedition 3. Do you guys mind if I go piss really quickly? Do you guys mind if I go pee-pee? Really? Are you talking about the Mega Evolution? Yeah. Oh, he knows I said pee-pee. He wants to go upstairs with me. Yeah, I'm going to go pee. I'm going to go pee or hit my knee. I'm going to go pee. I'm going to play an ad, too, because an ad has to play anyway. I'll come back, take our second shot. Nikki, if you're here, let me know what you want me to take. If not, you guys let me know. Ha, pee, but louder is the problem. I'm sorry. I know you didn't say it like that, but that's what it says in my head. All right. I'll be right back. I'm going to
Okay,
go
so
pee
he
pee,
has-
and then I'm going to take another
he has
shot when I come
Grim.
back.
I'm gonna assume pain res as well. And I'm assuming that was blood favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't blood favor. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna heal you, because I have botany. Oh, is this? Oh, thank you. I can't wait to mess this up. Alright, that's their second stack of Grim. I'm gonna go for the save, I think. Oh, Birkin, thank you. I could not remember his name. Oh, please pick towards me. Please pick towards me. Please, 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 please. I didn't have a beam. I forgot I had the flashbang. That's what you get for giving me that's right, redemption. Thank God for redemption. Oh my God. Oh, and Deli. Oh, purr. Okay. Something. Oh no. Do we hold him? Ah, damn. We don't hold him, right? I fucked up. That's right, he fucked it up too. Meow. No pellet here, no pellet here on the right. No pellet here on the right. Shabby. Shabby. Oh. Wanna hear something funny, guys? Bye. Oh! Get shit on. Alright, I did not boon a totem because I forgot to boon a totem. So I'm just gonna get as far away as I can and then die. Oh, I'm gonna get as far away as I can. Alright, I'm gonna die in this pallet. Do you guys mind? I'm so sorry. Not to be dramatic or anything, Sable, but... Oh, jeez. That was very funny. Thank you. Don't throw that pallet. Alright, let me get out of the way a second. Oh! W mods. W mods. Is this where I want to go? I don't think this is where I want to go, but this gen is done, so there's no palette here, and I don't like this palette, but that's fine. Oh, you wanted that so bad, Birkin. Watch this. Fuck you. You ruined my funny. That's fine. Why is there no god palette? Oh, there it is. I found it. You guys are so dramatic for no reason. Ah! Ah, fuck me. I'm so scared, Mommy! Mommy! Help! Help! Help me! Help! 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 Help me! Somebody help me! Somebody sedate me! Oh, I'm throwing this pallet. Oh God, I'm throwing this fucking pallet! Somebody sedate me! Is this pallet here? Oh, thank God. You gotta stop, Birkin. 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 Oh man, sorry.
mind games.
I just got a really bad email that tells me that I'm basically being what's the word? Scammed out of $100 because I sold something on Depop, and the person is saying that they didn't get the item, and I provided proof of shipping and everything like that, and I'm like really upset right now because it was $100 of product that they bought from me, and they got a refund, even though I have proof of shipping and everything like that. So I'm like really fucking pissed because it was $98, and I'm like I'm really fucking pissed. And so I just got that email. So I'm really just like mad right now. So yeah. So that was not a fun PP. How the fuck did they do that? I don't know. I have their address. I'm obviously not gonna dox them because that's like illegal. But I'm really fucking pissed. And they never messaged me. This user never messaged me. And I just got the email right now just saying we've refunded the seller because there was no proof of delivery. And I'm just like, really? Because I have the USPS tracking. So why don't you try that again? So I responded to the email. I'm not sure. It's not somebody on Twitch. I hope not. So I don't know. I'm just really fucking pissed because it was a $98 sale, and I really could have used that money, you know. And the fact that not only do they get their money back because the refund's already gone through, is what they said on the email, but the product is already like gone. You know, it's already in their hands. So I'm just really pissed. And like now I don't want to sell on Depop anymore, you know. So I'm just like fucking pissed. So I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm like, just like give me a second. Like I'm so like pissed. There were 2 Pokemon dresses too from here, I'll show you what they were. So if you see some dumb bitch wearing these dresses, just know that she fucking stole them from me. Cuz she literally did steal them. So it was this dress, the Pokemon dress, and then this dress. So two Pokemon dresses. Oh, and I paid for shipping because I did a bundle deal. So not only am I out, well, I guess because it was $100 and then after fees I got $92. Not only out of that, I'm also out of $16 for the shipping that I paid. So that fucking sucks. So I paid basically $20 for her to steal from me. So I don't know. I'm fucking pissed. I don't know. Whatever. Stupid. People fucking suck, man. Alright. Should we take a shot? You're still in the big dick club? Am I? I think mine was like 8 inches earlier. What was it? 64? I'll take it. Alright, what shot are we taking, guys? Good thing it's time for another shot, Rootsy, you get me. Oh, let me unpin this because we're not doing the sponsor segment anymore. I don't know. Yeah, there's not actual protection. No, there isn't. Your PP almost tells me. Whoa! Yeah, I'm like really fucking mad right now. But I don't know. We'll see if I can like talk to somebody because I have the. I don't know if that was like an automatic message or email that I got, or what. I'm gonna see if I can talk to somebody and be like, this is proof of shipping. Like, there's no feasible way. Like, there's no reason for why this person that I paid $16 for shipping for, and I paid the fees for. Although I think the email said that my fees would be refunded, but still, it's still $16 for shipping. Just for her to like steal product from me, you know. So I don't know. Should we do rum? I'm not gonna drink Pink Whitney or tequila right now. Should we do rum? Rum or Malort? Rum or Malort? Yeah, exactly. War. Yeah, see, Rootsy, you get me. Rum or Malort? Yeah, like, yeah. Or honestly, at the end of the day, if she sends the product back, that'll be fine. But you know she's not going to. There's no way. Rum. I'm gonna assume that you guys just mean rum. Okay. Or I can't tell if you guys are making fun of me. Sorry. And by the way, just so you know, if anyone's a dick to me tonight, I don't know if I can handle, like, it. So, everyone better be nice to me, because I'm, like, really mad right now. Because, like, it's $100, you know, of product. Because it was $50 for each dress. And I just paid $20 for it. $16 still, but I'm rounding up. I'm rounding up because I'm mad. There will be bans! Fight! Oh my god, I'm so mad. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Hello?
Thank you for, oh my god, can you imagine, Rootsy? You gifted it to, shut the fuck up. Can you imagine if you gifted a sub and it was like to the person that like stole from me? Because like, what if it was like a Twitch person? I don't think it is. I mean, I saw a first name and a last name because that's what I shipped it to, but. Oh, thank you so much. I give the sub to Damon Black 69. Damon Black 69. Enjoy your 90 emotes, your ad review, and your sub badge. I just got an email space from Depop that someone requested and got a refund back for $100 worth of dresses that I sent to them that I paid shipping for. Okay. I will end stream. Okay, so I want to reiterate that I'm technically only out $16. I want to reiterate that I'm only technically out $16. Just $100 of product. That's so mean. Okay. Now you're out nothing but tears. But the thing is, my autistic ass is still mad that someone stole from me. Oh. Alright, double shot. Double shot, Bravo Penguin. How does that make you feel? How does it make you feel, Bravo? Bravo, thank you so much. Because I can do the math of what 20% of that goal is. A double shot of rum, by the way. This is the strongest liquor I have at the moment. It's the sense of justice. It's pissing me off. Interesting. I'm literally about to like throw up just from like the thought of taking this, but no. Thank you so much. I'm still seething because now I feel guilty. I know you're gonna say don't feel guilty, but now I feel guilty, you know? Yeah! Yeah, Destiny, that would make me feel better. Yeah, take a shot. If you guys are legal age drinking age, take a shot with me. I know you're gonna say don't feel guilty, yeah. But thank you so much for gifting a sub. And thank you so much for the Ko-Fi. Thank you for the Ko-Fi towards my Clefable tattoo. Okay. You drinking apple juice? Oh, I want apple juice. Alright. Yeah. Thank you. I will down entire Pepsi? Okay. I hope you enjoy your entire Pepsi and your Anki Appy juice. Okay. All right. A double shot of rum. I haven't done this in a while. All right. Are you guys ready? Why am I like looking at it like it's gonna get any lower? What am I taking? I got whiskey and rum. Rum. Do rum, because I'm doing rum. Do rum with me. Anki apple juice. Thank you. Because I'm not thinking, like... Hack the ickies, you're here with your faves, and yeah! Now I'm gonna play Clair Obscur Expedition 33, where I'm gonna get even more angry, because I suck at that game. Oh, you don't have to send proof. You are so sweet. Alright, cheers. Oh, my hands are shaking a little bit. I'm mad. Professor! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kiss. See, I'm so mad. I'm sorry. I'm like... It's not the $16 of shipping, or the $100 of product. It's the thieving. So we get to see rage. I'm pretty raging right now. Oh my god, I thought he was throwing up. Okay. Ugh. I drank enough that I didn't taste the rum. Oh, it's on my breath. I think I drank enough G Fuel that it wasn't on my tongue. Diggy, diggy hole. Diggy, diggy hole. Bravo! Bravo, cat or dog. Also, Tarot Pole. Ah! Man, karma. I am a firm believer in karma. I don't believe in ghosts, and no offense. I don't believe in God. No offense. I'm sorry. That's just my personal beliefs. You guys believe whatever you want. It doesn't affect anybody but you. But I don't believe in God. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in magic or anything like that. What I do believe in is karma. Pussy! Oh, you're gonna have our first pussy on the wall. Ooh. Sorry, it's starting to come. I just came back. Oh my god, I'm very mad right now. TLDR, Mad Eye. Someone just basically stole from me on Depop. Depop is like a reselling app. I don't believe in magic, no. I do kind of believe in soulmates, but not in like the linear soulmates that like you know. If Pixel drinks anymore, she's gonna breathe fire. Oh, don't light a match in front of my breath. That's what I'm telling you, Dragon. How will I live? Oh, I'm sure there's people. You know what? Do you guys want to hear something? I never talked about this, but I actually have had religious dogma, religious like teachings and paraphernalia sent to my business P.O. box. Yeah. I've had people send me like Christian shit to my mailbox. Fun fact. Yes, it is gross. It is. I got probably more pissed off at that than I did with the Depop stealing. Oh, that TLDR, someone stole from me on Depop. Mad Eye. Someone claims that I never shipped their product, and I did, and Depop sided with them, and I'm out $100 a product and $16 in shipping. But you guys are little brats, and now I am $100 closer to my tattoo goal. Thank you, Bravo Penguin. Yeah, I agree, Rootsy. Yeah. You're joking. We get this card again? Mad Eye, didn't you pull this last time? Was it you that did this? Yeah, I firmly believe in karma. I really do. Rootsy. Yeah, no, you're good. Yeah, I know. Really, Slate Switch? I'm against organized. Yeah, no. Did you really, Destiny? I can't wait to see it. Death. Change is incoming. You may need to let go of an unhealthy relationship. One major phase in your life is ending, opening the door for new beginnings. Let go of uncertainty and allow yourself to start anew. Metamorphoses, rebirth, change, transformation. I'm too high for this shit. Oh, thank you, Penguin. Thank you. I'm gonna DM you right now. All right, yeah, you are. Yeah, you're safe. It's done. It's done. I keep tasting it. In the back of my throat. All right. Let me get this pussy for Bobble Penguin. Also, thank you for the hype train, by the way. Thank you guys so much. Whew, that's two tarot pulls today that have been bullies. Bravo, Penguini. I hope your Chipotle is so warm and delicious, and I hope you got double servings for free. Oh, what should we do? What should we do for Bravo Penguin? Okay, so we got Eclipse was our first doggy. Nikki was our first kitty cat, like our little post-it kitty cat. But Bravo's our first kitty. For free! Yeah, I don't know. I think karma will come. Like, I'm not asking for karma for me, but I think, like, thieves and things like that, I think, like, there should be some karma against them. Like, I'm not saying, like, I hope they die or anything. Like, I'm just saying, like, I hope they have a really expensive watch that they lose or something and they can never find it again. Like, you know, like, something, like, inconvenient but not, like, life-altering. You know what I mean? What do I want to do for you? Shut up! Oh my god, okay. Double servings for... Yeah! I want Bravo Penguin to have double servings for free. You know? Oh my god. Their charger stops working. Rootsy, okay. Oh!
Oh, to their brand new TV. I hope they get a brand new phone and it cracks on the first day. Their screen cracks on the first day. They step in a puddle of water with socks on. Ooh. And they're already running late for work. Yeah, both sides of the pillow being warm and suspiciously wet. All right, how do I... What does a penguin look like? Can I draw a penguin? This is gonna be really good, Bravo Penguin. Oh, it's only getting better, don't worry. I'm not touching it. I'm not touching it. I'm not. The too much gene is gonna have to stop right there. Destiny, that was a great idea. I hope they spill milk on their favorite piece of furniture and there's always a slight spoiled smell whenever they sit on it. Oh, that's gross. I hope they lose their license every month and get pulled over each time. Oh, that's such an inconvenience. Oh, that's such an inconvenience. I hope of only 1 foot so it's uneven. Ew, I hate that. I got an iPod Touch in high school for at Christmas and I dropped it as soon as I got home and cracked the screen. I'm sorry. But it was so super inconvenient for you, right? Bravo Penguin, thank you so much for the coffee, cool fi. Oh, it looks so cute! Okay, on camera, it looks super cute. You could totally tell that's a penguin. Destiny, thank you so much for that idea. That's a really good idea. Yeah, I'm very pleased with how that turned out. It's super cute! Holy! Oh, it's so cute. Oh, and if you guys want to see last month's pussies and puppies, they're in the Pixel Thank Yous channel. Always has to be held at an inconvenient angle that really works. Oh my god! I hope their charger doesn't work and their phone dies in the morning. Yeah, and then their alarm doesn't work and they're late to work. Their old license as soon as they get their new one in the mail. This is helping me a lot, guys. I'm really glad that no one's taken it like really far because I'm not. Again, I'm only technically out $16. And the 2 dresses that were limited edition and you can't get them anymore. But it was $100 a product. But like, I'd already bought it, so it's like it's not like I'm out the $100. But it's just the principle of it that's pissing me off the most. You know what I mean? And again, it's not like they like killed an animal or killed a person or like hurt me physically. Can you not, Jasper? He's like attacking the cable. So it's not like they're like a terrible, horrible, miserable person. So I'm glad that no one's like telling like, oh, I hope they die, you know? So I thank you so much for that. For being understanding. Oh my god. Oh, I hope the next airplane ride they go on, they have miserable diarrhea. A crunchy looking Oh, I love how we're also talking about things that happened to us from that we experienced. Okay, that's good. The crunchy looking leaf and it's soggy. That's actually a really good one. I hope they die. Okay, War. They'll wash the dress and they yeah, I hope they wash the dress and they shrink so it's too small for them to wear. I like that. I like that a lot.
I hope nothing happens like in transit to them because then they're gonna blame me for it. I packaged it so nicely too. Shut up. That is sticky ticky hole. Ticky ticky hole. That's so cute. I love it. Oh, okay. That actually happens to me all the time, Rootsy. So yeah, I like that one. Man, I sent the packaging. It was so cute. And I had like this beautiful tissue paper. I even covered it with a Pokemon sticker because they ordered the Pokemon dresses. And I folded everything so nice. I wrote this beautiful letter. Like I do like a handwritten note every single time someone buys something from me, whether it's Etsy or whatever. And I wrote, I literally wrote on the message, I'm glad these dresses are going to a good home. Oh, okay. I gotta stop talking about this because this is just gonna piss me off. I'm glad they're going to a good home. I can't believe that. Did not go to a good home. You know what? You know what? At this fucking point, I hope the package gets lost. You know what? I hope she doesn't get it. Yeah. 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 Yeah, basically angry. That's what I'm learning. This is actually the first issue I've had with Depop ever, but it's enough to make me not want to sell on it anymore. Hey, no, I love you guys, Moist. I love you guys, Moist. Holy. All right, so where did we last leave off on our heroes? We got this person. Oh, hello. I thought you were in my party for a second. So we got this person. What's her name? Okay, there's only 3 of you, but I have 4 people. Oh, how's the audio, by the way? I love you guys dry. Oh, I get it. Shut up. I have to be nice to you because it's your birthday tomorrow. I love you the Moist, actually. You'd like that, wouldn't you? It's good? Okay, cool. What am I supposed to be doing? Hold on. Don't I have like a journal? Is it? Can you tell? What am I supposed to be doing? Ah, shite. Like I know they told me to do something, but I don't remember what. Okay, you're too slow. We're going back to Lune. Or what? Oh, I forgot. Okay, sorry. I forgot you did that. Whoa! Anyone else looking at her butt? Because I instantly looked at her butt. I'm not sure where I'm supposed to go now. What has been my favorite thing about it? The music. I think the music has been my favorite thing. And you know what? I'm gonna hate myself for saying this. Guys, I think the combat is so much fun. I'm just so bad at the combat. The combat is so annoying, but the thing is, when I successfully hit, an unbearable smell lurks away. The ones we speak are full of greed. Okay. Me when I play Rivals. Fast. Oh my god. It's like I love the combat. But when I actually like nail like a defensive hit or like a counter, ugh, it's just so satisfying, you know what I mean? The combat is fun, I just suck. I'm so bad at this video game, you guys have no idea. Also, Gustav is a wonderful part of this game. Oh, thank you, Loki. I forgot that was a thing. Oh, wrong button. Okay. I truly don't remember where I'm supposed to go now. In the palm of your hand, I can read A Life of Fighting. Oh. Yeah! Oh my god, he's doing tarot too. Turn back. This sign can't stop me. I don't know how to read. I play it almost every night. This is a sacred place. We saw this door before. Of course you have. These doors are all over the continent. What's with the huge manor inside? What? You've been inside? Oh, so you've never been teleported to the ominous, perfectly maintained manor? It's never opened before. At least not for us Jestrals. Wow. Oh, well, now I have to try. Sound like Mario for a second. Wahoo! Yeah! Yippee! Yeah! Wahoo! Fuck your barrels. Mario? Hello? Mario! Girl, did you put me in here just to keep me trapped in here? That's, oh, sorry, sorry. Alright, this dazzling, okay, I'm about to say. Oh. Secrets? Whoa! Oh! Oh, he's got like a birthday cake on him or something? Happy birthday. Well, that's dope. Hello? Is there any more like things I can interact with, or was that it? Was that the secret? Okay, I gotta say, with the fact that I just took a double shot of rum, I gotta say I'm really impressed with the fact that I was able to find that. Oh. Ah. 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 It's a necessary setback. Momentary loss.
Useful.
Okay. Cool. WPixel, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like I'm the smartest person in this room right now. Whoa! Ah! What's up, Cass? Smart, funny, gorgeous. Cass did not get paid to say that, by the way. Cass! Happy Monday/Tuesday. Depending on your guys' time zone. New outfit? What the fudge? Does that count as a jump scare? I've never been sus ever. What do you mean? Oh, do I gotta find something to open this? Girl, you did not make me come all this way. Is there something I could shoot, maybe? Hiya! Guys! I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. My audio is messed up again. Not for you guys, but for me. And it's enough to piss me off. And I'm already, like, annoyed, so. I gotta fix it. Hold on, chill. Oh my god. It's fine for you guys, but it's not fine for me. There we go. On a scale from 1 to 10, how mad would you guys be if I took another shot? You literally paid Fitness to say that. Are we about to kiss right now? It's Pride Month, so it's legal. -50, so that means you'd be -50 happy if I did it. -200, so you guys are saying you guys are happy with me, right? That's what we're saying? You're saying, yes, Pixel, take one more shot. I think we should. Bravo Penguin, you get to pick, though. Bravo Penguin, you get to pick. And I'll let you pick whatever you want. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, cool. I'm glad you guys are such enablers. Thank you. Cass, I hope you're doing so good. Wait, Cass, didn't you have a follower goal that you were trying to hit? Did you hit it? And be honest. Girl, I'm not even going to wait to hear what you said. Guys, everyone go follow Cass. Hey, remember, Cass, when we weren't following each other on Twitch because... Because it'd be like that. At birth, a Dalmatian is always pure white. Thank you, Snapple Fact. If I were there or had any alcohol, I would say, oh! Steph, what is your alcohol of choice? There's gotta be at least 42 people in here that need to follow cast streams. There's gotta be at least 42 people! Maybe, I don't know. I have my viewer count turned off. Bravo Vango, what do you want me to drink, baby? What do you want me to drink, princess? Yeah, you with your little chaos. Do whatever you want, but I'll say, as long as you guys are drinking responsibly. Same? Alright, well then make an alt account and follow Cass. I'm joking. But I hope you're doing very well. I'm doing okay. I had a really good day today. I had a really good weekend. I got some annoying, I got an annoying email. And it's fine. I got, so you guys, I don't know if you guys have ever been mad, right? Oh! And he said water. Vodka. The Fruit Loops vodka. Pink Whitney. Kraken rum. Tequila Reposado. Tequila Blanco. Malort. And apple pie moonshine. Ooh, yeah, I'm not a big Jaeger fan either. Okay, that's fair. That's fair, yeah. Oh! What? Trip to Chicago? That's where I live. What are you doing in Chicago? Hey, happy Pride, Gender Fluid Druid. Happy Pride. You love Jaeger? It's more for you. Apple pie moonshine? All right. Well, this one I can't take a shot of. I just take a swig out of the bottle because you guys taught me to do that. Because I tried pouring shots of this. Oh, no. It does not work, honey. It does not work. Oh, man. He said water. What a bitch. I'm joking. Oh, my God. That's so mean. I'm sorry. I get mean. But, yeah. No way! Oh, yeah, I saw that Go Fest is this weekend. Yeah! I'm technically Chicago suburbs, but, I say Chicago because it's easier. And because of doxing, right? Hi, Melodol! Why did you just say your name? And Melodol, thank you for the forehead kissy. Whiskey or rum? I'll say whiskey, because we did rum last time. That's dope, though, Cass. I'm so jealous. Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, Steph, if we don't say Chicago, we're doxing ourselves, right? Exactly angry, right? No way, Cass. I'm so jealous. Oh my God, I called you bitch one time. War, I'm sorry. I love you. Guys, tell War how hot and tall and talented and handsome he is. That's enough slices! War, I'm sorry. Just don't ever tell me to drink water ever again. I'm so sorry. War, I love you. War, you can pick the next shot. Exactly, Steph. Oh, you got some Fireball? I'm gonna say Jim Beam Apple because I think you should have a good whiskey. Sorry, Kyle. Hi, better streamer, Steph Luna. It's true. Looking for Ramon. Yeah, he's what's it called? He's available now. Didn't you just have a 42-month mod anniversary? I have, Steph. I am an equal opportunity soju enjoyer. Hasn't streamed in 5 years? Yeah, the bar is really low for me right now because, I just called him a bitch. Or you could pick the next shot, sweetheart. Pookie. I'm sorry. Don't ever tell me to drink water ever again. Alright, apple pie moonshine is what we're drinking right now. Where's my music, by the way? I guess I would have to start reading. Cass, I need you to understand that that was a crowdfunding throne, by the way. Crowdfunding. I like books. Crowdfunding. What the fuck? Respectfully and a little disrespectfully. What the fuck? Thank you so much. Oh my god, my neck just got tight. What the fuck? I guess we have to learn to start reading. What the fuck? Cass, thank you so much. I am such a como se dice Bridgerton bitch, as one might say. I'm such a Bridger bitch. I am so obsessed with that TV show, Netflix show. And I am not gonna wait to see all the rest of them. So I need them now. Like I need them all. Like I need Eloise's story right now. I'm gonna have to learn how to read. I don't know how to read because I dropped out of college. So, hi Mocha Mom. Hi Mocha. How to read for dummies. I love Bridgerton. Guys, name your favorite Bridgerton story. I loved Benedict. I really did. I really did love Benedict. I loved him. Although, I will say, the hot Indian chick. What's her name? Antony. Antony and... Season 2. Don't get me wrong, I love season 1, but the whole, like... there's something... yeah, that's the one! Shut the fuck up, Ruthie. It's not your birthday yet, so I can say that to you. Jennifer, you're so sweet. But seriously, Cass, from the bottom of my butt, because it's bigger than my heart, thank you so much for the entire Bridgerton books. Holy! My birthday lasts all week. Well, it starts on Tuesday and ends on Tuesday. What do you mean? Alright, I'm gonna take this shot for Bravo Penguin. And I know this was last shot, but now Cass gets to pick a shot. Oh my god. How does one guess a shot? Okay, whatever. Oh, I just inhaled. Oh, and I know how to swallow. And I can say that because I know my brother went to bed and my dad is not awake right now, so. I should not have said that. I'm not repeating that. Can I have some? Yeah. Apple pie moonshine. Oh, apple pie moonshine. Mocha Mom! I hope you're doing so good, by the way. Don't clip that! That's so mean! Holy shit. I truly don't know what to say. Also, thank you for the extra shout out for Cass, by the way. Destiny, I'm gonna respectfully and somewhat disrespectfully tell you need to eat something. Guys, everyone tell Destiny that they need to eat something. Canary! Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Blurb, I've never used Blurb. Oh, I should drink some, like, water or something. And by water, I mean some Snapple. Alright, Cass, I have a very super duper important question for you. I actually have 2 questions for you. The first one's easy. Cat or dog? Alright? Cat or dog? And then the next question, you're gonna have to give me a minute because I'm gonna need to, like, burn it off for a little bit, but we have one more shot to do. But I'm gonna need a minute to do it. Let me work it off. Vodka, Fruit Loops vodka, Pink Whitney, Kraken rum, tequila reposado, tequila blanco, Malort, or apple pie moonshine. Both leaning towards dogs because I'm not allergic to cats. Oh my god. Okay, that's fair. Alright, I'll do doggy. Alright. Alright, cool. You apple whiskey? At least you didn't do Fireball. I want to reread this out loud because I need chat to hear this, and Cass, I will explain why. I have no idea what Pink Whitney is what Cass says, but it sounds delightful. Fun fact, Cass. Pink Whitney is the most disgusting thing that I have in my arsenal of liquors, because Pink Whitney is a pink lemonade vodka, and it is so respectfully fucking gross. It's literally the most disgusting thing, so I'll drink it for you. Anything for you, sweetheart. Does coffee count as food? No. If you want me to change it, I will. But I will absolutely do the Pink Whitney. And Shadowhawk, you've never tried it, right? So it's not someone named Whitney who's pink? It is not. Did you chew the beans, by the way? What? I'm gonna throw up. That's so funny. Stop. Stop. I'm gonna. Oh, she can't even hold her stick. Stop. Ooh. Ooh, Cass, you got some pretty colors on yours. Pause. Excuse me, I burped, sorry. And this is why I edit my YouTube streams for my Clair Obscur Expedition 33 streams. Because I just do this in the middle of my gameplay. 10 minutes of gameplay, 1 hour of just chatting. There's Leon's Bones! I knew it. I knew you were here. Leon's Bones. Did you eat? Leon's Bones. When was the last time you ate? Gun to your head. When was the last time you ate? We love game commercials. Every time I think of the game commercials versus just chatting, I think of Leon's Bones. Oh. Alright. What should we do for Cass? Oh, I know! This is gonna be so cute. This is gonna be so cute. A spaghetti and a pot pie. What kind of pot pie? What kind of pot pie? Guys, we need to bully Leon's Moans to make a post into the Meet the Mod Squad. Because I'm trying to announce Chimkin. I'm trying to announce Leon's Moans in the Meet the Mod Squad, but they won't post a post in the Meet the Mod Squad. Pot pie. Oh, Cass, you're gonna love this. It's cute! Yeah! Okay, so you did forget. Okay, good. No problem. No problem. I'll wait. This is so cute. I'm a genius. Guys, I should drink more often. To be fair, Leon's Moans was one of the people that I was like side arming to apply for mod. I have a better idea. Hold on. It gets better. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. It's a masterpiece, and it's done. Alright, Cass, I'm not gonna lie. Curly Pop, you were not a prisoner here. Cass, I'm not gonna lie, this might be my favorite one. Alright, so there's a story to tell with this one. Alright, so Cass, here's your doggy. It's got like the fancy mustache, has a rose in your mouth, and is holding a book that says smut. It has to be my favorite that we've ever done. This is so funny. Cass, enjoy. It's gotta be my favorite. It's so cute. Holy shit. It's honestly, it's the smut book for me. I'm even reading smut right now. I bet you are, you little degenerate. But you didn't apply for mod. So basically, I was bullying Leon's Moans and Dankos. Dangos is fine. Dangos has an out. Whatever. But I was bullying Dangos in Leon's moans. Shut up! Leon's mods! I was bullying them. I really wanted them to play. Dangos has an out. It's fine. I'm still upset about it. Alright, I'm gonna take this last shot. Okay, last shot. Here's my 1.75 milliliter of Pink Whitney that I fucking hate. The bottle's really cold and it feels really nice though. I cannot wait to read Bridgerton. Oh, I just spit everywhere. It's right, you guys liked it. Alright. A Pink Whitney. I'll do my Lord shot. Destiny, you're not allowed to take a shot until you eat something. It's a horrific color. Thanks, I hate it. It's basically pink lemonade liqueur. Or, I'm sorry, vodka. 30% alcohol, 60% proof. It just tastes like ass butt. Not every dude, bro, college guy drinks Pink Whitney, but every Pink Whitney person is a dude. Not every person who drinks Pink Whitney is a dude, bro, college guy, but every person that's a dude, bro, college guy drinks Pink Whitney. Spitters or quitters? That's why you never see me spitting. Oh, she's leaking. That's gonna be fun to clean up later. It smells nice though. Alright. L'chaim. Salud. 67 more subs to the sub goal, by the way. Probably we got back. Also, enjoy your lurky turkey from 9 minutes ago. It's not as bad when I've been drinking a little bit. Like vanilla ice cream. Girl, I know you lying. Alright, that's my last shot. That's my last shot. Alright, I'm gonna drink out of my pee-pee bottle. Pee-pee! You got water on my nose. Oh, it went up my nose. Okay. Alright, that's the last shot I'm taking the stream. That's the last shot. Yeah, I took a look at the mod chat. 29. No, this needs to be exposed. We're exposing the mod chat. Fuck is happening in my mod chat right now? What is happening in my mod chat right now? This is in my mod chat. This. I didn't ask permission. I'm just telling you guys what the fuck is happening in my mod chat. Respectfully / disrespectfully. What is happening? What is happening? I can't. What is this? Oh, what is this? What is this kid? What is this kid? It's so gross. Ew. Rootsy, you're so lucky it's your birthday tomorrow because that's gross. What is this? Hi, Farrah! How many subs to make you make that? 10,000. 5,000. 5,000 subs. That's crazy. Alright. Alright, I'm done exposing the mod chat, but we take our jobs very seriously, guys. I'm not looking at this. I'm not looking at this. I'm not. I'm not looking. Alright, I have had... How many shots have I had? Oh, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4...
had 5 shots tonight.
You cleansed the mod chat? You're such a bitch. I'm gonna stop. Do one more. I don't think I can do one more. I honestly, I genuinely don't think I can do one more shot. Pixelxkitten. This is in the mod chat, by the way. If you guys are curious, this is what the mod chat is. Oh my god. You guys are, I'm gonna ban the mods. Somebody ban the mods for me. Oi, Jamoy. Alright, so I'm 5 shots. I'm 5 or 6 shots in. Guys, I cannot wait till June 7th. Okay, you're seriously gonna tell me that I did all of this. This looks like a puzzle. You know what I mean? You're telling me that I did all of this to get to this fucking door. Sorry, I've been drinking. Just for you to tell me that I can't go in? Nah, girl. I am too stubborn for this. You said 1 hour episode of me just trying to find out. Okay, how do I... Okay, you know what? There has to be some sort of puzzle that puts, like, a painting there and a painting there, right? I'll be absent from socials that day, but what if I'm streaming that day? Because I might be streaming that day. You've had 1 shots. New profile picture. That would be a really funny sub goal. Actually, Rootsy, you should read the announcements because I might be streaming that day. I might be streaming that day. I know. Megs! Thank you for the 4 I can't see. You know I can't read. So there's a couple video game showcases that are happening this week. So there might be an extra stream on Thursday and on Sunday. In my Pride Month? Homosexual. Oh, wait, no. Homo sapiens. Homo erotic. What's the word? Homophobic! That's the word. That's the word I'm looking for. Homophobic. You're just me, a queer person. What is this? Oh, I'm back in the fucking house, Martha. Oh man. Back in the fucking house, Martha. We got there eventually. Yeah. Still locked. Retweet, by the way. Okay, we're back here. I don't know what that means, though. Also, my audio's borked again. Not for you guys, but for me. And it's pissing me off, but it's fine. I don't need camera enough to fix it. If my voice echoes, I don't give a fuck. The guy next door says he's a philosopher, but I'm the real philosopher. Really? Show me some philosophy, then. When the sun rises, the plants bloom. That's it? Buy my books. No thanks. Get lost. Okay. Welcome to my lovely house. Your house is quite empty. Aren't we all empty once we learn how meaningless our lives are? Huh? I'm a philosopher. I hope you buy my book someday. Magically! Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. Yeah, Rootsy. Rootsy's an Arthur. Arthur? Or the aardvark? I bet he's thinking about the ground.
I can't fight bald, although Mansell was bald and he's the greatest champion of all time. That gives me an idea. Okay. Aardvark? Yes. Did I stutter? I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. I got an achievement though. Ooh! Cutscene!
I still can't believe it. I lost hope after a while, but you all survived.
What was your plan if we hadn't? Be a gestural champion until your gamage?
Well, it was a lot of fun, so yeah, maybe. I still can't believe it.
What was your plan?
Well,
Noko's quite obsessed with your arm. Your apprentices would be extremely proud knowing a gestural loves their work.
Yeah, they'd be insanely excited.
Well, they did a great job designing your arm. It was quite a creative assignment you gave them.
Well, when life gives you lemons.
Losing an arm is quite a lemon.
How did he lose an arm? Alice! Alice! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy.
It's not lemonade.
Alice, happy Pride! Happy Pride Month! Wait, where is... What's her face? Hello, love. The creator offers you his services. Leave. 'Cause I'm not looking for you. Where's what's her face? Oh, there she is.
Maybe you should stay.
Happy Pride!
What?
It's safer in the village.
Missed the chance to meet Eskie? No way.
My hair.
I'm okay. We stick together.
Me too, Gustav. Me too. Yeah, I've had ultimately a decent day today. I've had one bad thing happen, but chat has been so sweet and countered it, so I'll take my wins where I can. Raven! Or Bravo Penguin. Oh, sorry, where's a herd? Who did that? Yeah, Bravo Penguin did that. What the f— I hope you've been okay today. Where's my— can I, like, write in my journal or something? Oh, here we go. Write in my journal. Gustav finds a spot where he can be alone. He spends some time writing in his journal. He writes about gesturals. He knows how happy his apprentices will be to learn that they exist. He hopes that one day his apprentices will read everything he wrote.
For those who come after.
Hello.
Thank you for the follow! Oh, I love your username. We do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Seriously, thank you so much for the follow. You know, I literally played like Raven. Alice, hugs. Hugs for you and anybody who needs a hug. And if you guys don't want it, you guys can double it and give it to the next person. Find and recruit the legendary Esque at Esque's nest. He should be able to help cross the sea. Demure! I am enjoying it thoroughly.
I can't believe it. We're gonna meet the Eskie.
The gestuals and Eskie. The tales are true.
Do you feel something?
Mayel?
White hair. Who are you?
Alicia, I told you to stay home. It's not good for you to see this. Yes, I understand. It's her fault, and she doesn't even know it. But you can't be here.
What are you talking about?
What is happening?
What's my fault? What is this?
You should never have come. You're only going to make things worse for everyone. Now take your friends and go home. Let them spend their final year in peace. This is your only warning.
That was crazy.
Man? Hey. Hey.
What the fudge?
Sam. I saw him. The white-haired man and this woman.
What did you
talking
see? Mael, breathe. Slow down. What did you see? Think carefully. Every detail could be important.
He said we need to go home and that it's my fault. And that I'm gonna make things worse for everyone. You were all frozen. I couldn't. It was like a waking nightmare.
It's okay.
What else? You said there was a woman.
Lily, maybe later.
She had a mask, and
I know this is hard, but I need you to focus, okay? While the details are fresh.
She's got a point.
Ask her to
No. Right now. Right now. Right now.
Hey. Breathe. Listen to me. You're safe. Do you understand? Okay? It's over.
Oh, my poor baby. Oh. Also, hi, Graveside. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh my god. Like, try not to cry because she's so cute. She's so sweet. What's up, Mirror? Holy. Baby girl. Baby girl. Poor baby.
yeah.
God's
Take
favorite
me for a little way.
princess.
Let's head east to Esquier's nest.
East. I thought you said Weast. Wait, Graveside, have you ever played this? This is my first playthrough. East? I thought you said Weast. Okay, we're here. Cool. What are you? Huh? What? Me? I'm not lost at all. Though I should get back to Sastro sometime soon. You seem pretty lost to me. Yeah, I'm lost. I need to get to Sastro, but it isn't exactly safe here. You can stay at our camp if you like. Really? Yes! See you back at the camp, and I'll call for Sastro in the meantime. You haven't? Oh! I've been having the best time playing this so far. Esquier's Nest. Just the music. Oh. The music alone is like the best thing in the world in this game.
Alright, SGA. Uh-oh, 66! That's almost a funny number. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I've never played Final Fantasy, but I've played Dragon Age. And absolutely. Abso-fruitly. Upgrade attributes. Okay, we have 3 attributes for Gustav. Oh, that's it. I used them all, apparently. My bad. 45! Alright, chill, chill, chill. You really? Oh, I missed. Okay, that's fine. You. Okay. 14 skill points. Jesus Christ. Phantom Blade deals high single target dark damage, 1 hit. Consumes all foretell. Deals medium single target damage hit. Okay, yeah, definitely that one. Deals medium single target dark. Yeah, okay, we're gonna do that. It deals low damage dark to all 3 enemies. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Deals medium damage, physical damage, 2 hits, 14 over tail and target, 1 AP, and gives 1 AP to Martyr. Okay, so we're gonna do that. And high yeah, okay. And then I'm happy with that. You have 2. Medium damage, single target hedge break. We'll do that actually, and then we're good. I'm happy with that. I'm having a good day. Like, I had a little bit of a pee pee poo poo, but it's okay. It's okay. I hope you're doing fantastic, Graveside. I don't think I need to rest. I think we're good. Okay, the aspect ratio changed, which means, okay, there you go. Oh, hi, little humans. You need the password, enter. What? I have the password.
Golgra said to shout the password as loud as we can. Well, Gustav, you're the loudest.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Hey.
Come on, don't be shy.
Shut up.
No. It's just it's the password.
Well, I don't know. Golgra never told me the password, but whatever. Just go in. That's so funny. Oh, poor
Look,
baby.
I am very sorry. It's just that Golgra told us that's the password, and
Come on, it's a gestural. He'll have forgotten in about a minute.
Poor baby. Oh, Gustav is not going to be able to sleep tonight. Oh, this ruined his whole day. Poor baby. All right, let's fight somebody. I'm ready to be in combat with somebody. I'm ready.
Interesting decor.
SGA is said to feed on light.
Are you okay, Maya?
I don't know. Getting a bit of deja vu again.
The light here feels a little, I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, so helpful. Thank you. Mushrooms! I see something to collect. Ah, the French game. Oui, oui!
Oui, mon frère.
An advantage.
Mon ami, sorry. Tomato. 6 to 1, half a dozen to another. I've been drinking, alright? Whoa, hold on. Aspect ratio. Cutscene's coming.
No Esquier.
Ooh. Bonjour, mes amis.
Bonjour, mon ami. Ciel? What? I don't know. He seems nice.
Oh, it's you. Hello again, my terrible swimmer friend. You finally come to learn to swim?
No. I'm not that fond of water.
Actually, that's sort of why we're here. We need to cross the sea. Golgra said you could help.
Mon ami, a rolling stone gathers no moss.
Pardon me?
In the stories, they say Esquier likes to speak in riddles.
In what way?
I don't get it.
We really need to cross the sea. Would you please help us?
There's a lot of you to carry. I'm strong, but I'm not that strong. I will need Flory,
Who's Flory?
one of my rocks.
Rocks.
See? Flory helps me swim. But Flory was stolen by my arch nemesis. One whose every step shakes the foundation of the world. The one known as Francois.
Francois.
Okay.
Let me guess. Francois is located deep in Nevron-infested territory, right?
Oh no. He's right next door. Over there.
Hey, Francois.
Francois is my neighbor.
Hello.
Okay. Well, I guess we could take a look.
He's so cute, Mount
Fantastic.
Everest.
Good luck.
Mes amis.
Please, bring Flory back to
I love
me.
his voice.
You seem to know me.
Yes.
Bonjour, mes amis.
Oh, I don't understand.
Men trip not on mountains. They stumble upon stones.
Okay.
I love her. Oh my god. Oh, I love her so much. He's adorable. Esquier? Alright, let's see what Francois has to say about himself.
The more information we get, the more questions I have.
How do you pronounce her name? Ciel?
You okay?
Ciel? Oh,
Yeah.
he said it. Ciel?
Esquier is surprising.
Ciel? Am I saying that right? Ciel? Ciel. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Oh. I guess we'll rest here. This is Francois. Aspect ratio? There it is. Oh, I see.
There's nothing here.
Who dares enter my lair? You can't just walk into someone's home without knocking. That is incredibly rude.
Is that... Are you Francois? He's just a talking rock.
Wait, I thought Flory was the rock.
A rock? I am not a rock. Do you have rocks for eyes? You certainly have rocks for brains. I am clearly a turtle.
Are you?
Esquier! Stop sending hooligans over here!
Stop being a meanie. They're nice humans.
Then keep them on
Humans.
your side of the caves! Now get off my lawn!
It's okay. We'll leave. We're just here for Flory.
So, not only are you intruding, you're here to steal? Oh my word! Humans! Well, over my dead body! Rah!
Ah! I love Gustav so much. Oh my god. Finally some combat. Oh my god. Holy. The strongest ice attack ever? Bye, Mael. What the fuck? So anyways, come back, Mael, please. Alright, I don't remember how this works. I pressed the button! Wait, what was dodge? Is dodge X or is dodge B? I think dodge is B. Fuck. Oh no. I think dodge is B. I pressed X.
Let the ink flow.
So there it was. Barbecue sauce on my titties. Rah raggy. Let's try this. Let's finish this.
Please survive.
Damn it! All right, I'll get it next time. Don't worry, don't worry. I'll get it next time. Hold on. Chill, chill, chill. Oh, I don't have any more revive tints. Okay, well, this is awkward. So anyways, there it was. Barbecue sauce on my titties. I mean, that did a lot of damage, so I'll take that.
Lune, watch out.
Fuck you, Francois! Let's go. She got it. She got it.
A storm is coming.
Immolation, no breathing.
Okay, let's put an end to this foolishness. I need to sleep like a turtle.
Like a turtle.
All this trouble for a tiny rock.
Take it and never come back.
Francois.
You could smash.
What a bitch.
But know that I will never stop chasing you.
I think we'll be okay, homie.
You can't move.
Scram!
Oh, poor Francois. Oh, poor baby. Guys, I have to pee. I have to pee. I've had like 12 shots tonight. And by 12, I mean 5. I have to go pee-pee. Gustav has 1 health. Oh, no. Absolute cinema. I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna play an ad. So you guys don't miss anything. But that was so funny. All right, I'll be right back. I'm so sorry. I know. I'm the worst streamer Okay, so ever. he has- I know. I know. He has I'll Grim. be right back. I'm gonna assume pain res as well. And I'm assuming that was blood favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't blood favor. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna heal you, because I have botany. Oh, is this? Oh, thank you. I can't wait to mess this up. Alright, that's their second stack of Grim. I'm gonna go for the save, I think. Oh, Birkin, thank you. I could not remember his name. Oh, please pick towards me. Please pick towards me. Please, 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 please. I didn't have a beam. I forgot I had the flashbang. That's what you get for giving me that's right, redemption. Thank God for redemption. Oh my God. Oh, and Deli. Oh, purr. Okay. Something. Oh no. Do we hold him? God damn. We don't hold him, right? I fucked up. That's right, he fucked it up too. Meow. No. no pallet here, no pallet here, on the right, no pallet here, on the right. Shabby. Shabby. Oh. Wanna hear something funny, guys? Bye. Oh! Get shit on. Alright, I did not boon a totem because I forgot to boon a totem. So I'm just gonna get as far away as I can and then die. Oh, I'm gonna get as far away as I can. Alright, I'm gonna die in this pallet. Do you guys mind? I'm so sorry. Not to be dramatic or anything, Sable, but... Oh, jeez. That was very funny. Thank you. Don't throw that pallet. Alright, let me get out of the way a second. Oh. W mods. W mods. Is this where I want to go? I don't think this is where I want to go, but this gen is done, so there's no palette here, and I don't like this palette, but that's fine. Oh, you wanted that so bad, Birkin. Watch this. Fuck you. You ruined my funny. That's fine. I am very, very happy to let you guys know. Whoa, that my audio is really messed up. Actually, give me 1 second. But I'm very happy to let you guys know that I did not receive any nasty emails during that pee-pee break. So that's good. I have to change my audio. Oh my god, it's like 2 seconds behind. Holy! Hello? Oh, that was bad. It was like a 2-second echo. That was bad. It's definitely not even good right now. Yikes! Meow! Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, man! I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. You said doggo? Say hi, Charlie. Hi, Charlie. Hi, Charlie. I see your tail. I see your tail. I love you. I love you so much. Hi, Charlie. Hi. Hi. I love you. Wow. Oh, I love you so much, Muffin. I love you. Okay. He wants to go O-U-T-S-I-E-D-E, but he has to wait. Are you talking about at work, Rootsy? Is this still in the big dick club? I was really worried they were going to email you. What? Content work? What are you working on? Oh, I can heal. Oh, good. Okay, well, I'm gonna look. Oh, what's that? Ooh, what is that? What is that, girl? What is that?
Francois and Esquier are very different from Gestrels and Nevrons.
You think the Paintress created them too?
If not, who else?
Maybe they came from another world.
Alright, I'm ready to go back. Oh, what's that? A ladder? Oh, okay. A ladder. Oh, okay. Chloe! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Think of the strike! Jesus! Big ol' streaking! Loki! Mwah. Thank you for your almost 200th kiss. You guys both almost have 200 kisses. What the hell? The image is... Oh, I see, said the blind man to the deaf dog. I see, I see. Oh, I'm stuck. Help me, step bro. Loki. That's right. I'm joking. Alright, there we go. Let me heal because Gustav's about to die. The other mods help me with wording. Is this not the same as it was before? Alright, we're rested. Alright, let's talk to... What's his face again? Esquier. Oh, is his friend? That's fine, I guess.
Interesting.
I, 'Cause 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 Eskie, where are you? Oh, Aki. Hello, lovely. Hello, big boy. You're so cute. Oh my god.
You got Flory.
I love
That's not
rocks.
Flory.
What do you mean that's not Flory?
Ha! I never had Flory. Your rock is still on the Stone Wave Cliffs.
but he got me good.
Wait, does this mean you won't help us?
If you promise to get me Flory, then we can be buddies.
Can't you swim without Flory? We saw you flying just now.
Oh, you're much too heavy. I need my rocks.
Your rocks.
Alas, I've lost them all. I can do much more than swim. I can fly into space. I used to fly all the time with my best friend Verso.
We'll help you find your stones.
Oh, how lovely of you.
Wait, Francois said the Stone Wave Cliffs. Where's that?
All the way to the north. Just aim for the big 33.
Woo!
Help is on the way, dear! Mrs. Doubtfire! Help is on the way!
Zane! This guy is adorable. Oh my god. Zane! Thank you so much for that ride! Welcome in! Zane, what the hemkin humpkin hootin' were you doing, homie? Hi, baby. Zane, how was your stream? What were you up to? Tell us everything. We are currently playing Clair Obscur Expedition 33, and I'm not very far. This is only like episode like what, 6 or 7? Oh my god, actually, no, it's actually 6 or 7.
37 months.
Thank you for the 37 months. Thank you so much, Zane. What the fudge? Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, ad preview, and your sub. Shut up. Ugh. I'm so peanut butter jealous. I want the new 007 First Light game so badly. Oh, is it the best game ever, Zane? Ugh, I'm so peanut butter jealous. Are you having the most fun playing it? It looks so much fun. Oh, I'm so jealous. I hope you had the best stream ever. I'm so addicted. Oh, whatever. Guys, everybody go follow Zane. Zane is so hot and so tall and so talented and so handsome and deserves all of the love and all the support. And is playing the 007 First Light, which means if you guys watch his streams and if you follow him and watch his streams and gift a sub or sub to his streams, you'll get that slightly little 007 badge next to your name. Ugh. That's awesome. I'm so happy for you. I hope you had the best stream ever. Guys, everyone go follow Zane. Zane, if you need to go raid and run, do not feel bad about doing so, please. Go get your post-stream self-care, get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, nubbies and babbies, go eco, pico, fuko, stretch, go drink. And seriously, 37 months. Thank you so much. That is very hot, very tall, very talented, very handsome of you. Thank you so much. That really means a lot. Truly. Jasper, what do you think? Do you think 37 months is a lot? Because I can't even count that high. Oh, he says big man. He says, oh, thank you. It's so much fun, Zane. I've had quite a few shots tonight. I had a really good day today. And then people were really generous today. And then I had some like annoying news today. And then people countered that with love. And so I've had a lot of shots tonight. But it's okay. Because we're here for a good time, not a long time. Why are you so cute? I like literally can't stop petting you. Guys, I brushed him earlier and he's so swaffed. And like I can't stop petting my pussy. So anyways, you're so cute. I can't stop petting my pussy. Jorkin, Peener. Jorkin.
Go on.
Jorkin, Peener. Jorkin. Take it for the 180 bits? Zane, do something nice to me one more time. No, come on. Raid, resub, and bits? No, come on. One more time. Bad Kitten Corner
It's vacant. No, come. Come quick. 190 bits. Thank you so much. What the fudge? I'm gonna fucking ban you. Zane! Thank you for giving the sub to JG. What the fudge? Zane, I'm gonna punish you. Going the bad kid cutter right now. Thank you for giving this up to JG. JG, enjoy. Oh, I'm sorry, lovely. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, ad-free view, and your sub badge. Zane, no, come quick. Come. The next one is a 24-hour timeout. Think I won't? Because I will. War, I love that. Yeah, JG, get his ass. Pew 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 pew. I actually have one better.
Go on, give him a nibble.
Pew 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 pew. Pew 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 pew. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Jasper, I'm so sorry for exposing your butthole on the internet. I'm so sorry. Oh no. Oh god. I'm trying to start a single-handed hype train. Are you sorry? I feel really sorry. I feel really bad for exposing my cat's butthole on the internet. I'm so sorry, puppy. I'm so sorry. You deserve it. I'm glad he doesn't understand what the concept of the internet is. Or else he would be probably a little bit really bad to me, because that was a big old hairy butthole. You know what I mean? Right, Jasper? Do you have the hairiest butthole? Hairiest butthole in chat?
Go on.
You're so... No! Zane! You're such a brat. Zane McMod. What the fuck? Thank you for the 100 bits. That is really funny. I'm gonna ban you. 24-hour timeout. Mods? 24-hour timeout for Zane. 24-hour timeout for Zane. Over. That is so funny. Thank you so much for the raid. What the fuck? Ow. Ow. Everybody go follow Zane and go tell him how hot and tall and talented and handsome he is. Right now! Seriously, thank you for the 1,000,000 bits and the gifted sub to JG. That's really funny. Also, Bravo, or not Bravo, what's your name? Wow! Get timed out for 24,000 seconds. Bye, Zane! See you never. Oh my god, that's so funny. And, Rootsy, I do blame you a little bit for that. Because you're the reason why he went to his other account. Jorkin Peener. Jorkin Peener. How rude. Okay. But we are currently playing Clair Obscur Expedition 33. Not very well, but we're here for a good time, not a long time. I think that's what matters. We just met Esquier. And Esquier is so funny. I love him very much. And Francois. Oh, I'm in the water. Luckily, it doesn't kill me. I guess I'll not do anything. Because I thought, oh, okay. 85% Bratty. Yeah, those are rookie numbers, sweetheart. Rookie numbers, sweetheart. Oh, I fell? Okay. Zane McBot, I need you to know, Zane, I hope you remember to, like, cancel that resub, because I hope you don't forget that that's a thing, and then, like, you find out, like, 20 months from now that you've been resubbed on your alt account to this stream. I really hope you cancel the resub, like, right, I need you to, like, cancel that resub right now. But thank you so much for the brand new tier 1 sub. Enjoy your 90... Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and add your sub badge. Yeah, can you, like, please cancel that resub right now, because it's gonna be a day where you're gonna forget to cancel that resub, and then you're gonna find out, why the fuck is my credit card charged for like 20 months? Oh man. Oh, Destiny, that's how big my PP was today. We're PP twins. But seriously, thank you so much for the gifted sub, the new sub, and all the bits, and the raid. What the fudgy?
Oh, JG, he would never. Done. Okay, thank you. JG, hope you're doing so good, homie. It's Rootsy's birthday! It's officially Rootsy's birthday on the East Coast, so everyone has to be nice and tell her how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is. Hi, JG! Hello, our resident Jason man, by the way. I'm doing fantastic. Thank you so much for asking. How are me?
Expedition 66, Marcel. Damn you, Eskia, and your stupid mushrooms. Your friend ate them with no problem, but it also seems your friend was immortal.
Give him a nibble.
That's the sort of extremely relevant detail that you should mention at the start. Oh, stop crying. You're not the one about to die. I can't believe this is the end of our expedition. We've learned nothing and achieved nothing, and we're not even leaving anything useful for future expeditions. Damn it all, I should never have trusted a giant talking marshmallow. Great, and now I'm losing consciousness.
And now I'm losing consciousness. Cranker and Danker, thank you for the 100 gay biddies. Insert a hype train. What the fudge? Thank you so much. Okay, Zane, I have to know. Is that another alt account of yours? Who's Cranker and Danker? Thank you so much. Spartan, happy early birthday. Shut up. I really do truly blame Rootsy, because Rootsy said, Zane's gonna start a hype train all by himself, and then literally, so thanks Rootsy. Guys, everyone tell Rootsy happy birthday. It's officially her birthday on the East Coast. East Coast, Beast Coast. You're welcome. I have to fix my audio again. My audio's been pissing me off. It's fine.
Go on. Give him a nibble.
Jay, do you want to go to the Bad Kitten Corner too? Bad Kitten Corner? Did somebody say hype train? Who did that? I'm gonna throw up. That's so funny. Thank you so much, Jay, for the 100 bits, and thank you so much for the I go meow, I go meow. That is so funny. I'm gonna punish you though. We are currently playing Clair Obscur Expedition 33. Please, everyone, go follow Rootsy and go tell her how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is, and happy Hempkin birthday. And everyone go tell Zane how hot and tall and talented and handsome he is. And everyone go tell JG Doc how hot and tall and talented and handsome he is. And then subsequently ban every single one of them. Thanks. We do love Rootsy! Also, happy early birthday, Spartan. And Spartan, what do you have planned for your birthday? I am short, tall. Whoa! Nightshade Jade, just so you know, in our Bad Kitten Corner is a bunch of Charcuterie board and cats. Please go raid and run, Zane. Zane, please get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, nummies, and babies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. Do you guys want to see a raid trailer? Oh, Escape ability unlocked. Escape can help you navigate impenetrable terrain to discover new areas on the continent. Oh, okay. So anyways, here's a raid trailer. Don't look at my goddamn shade.
Merry Crisis. Merry Crisis.
It went everywhere! Why is the music like this? Oh, you want bombs? Sorry. No, it's this one. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, okay. I got you. This game just seems like just a bunch of cheap jump scares. What in the M. Night Shyamalan signs is this?
She had seen during her time with the
Boobies!
Pope.
Honkin' tibbies! Those are knockers! I actually kind of want to stay on the screen again. Naked buck-ass thing.
God, is that the hatch right there? Yo, speedrun. Because I might have a big butt, but I got a small brain.
Okay, crawl upstairs, crawl upstairs, crawl.
I love your titsy stuff. Thanks. Hello? Oh, my audio is really messed up for me. 1 second. Oh, the music's bad? Okay. Hello? I gotta fix my audio. Hold on 1 second. Oh, it's bad. Hello? Oh, all right. Can you guys hear me? So the entire time that audio or that raid trailer was playing, it was like robot voice for me. It was bad. And like I've heard that Spotify also like gets borked sometimes. But everything was just like really, really bad. Also, I had that same error message, Spade, so don't worry, it's not just you. Also, Taker! Thank you for the forehead, can't see. And also, thank you guys very much for the level 1 hype train. Thank you guys very, very much. You guys are very hot and very tall and very talented and very handsome! Yeah, OBS, like, freaked out. What is happening? Bliss! Bliss, thank you so much for the raid! What the fudge? Hi, Taker! Holy shiitake mushrooms, yo, welcome in! Welcome in, Raiders! Oh my god. Taker! Oh my god, Taker, thank you so much for bringing some homies with. Welcome in, Raiders! We are currently playing some Clair Obscur Expedition 33. What the heck are you guys doing? What were you guys up to? What's up, Jay Tonic? That's alright. It happens. You are here, and that's what matters. Yo, Bliss, how was your stream? Tell us everything. And Tanker, thank you so much for bringing some friends over. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Welcome in. We actually just played a raid trailer. We just played a raid trailer, and I think it's kind of perfect and appropriate that we play another raid trailer. Do you guys want to see it? We played number 2. We could play raid trailer number 4 now. Labyrinthine! Oh my god, I haven't played that game in years, but it is such a good game. Holy shite. No, seriously, Bliss, thank you so much, and thank you so much for the other follow, too. Again, we do have anonymous follows on, but I do see the activity feed, and I truly cannot tell you how grateful I am for all the follows. Do 4? I got you. Alright, here's Rachel number 4. Don't look at my goddamn shade! It went everywhere! Why is the music like this? I can't stop looking at my cleavage, I'm sorry. It squirts in your mouth, not in your hands. By the way, it's Pixel. It's not really Bob Ross. It's me. It's Pixel. My mouth tastes like barf and stink bug. Who wants a lick? Thank you guys so much for the raids. Bliss and Emmy. Was this planned? Benny! Hi, Benny! Hi, Emmy! Emmy, thank you so much for the raid! What the fudgies wudgies? Double rainbow, what the heck? Guys, welcome in! My name is PixelxKitten. I am currently playing Clair Obscur Expedition 33 for the very first time. I just met SK for the very first time, so that's exciting. And I have some kitties. Hi, Jasper. I got a cat right here. And I also have a doggy. Hi, Bobo. But Boo! Boo! He's really excited to be here. Happy Pride! Guys, happy Pride. Everyone go follow Bliss. Everyone go follow Emmy. Thank you guys so much for the raids. Welcome in. Hi, Sheriff Fun! Oh my god. Yeah, Boo literally is like, Beesh, I'm literally trying to sleep. It's so funny because I can say a magic word and he will wake up and be so alert. But I won't do it because like I want to keep streaming, so I don't want to wake him up. Hold on one second. My audio has been borking so much. It's been so annoying, so I had to fix it. Good morning! Everybody go follow Emmy. Everybody go follow Bliss. Thank you guys so much for the raids. Seriously, welcome in. If you guys are new here, my name is PixelxKitten. I have 3 cats and 2 dogs, and I have anxiety, ADHD, and autism. But happy Pride, everybody. We're currently playing my very first playthrough of Clair, Obscur, Expedition 33. And I'm having the best time so far. Also, Birdie. Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. But if you guys need to go raid and run, do not feel badly about doing so. Please get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eat, go be, go boo, go stretch, go drink. You are so sweet. Are you kidding me, Emmy? You are so sweet, truly, from the bottom of my butt, because it's bigger than my heart. I can't tell you how grateful I am. I hope you're doing amazing. I hope you've had the best weekend ever, and I hope you've had a really great Monday / Tuesday. Oh my god, look at that emo! Those are, I mean, those are so good. Those are so cute. Seriously, thank you so much. You're so sweet. I can't tell you. Call upon SK anytime on the continent by pressing X. SK will help you move over difficult terrain. Find the other stones to improve SK's abilities. Interesting. Well, what is difficult terrain, I wonder? I wonder. X? Okay. Oh, it'll tell me. Oh! Oh! Oh, look! Look, I'm him! Do I fight as him? Look, I'm just like... Oh! Okay, apparently you can combat with him. Please enjoy your post-stream self-care. Oh god, oh god. Okay, I missed that.
Get ready.
Thunder?! Okay, alright. How am I supposed to know? I've never done this before. I didn't get first strike either. My bad. My bad. Sorry. They could dodge? Bye, Birdie. I hope you have the... Oh, shit. I hope you have the best night ever. Oh. Oh, she's stunned. That's not good. Okay, slowly. I can do this. I did it. She countered. Oh, shit. Hold on. Oh, I can't dodge if I'm stunned? That's bullshit. I can't dodge if I'm stunned. Okay. Oh, this is not looking good, guys. Oh, I'm supposed to jump? Okay, with that sign, I'm supposed to jump. Okay, hold on. Third time's a charm. For those who come after. Oh! Oh, okay, I missed it. Damn it. That's right. I'll be fine. Okay, I have to revive somebody. You come back. Ooh, I'm back. Shield its allies, that's fine. Oh my god, what's up, Omni Fighters? Welcome in. Holy! Immolation, no breathing. Oh, that's right. Okay, no, I remember that. Okay, hold on. Whoa, let's go! She's learning to dodge.
Ready to evade.
A combo. Evade.
Too early, too fast. Damn it!
That hurts.
Whoa! Oh, she got it. Okay, cool, 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 cool. We got it. We're good. We're good. All right. Whoa! She's learning. She's learning. Okay. Does that attack him? Okay, no, it doesn't. Okay. I'm trying to remember. Okay. No way! Okay, I'm remembering. I'm remembering how this battle works. Oh, too early. Damn it, too early. What's up, Nerdy B? Nerdy B, welcome, man. Okay, let's get rid of him. Perfect. Okay. Oh, wrong button. Nope. This should kill him.
For those who come after.
For those who come after. That should kill him. Okay. It only took me 25 years to remember how to do combat, but I got there. We got there, and that's what matters. So anyways, is everyone dead? Yeah. Hold on. Heal party. Heal them! Okay, cool. We're good. Well, now we know that this guy can get into combat. Acceleration! Shut up! You're so cute, SKL. SKA. It's going so much fun, Nerdy! Nerdy, I hope you are doing very well. Hi, humans. Care for a good deal? Trade. Sure. Lumiere cute. Oh, yeah. Give me that. An outfit for Mael? Yeah, give me that. A haircut for Gustav? Yeah, give me that. Chic? Give me it all! Secluded? Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Chic? Oh my god. Esquier? Anniversary? Yeah, give it everything. Thank you. Ta-da is what he says. Alright, Esquier. He is so cute. Look at him. Oh, I just came from here, right?
Go on. Give him a nibble.
Oh, wait. Map is this button. Ghost loops? Think of for the 170 bits? Alright, the next person that's nice to me is gonna get in go to timeout. The next person that's nice to me is gonna go to timeout. Respectfully and disrespectfully. Secluded wants to get a sign of crystal. I'm thinking something yellow. Like a yellow aventurine, or even something easy as like what's heat treated amethyst called? Citrine. Like yellow aventurine or citrine. Something yellow for sure though, is what I'm feeling. Those are titties! Honkin'
Give him a nibble.
Miss PixelxKitten D.
Mods, ban Benny. Mods, ban Benny. Over. Yeah. Yeah, I bet you didn't think I was serious. I was serious! He is so cute. I love his voice. What is that? Benny, thank you for the 100 bits. What the fudge? Stick that in your pipe and smoke it. Oh, he is so much faster, though.
I'm tired. Can we camp first?
Oh, do you want to go to camp? That's fine, sweetheart. We do whatever you want, Angel Face. God's favorite princess, we'll do whatever you want. Thank you so much for banning Benny. Benny deserves it. Mael's Nightmare. No one tell me, like no one confirm or deny, but I'm guessing that this lady with the mask is her mother. No one confirm or deny it. I'm just speculating.
Hi, King Hal.
Hold on, I'll wait till after the
See why
cutscene.
you like throwing rocks.
You've been quiet since you saw those people.
It felt like they knew me. Like, actually knew me. I don't understand what's happening. And I feel like I never understood. Like, I'm always missing something that everyone else just gets. Lumiere, life never made sense, and I never fit, and now out here, when it was just starting to maybe feel good, then this happens, and...
Yeah. I hate it too. Things we don't understand. They just make us feel small and powerless. But it helps, you know, to focus on the things I do understand, on the people I care about and who care about me. And, you know, now I feel a little less lost, because at least we're lost together. What? What? Stop it. Too cheesy? No. Well, if it makes you feel better, I was even more lost when I was 16.
I heard that was because you were only thinking about girls.
Yep, but guess what? The girls weren't thinking about me at all.
I believe that.
Yeah. You can talk to me, you know. We're family. Well, that's what the paperwork says, at least.
Well, the paperwork probably says we're dead too, so...
Yeah, probably. Ooh, nice one.
I know.
I told you, don't get cocky. It was okay.
You taught me great. Nah.
So cute. What the fudge? Also, hi, Power Positivity. Happy Monday/Tuesday, depending on your time zone. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I hope you had a fantastic weekend. Also, hi, King Hal. I can give made-up answers? Sure. I just don't want anyone to, like, because I like to speculate while I'm playing. I don't want anyone, like, to confirm nor deny my speculations. So far, I'm good. Hey, so far, I'm good is better than so far being terrible. Are you the one who was supposed to watch over the lost Gestural kids? Isn't it obvious? Yeah, it's me. You have done a very poor job. Such disrespect. Can't you tell I'm sad? Oh, okay, sorry. Wait, you're expeditioners? Yes. Perfect. You like killing stuff, exploring the world, and then dying, right? I need your help. You've heard of the lost Gestrals, right? The Gestrals who disappeared after the fracture? The ones that the searchers are, searching for? Well, when the searchers find one, I watch over them until someone from the village comes to pick them up. But 9 of these mischievous imps ran away from me. Well, until you brought one back. Where could they be? They could be anywhere. I really want to become a searcher, but they'll never let me be one if I lose more Gestrals than I find. If you see them, tell them to come back here. They'll listen to you. They like humans. For every Gestral you find, I shall reward you the most precious of treasures. Is this treasure gratitude? What? No. Who would trick someone like that? Well, are good. We'll keep you then, or we'll help you then. Thanks, brave people. Here, take what I already owe you. New outfit unlocked. Oh, looks like a bunny ears. So how do I equip these? Oh, hello. Are you the child I should be looking for? Okay, well that's what I should be looking for. And then I can... How do I outfit you? I don't remember the outfit button. Oh man, Gustav, I don't remember how to outfit you. I can only have 3 people in my party. Interesting. I will not elaborate. How dare you? Edit Pictos, edit skills. How do I change your outfit? I forgot. Oh, edit appearance. It's cool. Let's see. I like the hat. The hat is pretty dope. The mullet isn't great.
The hat is pretty dope. I love the hat. Oh my god. Whoa! Whoa! Alright, that's the one. Ace looking ass. Oh my god, I didn't even think about that. Oh, okay. Well, clearly she would need that one. Yeah. Yeah, okay. That's good. Oi, Jamoy. Yeah, okay. Okay. You just like a man. Apparently. I didn't think about that, but like apparently this is, oh my god, look at SK just in the background.
I'm gonna come and get ya.
I'm sorry, but SK in the background is so fudging funny. Oh my god, look at me. Why do I
Mom, I froed up.
I'm sorry, but why do I have a pattern with men in top hats? That's so funny. Oi, Jamoy. Oh, this is where I came from. This is where I go. This is where I come from. Cotton Eye Joe. Alright. You.
I think you have a new best friend.
Esquier? Yeah. He's sweet. And somehow he knows I'm a terrible swimmer. When he said that, it made me think of, you know...
What do you mean, Rootsy? Because my cats love when I eat because they just like to sniff my food. Yeah, imagine liking a man. Stanley, you are so funny. The call's coming from inside the house. Ha! But like Midnight specifically loves chips. Like I was eating like a mini bag of Cheetos last night, and I have to give her some chips. Jasper likes cheese. So yes, and I'm such a fudging enabler, and I give my cats and my dogs anything that they want. I give them people food. I know, I'm the worst. Yeah, right, more? But, yeah, Midnight loves chips. So if I'm eating, like, a little thing of, like, Pringles or, like, chips or anything like that. Really? Oh, except for, like, Alfredo. That's interesting. But yeah, little man is Crowley, right? Mr. Crowley. But yeah, Midnight is such a food sleuth. Jasper will always be interested in what I eat. Balthazar is just always laying on me no matter what. Oh, yeah, Balthazar likes, people call them Otter Pops. I call them Flavor Ice. But yeah, Balthazar likes Otter Pops, or Flavor Ice, whatever you guys call it. But yeah, Balthazar will eat that. We'll eat those. It's so cute, though. He has many names. It's so cute. Oh my god.
Yeah, I thought it might.
Oh my god. The top hat is so funny. I love it.
After the beach, when I was alone,
I know.
Lune told you?
No, but I could fill in the blanks, and I understand.
Yeah.
Better than anyone. You know that? I'm just glad Lune found you. Before it was too late.
Yeah. Boo, I'll give like a little bit of Flavor Ice too. Charlie's a little bit more picky, so it depends on his mood.
Just like whoever found me. I like having you in my life.
Are we about to fuck?
Same.
Good night, Gustav.
Good night, CL.
Esquier must have experienced so much over the centuries.
You're gonna grill Esquier, aren't you?
The top hat is doing things for me. I love it so much.
A creature of legend. Yeah, just a little.
He's so big. Oh my god. Look what I did to Mayel!
Finally found someone who loves rocks more than you.
Mayel, what did I do to you?
So it it seems.
She looks like she's a 16-year-old now.
I think you and SKA are soulmates.
She looks like she's 16 now, thank God. Alright.
I haven't seen a human in so long. You're much tinier than I remember.
No one's ever said that about me, thank you.
When was the last time you saw a human?
A week ago.
Oh, my best friend when he asked for my help.
Your best friend is human? I thought Francois was your best friend.
That's his our enemy. What do you mean? Oh. Did you just call her Spirit? You're so funny. Gustav finds a spot where he can be alone. He spends some time writing in his journal. He writes about SKA and how incredible it is to travel on such a legendary creature. He hopes that one day his apprentices will read everything he wrote. No, this guy, 100%, I can't not look at him and think that he looks like Robert Pattinson. Like all I see from Gustav is Robert Pattinson. I can't unsee it. It's very difficult to unsee it. Oh, shh, shh. Do you like my new hair? Is that Mama y Papa? Because this guy looks like he could be Gustav's dad. But she's giving, like, mother. You know, I'm getting, like, matronly vibes from her.
I envy them. Those who can't see. Those who know not that they are not. And those who live, blithe and free, sins forgotten, and thus absolved, a fresh dawn in their playground, while we live in shadows, swimming in ink. We are but a fragile dream, a singular weed, resisting, ever resisting, that iron dirt, that eternal law. Those who can't see, those who know not that they are not. Do you know? We are fellows. Those who know not that they are not.
So fun fact about Pixel lore. I fudging love poetry. I love poetry. I love... Oh my god, what he just did? Literally me. Oh my god. So I identify so much with seals because you know, oh, sorry. Okay, anywho. So anyways, I love poetry. A poetry reading after dinner, after supper. Shout out to... Oh my god, look at him! He's so cute! Anywho. It's so cute. I can't with this guy. Okay, whatever. I love poetry. And that was beautiful. That's poetry, my dear Watson. Really? All my old poetry, I got called to the principal's office once because they were worried I was gonna kill myself because all of my poetry, I'm a big Edgar Allan Poe fan, and Darkness and Ravens, and I used to like hurt myself, and a lot of my poetry in my 6th grade poetry class, I got called to the principal's office. You too! Dweeb! I think with the forehead kissing. So, yeah, I honestly, I think I'm pretty good at poetry. Not just like with rhyming, but just like the art of poetry. And I forgot about it until now.
I have this bound collection of his. Do you really? I would love to see that. I'm a huge Edgar Allan Poe fan. And I know it's like not so much poetry, but what was it, Roald Dahl or whatever his name is? I just loved his works. I don't know. You guys know what I mean. So what is this? What am I supposed to do with this vagina-looking guy? Happy Pride, by the way. Robert Frost. Yeah, totally. Oh, he's not glowing anymore. My bad. Yeah, Robert Frost is great.
Feel the burn.
Feel the burn. The magic treehouse? What the fudge is a magic treehouse? Look at her hair. I can't. That's fine. Oh, he's flying, so I have to do that damage. Okay, my bad. My bad. Ooh. No, don't eat him! Don't eat him! Don't eat him! No, he's such a good boy! I need him! Ah, the pussy monster ate Gustav. Okay, so I'm about to die. Fun fact, I'm about to die. Let's revive somebody. Do you mind reviving somebody? Like, do you mind terribly if you revive her? What I'm about to? Oh.
Okay.
Oh! I was reading! I was reading! Don't attack when I'm reading what you're doing. Nah, we're doing it again. Wait, hold on, chill. Like, let me fucking read what he's doing. A 5-hit combo? Ah, shite. Let me in. Put me back in, Chief. Coach. Put me back in, Coach. Yeah. I know what I'm doing. Alright, don't eat me. Alright, no. We're so... That's fine. I want to be in this dance. Oh, wrong button. Damn it! Stop eating me! This game is stupid. I've never played a single Final Fantasy game. I'm so lame.
Ready to evade.
Oh, alright, too early. Girl. Alright, I want to play again. No. Instead of reversing? No. No. Let me put me back in, Coach. I can do this. I know I can do this. Alright, last one. Last try. I've never played a single one. Not a single one. Damn. That's right. That's right. Wait, don't attack me. Girly pop! Oh, sorry, I forgot to dodge. I was reading again. Stop, it looks like it's telling me information. I didn't know I was supposed to dodge. All right, one more time. One more. Last one. I swear to God. Last one. Last one. I got it. I got it. I got it.
Feel the burn.
Got it.
Eat me! Eat me! See if I care! Eat me! How many? Ooh. Only like twice, Loki. I've never played a single one. I'm so lame. Alright, dodge, dodge, dodge. Okay, I missed. I missed again.
Watch out.
Girly pop. Okay, I dodged 3 out of 4. That's actually not bad. Not too shabby. Can you spit out Gustav now, please?
Okay.
I did too early. Too early again. Too early again. Stop spitting things! You're such a bitch! Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I can do this. I can literally do this. Spit out Gustav, por favor. Alright, you know what? This guy sucks. This sucks. Sucks. Yeah, Mystic, I'm definitely getting better. Not great. No, I'm not. That was my last one. That's my last one. This game sucks. Alright, maybe I don't think I'm like the right level to do this. Like both in game and also like in person. I don't think I'm good enough to fight this guy yet. But just so you know, I'm gonna come for you one day. One day, your time will end. It's just not this day. Where am I supposed to go? Wait, hold on, wrong button. Wait, what? I'm supposed to be here?
Acceleration.
Acceleration. Okay, you are so cute, sweetheart. I'm supposed to be in here? Oh, is he Mystic? Okay, thank you. But you know what? I had some good practice, right? I killed his other 2 goons. Oh, that doesn't open a map or anything. Oh, this is new. Mael, I gotta be honest, I can't take you seriously. Sweetheart. If you guys want to know what I looked like when I was 16, this is a pretty good idea of what I looked like when I was 16. There she is. There she is. What did Pixel look like at 16? That sounds about right. What if I called it there? I think this is just a skate in the background is so funny. I can't even. Oh, so cute. Man, I don't even know what happens if I like leave this game. Like, I think I'll save like an overworld or something. But yeah. Yeah, I think we'll call it there. Because it's almost midnight. That was super fun though. We didn't really get very far. But I had a good time doing it. And I think that's what matters, right? It's not so much the progress we made, it's the friends we made along the way. And we got SK and Francois as friends. So as far as I'm concerned, good stream. Good stream. Any marbles? I don't know. Do you guys want to? Do you guys want to do some Marblaze? We haven't done marbles in a minute, eh? Eh? Some Marblaze? Why are you on this screen? What about one game of marbles? Because I really have to pee. Oh, wait. Oh, I forgot my music is gone. That's all right. What if she tries to open Spotify again? Do you think Spotify will be a little each bay? Let's see. Let's see if it'll ruin my audio again.
Does it sound awful? Or does the music sound okay? Alright. Let's do Random. Tag yourselves, I'm the goat. A leap to remember. Did I press the right button? I've never seen an intro for a level before. I'm the bud! Goyle. Alright, let me get all my snoozes so that there's no ads. Alright, exclamation point play! Get your balls in here! Get your slutty little balls in here. I'm snoozing all my ads so there's no ads for the rest of the stream. We're just gonna do one level because I really have to pee.
A whole year now.
Ah! What is happening? What is happening? Lyren, I'm so glad you were able to finish, or words are hard. Hold on. There we go. Thank you so much for continuing your gift and from that one, gay cop. Lyren, enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free if you and your sub badge. And Mandy, thank you for the 27 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, ad-free if you and your sub badge. What's up, stream? Oh my god. Oh, are you really? Is it your first playthrough stream? Oh my god, shut up. I just got SKA, like, today. And I'm in the overworld now, and I'm trying to find his rocks. His various rocks. And that's where I'm at right now. Ugh. Stream, you are so hot and tall and talented and handsome. I hope you're doing amazing. I hope you had a fantastic weekend. Speaking of having a fantastic weekend and speaking of being so awesome. Mandy! Mandy, I hope you have the best Monday ever. Ah! Yeah, first playthrough! Let's go! Oh, that makes me so happy. SK is adorable Lyren. I'm really, really enjoying him. Oh, wait, do you guys want to do a prediction? How many bulls will live? We have 13 bulls right now. How many bulls will live? 0 to 7, 8 plus. And we'll do 2 minutes. All right, guys, get your bulls in. I'm really enjoying him. Also, it's making me remember my high school French lessons. So that's been helping a lot. But seriously, thank you guys so much. Yes, I did meet Francois. And Francois, he's fun. I hope I get to see more of him. Hi, Joopy! You guys are very hot and very tall and very talented, very handsome. But not as tall and hot and talented and handsome as my cat. Hi, Jojo. Jorkin Peener. Jorkin Peener. Jorkin. Jesse! No, you. No, you. Oh, yeah. Okay, so cute. Thank you. Do you want him? Look at his fluffy pantaloons. Isn't that so cute? Jesse! Jesse! Mwah. They were the forehead kissy. All right. Here we go. There you go. Here's Jasper's face. He's very angry right now. He's very mad at me. Sorry, Jasper. Love you. Oh my god. I'm gonna call off work to tell you Happy Pride! Happy Pride! Happy gay, everybody. Alright. Did you guys vote in the prediction? The prediction should be over. Alright. You guys got 10 seconds. 10 seconds to get your balls in here. Give me your balls. Okay, maybe we'll do 2 levels. We'll see. So this is our first time on this level. Oh, it looks like a lot of people are gonna die. Here's hoping. Balls! I like big balls. You like big balls. I have the biggest balls of them all. Whoa. Loki's cheating, by the way. Whoa! Oh, zombie magic died. Zombie magic just bit it. Let's go. Alright, I need more people to start dying. Please, for me. Uvu! Oh! Lyren! That's great. Get a job. Oh, okay. Rootsy! Rootsy died. But that's great. Get a job. Oh my god. Why me first? Listen, the gods pick what the gods pick. Oh, Mandy, what the hell happened to you? Oh! by Mandy. Do you really? Our Raven always dies in ours. But I'm winning to the shock of nobody. Mandy, you got like projected up into the top, and then you felt your death. I'm really glad for that though, Jesse. Like, it could be worse, right? Oh, whoa, whoa. Oh, let's go. Shadowhawk, Bliss, Loki, Ameladol, Bairdi, Joopy,
Leon's Moans.
This is for the marbles. This is for the prediction. Oh, believers win. Let's go. That was for the prediction. Oh, whatever. Right. Hey, I died too. No way you made that. I honestly, stream, I did not think you were gonna make it. Alright, we'll do one more. 10 people lived. Damn. I was hoping more people would die. Alright, 10 people lived.
Congratulations or whatever.
Alright, let's do another one. And we're gonna do another prediction! And then we'll find someone to raid. Alright. Uno maso. Exclamation point play. Give me your balls. And we'll do another prediction. We'll do the same prediction. How many balls will live? 0 to 7 or 8 balls. Thanks for the 30k points. You're such a cheater, blumpkin eater, aren't you? I wish I could do predictions. Oh, we've been on this level before. Because Zaria won on this level. Alright. Give me your balls. Can we get 15? We need 3 more people. We got 12 balls in here. Can we get 15? 3 more people. Exclamation point play. Exclamation point play, guys. Type exclamation point play if you guys want to give me your balls. Any balls havers? Any balls givers? 13. Thank you, Bliss. 13. Can we get 2 more balls? 2 more balls. Exclamation point play. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Joopy. Thank you, Space. Thank you. We got 14 balls. Any more balls? We want more balls. Hey, one more ball. Sorry, can we get 20 balls. We have 5 more people. 20 balls. Hey, do I hear 20 balls? Play. Thank you. We got 16 balls in Melodol. 4 more balls. Then we got 4 more balls. We get 20 balls in this game. 20 balls. 4 more balls. The prediction's almost over. Can we get 4 more balls? Exclamation point play. Can we get 4? Melodol, War Space, Joopy, Bliss. Thank you very much for exclamation point play. Can we get 4 more balls? 4 more balls. Do I hear? Oh, you guys got 10 seconds to get in here. Balls. I like big balls, you like big balls, but I've got the biggest balls of them all. Oh, hello? Oh, am I losing? Is my PC dying? Okay. And Melodol insulted Loki are cheating? Oh, what is happening? Oh, okay. My PC's breaking. No, don't die, Pixel! Choose life! Choose Ufu, no! Oh, Ufu, yes! Oh, Rootsy is the birthday girl. Guys, if you guys don't let Rootsy live, then you guys are just a bunch of haters. Because it's Rootsy's birthday, you guys have to. God, sweet lord. I died. Oh. Ooh. Okay. Ufu's cheating! Ufu, hacker! Oh, Rootsy. Oh, bye, Spades. Oh, bye, stream. Oh, that's the prediction. That's it. 0 to 7. That's the prediction. Let's go. Yeah, legally, you guys have to let Rootsy win, though. Rootsy, I'll accept it if you just live. You know what I mean? This level's the Ball Crusher. Ball Crusher was the name of my, Whoa! Whoa! Rootsy, no! Choose life! Oh, man. Alright, everyone gets banned because you guys killed Rootsy on her birthday. It is officially her birthday in Central Standard Time, by the way. But Ufu and Lyran and Mandy. Mazel tov. Congratulations. Congratulations for the non-believers. Holy! 19,000 points to 0-7 versus 30k points to 8+. Damn! Damn, GG's. That was rough. That was really rough. That was good. That was awesome. I love when the balls die. Was that you, Probablebank, with a meow? Did you win both times? Guys, War is such a cheater. Weeder. Cheater, Blumpkin Eater. Alright, I gotta use all my snoozes. Guys, we're about to end stream. I don't want to have any ads play. Larpy cheating? I agree. I very, very passionately and very, very powerfully want to say thank you guys so much for the best first day of Pride ever! Thank you guys so much for the best Monday ever. We had an excellent sponsored stream with G Fuel with Gunner. We had an excellent stream with Gunner today. We opened up some Pokemon cards. Where's my hit? Where's the one good card that oh, it's in my binder. I forgot. We opened 3 packs of Pokemon cards and we got a Charizard! And then we immediately put them in my binder. So here's the Charizard that we pulled from Phantasmal Flames. Yippee! And that's pretty hacking cool. Thank you guys so much for all the raids, the follows, the lurkies, the turkeys, the subbies, the lovies, the ko-fis, and the throne gifts. I literally cannot wait to start reading Bridgerton. I'm gassed to start reading some Bridgerton books. So, Cass, thank you guys so much. Truly, from the bottom of my butt, he is bigger than my heart. Thank you guys so much. Let's find someone to send some raid shenanigans to. Teenagers scare the living shit out of me. We can care less as long as someone would read. Dark in your clothes. Happy Pride! You guys are seriously so so hot. Oh, also, speaking of YouTube, thank you. I will have a Dead by Daylight Jason PTB video uploaded tomorrow. So that's already uploaded. It just has to be public sized. So, thank you guys so much for everything today. Especially because I had, like, my little pee-pee poo-poo news. I like little pee-pee poo-poo news, and you guys instantly made me feel better by wishing inconvenient but not horrible things on this person. So, I really appreciate that. I'm trying to think, like, I feel like everyone here I've, like, rated recently, but, like, I don't think I rated you recently, so, like, I don't think so. You know what? We're gonna do you. We're gonna do you. Do you guys like some Phasmophobia? One's in chat if you enjoy Phasmophobia. What the fuck is this? Is this Phasmophobia? I don't know. My PC won't budging load. It is Phasmophobia. Rootsy, how much of an update has there been? Juan's in chat. Guys, we're gonna raid Sephora! Sephora is currently doing a streamathon. And she's currently playing Phasmophobia. At least I think it is. I don't know. It looks different. So we're gonna raid Sephora! And make sure you guys tell the mods how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are. But yeah, new YouTube video tomorrow. Oh my gosh, she has like a custom stream badge too for the streamathon. That's cute. It's a pickle. Anyways, we're gonna raid Sephora. Sephora is very hot, very tall, very talented, very handsome. You guys will love her so much if you guys don't know her. If you guys do know her, you guys know you're gonna love her. But seriously, mods, thank you so much for everything you guys do from the bottom of my butt because it's bigger than my heart. Thank you guys so much. Also, Rootsy, happy birthday! It's not her birthday for her yet officially, but it's close enough. So as far as I'm concerned, happy birthday, Rootsy. I hope you have the best birthday ever. I will say other things to you later, but it's Rootsy's birthday in 2 hours. Make sure you guys tell her happy birthday. Make sure you guys follow her. She maybe will be live tomorrow for her birthday on Tuesday. But yeah, I love you guys so much. I'll see you guys on Wednesday on my stream, if I don't see you guys on Rootsy's stream tomorrow. But I hope you guys are the best night ever. Hi, Alex! Bye, Alex! But yeah, thank you guys so much for everything. Truly, thank you for the resubs, the new subs, the bits, the
Ko-Fi the throne. I don't know what to say. Just thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me and letting me do just my variety thing. I really appreciate it. I love you guys.